A long-haired guy was sitting on a chair and carving a car figurine out of wood. It was a man named Albert. He used to live on Earth, but was reborn in the body of a beggar. He was in his house. He had to go through 100 years of training, but now he had only been training for 4 years. The hero entered a room with a large model of the city. He wanted to return to his previous life. Albert looked at the wooden skyscrapers and missed home. The hero walked out of his hut. He was in the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect. The guy pushed off the ground and soared into the air like a bird. Suddenly, a man called out to him. It was Chris. He was also trained in various techniques, but he stood out especially for his physical strength. When Albert landed next to him, the boy began to beg him to teach him the technique of flying. The hero advised Chris to stop training his attack technique and switch to flying. The guy was a little offended by this joke, because 100 strength was his calling card. The main character explained that 3 months ago, several wild animals escaped from their cages. These creatures seriously mauled Chris. He was bleeding. His clothes were torn. The wild wolves opened their fanged jaws to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, the animals were pierced by sharp stakes that appeared out of nowhere. Albert saved the boy and asked how he was feeling. Chris begged the hero for a long time to teach him such a cool move. After some time, the guy heard that one of the mentors would give a lecture on attacking techniques. Albert believed that defensive techniques were most important because to survive was to win. Chris went to a lecture, and the protagonist studied the board with new techniques. Among the tablets, there was one special one. It was the ability to use medicinal plants in alchemy. Albert came to a nice girl who was accepting people who wanted to take courses. She stated that there were only 3 free spots left, and that the course would cost 50 spiritual stones. The hero was a little shocked because for a whole year of work he received only 100. The girl assured that it was possible to learn this technique only with the help of a teacher. After some thought, Albert agreed and gave 50 stones. When the hero turned away, the girl recognized him as a fool because he tried to learn alchemy with almost no money. In the evening, Albert strolled through the local market and hoped that his investment would bring benefits. Suddenly, a man called out to him. It was Uncle Brad. The man began to scold the hero for not paying the bride ransom, and Albert felt ashamed. In the past, Brad's daughter Lily and the hero agreed to get married when the guy collected money for the ransom. It was just a joke. The protagonist said goodbye to his father-in-law and headed home, asking him not to tell his daughter about their meeting. Brad said with a smile that Lily already knew. Suddenly, a girl attacked Albert. She was serious. Lily clung to the hero so tightly that he asked her to loosen her grip. The hero told the girl that their engagement was just a bad joke. The father was angry. Lily was obsessive, and according to local tradition, Albert was obliged to marry her. The girl took the hero's gift out of her pocket. The guy tried his best to convince Lily that everything that was happening was just a simple misunderstanding. A tear ran down the hero's cheek. He was in a hopeless situation. After some time, having miraculously gotten rid of the crazy bride, Albert headed home and noticed something strange. Chris waved at him from the ground, holding a cute little sheep in his hand. Albert was worried that the guy would be caught by the local police, but he reassured him by saying that he had bought a sheep, so there was no reason to worry. Chris went to the hero's house to cook the animal. The guy was amazed by the technology that hid the hut under the dome. Chris assured that with his abilities, Albert could become a rather important person in the sect. The hero shut the guy up and asked him to never talk about it again. After a short verbal altercation, the protagonist asked his friend to bring him a sheep. A few minutes later, a delicious meal prepared using a secret technique was lying on the table. To complement this sumptuous dinner, Chris took a bottle of wine out of his bag. Albert immediately noticed the catch, because the guy would never have spent so much money on such an ordinary day. Chris reported that a high-ranking mentor had noticed him, so he would soon leave and would not see the hero for a long time. The guy burst into tears and thanked Albert for saving him. Now they might never see each other again because Chris would be sent on dangerous missions. After some time, the guys ate the sheep and Chris thanked the hero for the excellent food. As the boy was about to leave the gate, Albert threw him a scroll. Chris thanked the protagonist again and hurried off to his business. Albert didn't have many friends in this world, so he was very worried about the guy. The next morning, the hero was lying on a deck chair, planning to grow rice, sell it, and learn alchemy and forging. In this universe, there were kingdoms in which celestial beings lived. To earn such a title, one must devote more than 1,000 years to spiritual training. But Albert couldn't do them now, because if he died before a certain date, he would not be reborn. The hero created several birds in his palm and launched them into the air. Having flown far enough, they exploded spectacularly. The main character was in despair because he could not show his abilities to anyone, because there would be a person who would decide to kill him out of envy. Suddenly, Albert realized that he could teach new techniques to other people. In addition, Future students will be obliged to protect their teacher. Suddenly, the security system reported that someone was trying to scan the location of the hero's house. The guy decided not to pay attention to such a trifle, but rather to focus on new techniques. He came up with a spell that would allow him to take the soul of a beast and place it in a new body when needed. To test his idea, Albert grabbed a sparrow flying past. The hero, with the help of complex technology, was able to turn the bird into porcelain. But unfortunately, the sparrow did not fly, but fell right on Albert's head. The frustrated hero admitted that he needed to train even more. At this time, Chris was in the forest and laughing. It turned out that he easily killed a wildcat thanks to the technique that the main character taught him. In the morning, a man came to Chris. He hoped that the guy would not be attacked by a dangerous animal. When he saw the dead cat, the man dropped the fox carcass from his hands and was very surprised. The fighter couldn't even imagine that such a talented guy would join them. There were a total of 4 ranks of fighters in this world, starting from D and ending with A. Level A masters received the best of everything, and they were trained to become future elites. Chris, suspecting that his comrade was shocked by his capabilities, put on an innocent face. The man encouraged the boy by saying that he would need to kill a few more beasts to earn an A rank. By evening, Chris managed to get to Albert's house and told him what had happened. The guy suggested that the hero also join the combat squad. His skills would be very useful there. Albert did not like to kill and was afraid of dying himself. Besides, warriors occupied a lower position than alchemists. Chris tried to convince the hero that, in his opinion, the ability to instill terror in enemies is every man's dream. The guy assured that the main character's abilities could even elevate him to the status of a celestial being. Plus, Chris will be able to travel there with him. Albert asked why the boy wanted to get into the kingdom of heaven so much. The hero tried to convince his friend that that world was too cruel and terrible. The protagonist cut a piece of meat in half with a spell and shared it with Chris. Greedily eating the treat, the boy offered Albert to take him on as an apprentice. The hero couldn't believe his ears. He imagined Chris as a future A-rank fighter. The young man said that one of his ancient ancestors was a wise warrior. After his death, the family fell into decline, but he left a list in which almost all of his knowledge was recorded. From them, Chris read about the fierce fighters of other sects. The Heavenly Arrow sect is considered the strongest in the world. People who studied old and created new techniques were called spellcasters. Chris begged Albert to make him such a master of spells. The hero said that the boy was already 18, so it was too late for him to become a student. Using an unusual technique, the main character erased a small fragment of his friend's memory. Chris didn't remember anything. Albert reminded that he wanted to become an A-rank warrior and asked to teach him a couple of techniques. The guy made a cute face like he was a kitten and thanked his friend for his help. The next day, the hero wrote down everything he learned from Chris. He was filled with knowledge of this world. Albert wondered if he could reach the central continent. The main character threw these bad thoughts aside and decided to take a day off. After a while, the guy got bored and dreamed of a computer with internet access. The prospect of a century of training did not appeal to him. Suddenly, a huge flying ship appeared right above the hero's house. The ship was guarded on all sides by specially trained fighters on Firebirds. Albert decided that it was an expedition that went in search of valuable resources. The hero was distracted by a knock at the gate. Chris was standing on the threshold. The guy didn't look well. He injured his leg while doing the task, so he took the day off. Albert scolded Chris for not using his flying technique to defend himself. The hero called his friend a lousy fighter who doesn't think ahead. In fact, Chris came to Albert to get advice on killing the mighty beast. The hero did not agree. The guy reproached him for hiding the true power of his abilities from everyone. After some thought, the magician decided to train Chris in exchange for information about flying ships. Albert moved through the air and transported himself and his comrade into a certain space. It was a training illusion. Chris was supposed to have a trial fight. The magician created a stone-praying mantis, and the fighter had only 15 minutes to deal with it. The insect attacked Chris so suddenly that he barely dodged it. The guy fired several fire spears at his enemy. The mantis easily dodged the projectiles, and the fighter was perplexed. Albert admitted that Chris moved quite quickly but released his pikes too slowly. The guy was angry because he couldn't deal with such a simple enemy. Suddenly, the mantis dealt him a powerful blow and Chris flew back. The fight ended, and the guy was very upset by the defeat. Albert advised him to watch the enemy's behavior and predict his movements. The hero put 2 fingers to the guy's forehead. He suggested that he use a technique that would restrict the enemy's movements. The magician suggested that Chris have another training session in the future to work on his shortcomings. Albert sat down on a chair in a businesslike manner and asked his friend to tell him everything about flying ships. The guy said that 500 years ago, the Supreme Mentor collected everything that the sect's servants had and went to the central continent to build a ship. Because the inhabitants had nothing left, they suffered from hunger and went mad at the sight of the spiritual stones. After some time, the Mentor returned on a brand new ship and the life of the sect began to improve. On the ship, the ruler planned to collect resources in the Great Sea, which was considered endless. The ship had the ability to fly to protect itself from deep-sea monsters. There were also rumors that it was possible to go beyond the celestial boundary with it. Chris pointed to the blue sky. Albert thought the guy meant space, but unfortunately, only the most developed sects could leave the kingdom. The hero asked if it was possible to get on board the ship and inspect it. Chris explained that spell researchers and A-rank warriors were allowed in there. Masters of alchemy and forging, and of course the captain of the ship itself, could also get on board the ship. Albert's dreams of getting there were dashed because, at best, he would have to train for hundreds of years and try not to die. Chris offered him to join the combat squad together to make it easier, but the hero refused. The magician explained that he would now be busy selling rice to pay for the forging and alchemy courses. The next morning, Albert arrived at the alchemy training halls. He thought to himself about how to quickly return to his world to his beloved parents. The protagonist approached the man standing at the gate and introduced himself as a new student. The man explained that the boy would have to pay 500 spiritual stones for 2 years of training. Albert was very reluctant to part with his money. Behind the gate, the hero saw a very tall tower. He was impressed. The guy accompanying the magician wondered why such poor people were getting involved in alchemy. The man hypocritically wished Albert success in his studies and said goodbye. The hero entered the classroom and saw a bunch of students. Suddenly, he smelled a pleasant, sweet scent of perfume. This scent came from the beautiful girl standing in the center of the office. Albert, struck by her beauty, introduced himself and asked who she was. The girl called herself Claire. She was the mentor's daughter and could conduct the lesson in his absence. The hero answered her uncertainly, and she thought that he was unwell. Albert lied when he said he was worried about falling behind the other students. The girl calmed the hero down and suggested that they work individually. The lesson began and Claire asked the main character to listen to her very carefully. Albert noted that events were developing too quickly. It seemed he had fallen in love. The guy began to imagine how he would have to be alone with her in the evening. These thoughts made the hero very excited and his nose started bleeding. At this time, Claire announced that today they would be studying plant processing techniques. Albert was incredibly happy. He would finally be able to become a master of alchemy. After a month, he was able to begin real training of his skills. Now he was learning the technique of non-contact use of fire. The hero was surprised because he thought he had mastered her with ease. Suddenly, the pot exploded and left a trail of soot on Albert's face. The novice alchemist was very scared. These cauldrons were very expensive. To his regret, he discovered a rather large crack on it. It was believed that to create his first pill, a student had to spend 20 cauldrons, and to become a mentor, more than 1,000. Albert confidently decided to continue trying. The rules did not apply to him. A short time later, 2 more explosions thundered, and the hero's clothes were badly damaged. The student looked into the cauldron and burst into tears of joy. He had succeeded. The hero understood how to do it, and decided that now he would be able to recoup the cost of the boiler and make a little profit. The next day, he went to the alchemy training hall again. Mentor Thomas, who was also Claire's father, asked if any of the students had been able to complete his task of creating a pill. The students' faces twisted and sweat ran down them. But only Albert remained calm. The budding alchemists admitted that they had blown up more than 1 cauldron. Suddenly, the mentor stared very intently at the protagonist. Thomas created a noise barrier and asked his daughter to be more careful with it. The teacher explained that he saw serious potential in him. Later, the hero returned to training. He tried to do everything without mistakes in order to save up for a new boiler. Suddenly, he heard a noise in the lighthouse. Apparently, he had a neighbor. He approached the building and Lily jumped on him. The girl decided to visit her husband and reported that she had reached a new level of her abilities. Lily pushed off the ground and began to float in the air. The girl boasted that one mentor wanted to take her as a student. Albert praised Lily. She also reminded him of the ransom that the hero must bring to his father. The magician offered to cook dinner for Lily. The girl thanked her husband for the delicious food, and the hero reminded her that their wedding was just a joke. The guy considered himself an unsuitable candidate for the role of her husband. At these words, Lily flooded the entire table with her tears. 3 hours later, the girl was still crying, and Albert tried to calm her down. He eventually agreed to pay ransom for her. Lily immediately calmed down and began to eat rice. Albert was furious that he was simply being used. The hero resigned himself to this wedding and kindly stroked the bride's head. After a while, the main character was devouring a delicious pancake. The girl really wanted to try it. Suddenly, a beautiful woman with a blue bird appeared in the sky. At the sight of her, Albert's mouth began to water, like a dog at the sight of a piece of meat. The hero hoped that the system took pity on him and gave him a beauty for all his suffering. The girl stated that she had come here for a man from the Heavenly Throne sect. Albert decided that they were talking about him and was already preparing to go with the stranger. Suddenly, the woman lifted Lily into the air and offered to become her mentor. A projection of a man appeared in the air, and he asked not to take the girl with them because they needed another person. The girl insisted on her own, declaring that their destinies were connected. Lily asked the hero what she should do. Many predatory eyes were looking at Albert, and he felt uneasy. The guy replied that Lily should not miss such an opportunity. The bride wanted to visit her lover. The woman allowed her to do so. Lily was the bearer of the heavenly spirit. The guy she chose was the chosen one of heaven. The girl agreed, and the teacher seated her on her blue bird. They flew away. Albert was glad. He finally got rid of his annoying little wife. The hero became motivated to become stronger and decided to study the recently purchased book of techniques. Suddenly, a very strong and courageous guy appeared on the threshold of his house. It was Chris. He was killing animals in the forest, stronger than him. The guy came back to rest. The guy asked how to deal with the two remaining enemies. They were too strong. One of them was a ground eater, a monster that would bury itself in the ground when it saw danger. The second was a very fast cat that could inflict fatal wounds. Chris asked his friend to teach him a technique to defeat them. Albert agreed, but this training would be more difficult than the previous one. Now he has created two praying mantises that have the abilities of an earth eater and a cat. While the hero was explaining to Chris how to deal with them, one of the insects attacked him. The magician pierced the enemy with one gesture without even flinching. The guy was shocked by his friend's abilities. Suddenly, Chris was attacked by another praying mantis. Albert finished off the nasty insect again with just one blow. The boy begged the magician to teach him such a powerful technique. The main character made fun of his friend and said that he needed to shave his head to learn this ability. In the end, the guy, through tears, agreed. Albert looked at his comrade and laughed very loudly. Chris shaved anyway, and the hero praised him for his courage, barely holding back his laughter. The upset guy asked why the main character was so strong but not shaved. The Joker said that he was not trying to become stronger, so there was no need for a haircut. Albert pushed his friend to the gate and ordered him to practice this technique at home. Now that he had dealt with the annoying comrade, it was time to get down to important matters. 3 months later, Lily was already flying on a blue bird in an unknown kingdom. The mentor reproached the girl that her skills were worthless and that it was too early for her to think about returning home. The woman remembered a recent nightmare. Monsters circled around her, and she herself was chained and pierced with a spear. It was a sign of disaster, and she believed that only Lily could prevent it. The young girl asked permission to go for a walk and meet her husband. The mentor allowed her to walk around a bit, but forbade her from seeing her lover. Meanwhile, Albert decided to visit the forging training hall. He was dazzled by the sight of a pile of shining heads of students. One of the students told a friend that his friend from the combat unit shaved and became very strong. The main character regretted his actions. His joke turned out to be rather unsuccessful. After a while, most of the sect's disciples shaved their heads, which was a real sensation. Meanwhile, the hero complained that learning to forge was too hard. He had already spent 10,000 stones. Suddenly, the guy saw his old friend and called out to him. It was his friend named Dylan. He was quite plump and came from a rich family. The fat man heard about Albert's success in alchemy and decided to reward him with a spiritual stone, but the boy refused. The hero suspected that Dylan had business with him. The magician invited the guy to visit and treated him to a cup of tea. The fat man explained that he had come up with an idea to unite students studying outside the sect. Albert was surprised by this. He thought that he did not care about ordinary people because he was the descendant of a rich family. Dylan planned to create a kind of alliance of people willing to help each other. For help in this matter, the hero will be able to receive news from the sect among the first. He will also be able to make useful connections by teaching inexperienced newcomers. Dylan was confident that the alliance would flourish if Albert joined them. As a parting gift, the fat man gave the magician a magic ball to maintain communication. Albert said goodbye to his old friend. Suddenly, a very familiar voice began to whisper in his ear. The hero turned around and saw Claire. He explained that he was just seeing a friend. The beauty suggested going to Albert's house. He had never seen such beautiful girls in real life. The guy kindly treated her to some delicious tea. Claire was very nervous. The girl felt uneasy and began to notice something strange about herself. In her thoughts, she admitted that the more she looked at the hero, the more she realized that she had fallen in love. Claire reproached herself. She must not forget the true purpose of her visit. She placed her hands on the table imperiously and asked why Albert did not want to become part of the alchemy department. Claire moved even closer. She was worried because the hero did not want to become her father's student. The main character confessed everything. Alchemy was just a way to make money by selling pills. The girl begged him not to kill his talent and to find a mentor. Albert decided to reveal his plan. He asked Claire if she was on board the flying ship. The girl answered positively, and the hero told her about his dream of building the same one for himself. The magician didn't want Claire's father to waste his time and energy teaching him. The beauty seemed to be furious at what she heard. She remembered how her brother left the family to become the best blacksmith master. The girl's gaze became sad and she asked Albert not to give up. Claire left. The main character looked after her for a long time. The guy enjoyed the freedom and the fact that he had no obligations to anyone. Suddenly, Dylan's magic ball began to vibrate in his pocket. It contained all the news of the sect. Among them was the news about Chris. It turned out that the guy started dating the most beautiful student of the sect named Ava. The future warrior talked a lot about Albert, and they decided to visit him. The main character congratulated his friend on the fact that he was able to win the heart of such a good girl. The magician suggested talking inside the hut. Chris said that Eva was infected by a monster while they were on a mission, and now the girl couldn't sleep normally. Albert used the aura cleansing technique to help her. A soul eater flew out of the girl's body. The main character killed the spirit and asked his friend to be careful. Eva admired the magician's skill and suggested that they go with him to open the secret portal. The hero considered this venture too risky, so he refused. Chris mentioned that you can stumble upon something valuable in the portal, even on the records of the forging masters. Albert pricked up his ears, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The hero agreed. Now he needed 1,000 spiritual stones to enter. In the evening, he began to study the basics of forging in order to be as prepared as possible. This activity required a lot of things: raw materials, runes, spiritual fire. The most important thing is to insert the rune into an object that has not yet cooled down. Albert found forging more interesting than alchemy lessons. On the ball, Dylan praised the protagonist for learning 2 crafts at once. The fat man decided to share with him the secret of combining these activities. Later, the magician went to the forge halls. He gave the duty officer a spiritual stone and asked him to give him a room. Everything necessary to start training was here. The room was very hot, so Albert used the ice armor technique. To begin with, he decided to cross scarlet steel and iron ore. Dylan said that a person studying forging and alchemy should not count on help from heaven. The hero began to forge metals. First, he processed the ore with hammers. Now the blacksmith added molten steel and formed the sword. It was time to insert the runes. The hero decided to make it hard as a rock and light as a feather. Unfortunately, the weapon exploded at the final stage. Albert was depressed. He wasted 400 spiritual stones. A man entered the room and asked what happened. It was the manager. Blacksmith's halls, the hero was ashamed of his ineptitude. The magician came up with a plan. The man is obliged to teach him, otherwise he will not go anywhere. 3 days later, Chris and Eva were flying to the entrance of the secret portal. Suddenly, something flew past them. It was Albert. He felt sorry for the poor crane on which the couple was flying. Chris was amazed that his friend was riding on a forged sword. The immodest protagonist asked to be called a forging master from now on. The long-bearded man announced the rules for being on the other side of the portal. Chris hoped that the hero would go with them, but he destroyed his hopes. Instead, he gave him a special crystal. The guy could send a signal, and Albert would come to the rescue. The fighter thanked his friend. The main character flew into the opened portal with lightning speed. The hero, left alone, looked at the beautiful landscape of the green forest. He had to spend a whole month here, so the magician decided to build a small base here. Suddenly, wild animals jumped on him out of nowhere. Albert turned around and looked at them with a terrible look. He used a special technique against them and ordered them to bring useful things. The hero went in search of the runes left here by the forging masters. On the way, the magician came across a small lake and decided to examine it. Suddenly, a column of water shot out of it, as if a volcano had erupted. There was an unknown guy standing on the water's surface, apparently also from the Heavenly Throne sect. The young man introduced himself as Nicholas. His face was beautiful. Albert was in a state of shock. The stranger was holding a magic sword in his hand. The protagonist greeted him and said that he was an outer disciple of the sect. Nicholas was glad to meet him. He looked like the main character. The young blacksmith did not understand what he wanted. The guy extended his hand to Albert. In his palm lay a beautiful pearl. It seems he wanted the magician not to tell anyone about the things he found. The hero thought that Nicholas was also a real person who had ended up in this world. The magician began to ask him questions related to the culture of the earth. The young man insisted that he did not understand what was being discussed. The protagonist accepted the pearls and promised to keep his mouth shut. Nicholas said goodbye to the stranger kindly. Albert decided to keep his distance from him. The young man jumped on his sword. He believed that their paths might still cross. The hero would not want to be nearby if something bad happened to him. Nicholas left behind only eyeless turtles in the lake. By evening, Albert had collected a large number of different resources and was resting in the hut. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door. The hero became wary. Opening the door, he saw a bunch of green eyes in front of him, looking at him angrily. The guy decided that there was a whole crowd of ghosts standing in front of him. He was scared to death. It turned out that these were wolves he had tamed, and Albert calmed down. They brought with them some flowers, a piece of red copper, tree fruits, and spiritual stones. The tired animals immediately went to bed, and the hero realized that they had collected all this from the corpses. The magician hid the hut from prying eyes with the help of technology and went to bed. To his surprise, the hero woke up early and decided to have breakfast. From behind him, he heard the sound of a man flying on a sword. It was Nicholas. He sheathed his weapon and greeted the protagonist in a friendly manner. Albert invited the wanderer to eat with him. The young man was simply delighted with the taste of the freshly cooked soup. The hero asked what the guy was doing, and he explained that he was a candidate for apprentice to the master swordsman Harry. The aspiring blacksmith predicted a great future for him with such a mentor. Nicholas told his story. He used to be a bright student, but his abilities began to fade. Now he is forced to accumulate wealth in every possible way so that if he becomes a simple citizen, he can live a normal life. Albert encouraged the boy and advised him not to give up, in case his strength returned. Nicholas approached the hero and sincerely thanked him for his words of support. The young man expressed a desire to become friends with the main character. The magician was silent, but in his head he did not want to start such a friendship. An hour later, Albert came across a huge spiritual tree from which he could build a flying ship. He took out his magic sword and prepared to cut it. Suddenly, a giant wild bear ran towards him from the thicket. Confident in his powers, the hero ordered the sword to attack the monster. To his surprise, right at the moment of impact, the animal's fur turned to stone. A moment later, the bear rushed to attack again, but immediately howled from unbearable pain. It turned out that Albert used the technique of invisible deadly needles, and the lifeless body of the beast fell to the ground. Half a day later, the main character finally finished building his ship. Suddenly, the alarm went off, meaning Chris was in trouble. The hero immediately boarded his ship and went to help his friend. At this time, Chris was saving his beloved Eva from wild bees. The girl was scared to death and hoped that Albert would still make it to their rescue. Suddenly, the bees shot their stingers straight at the couple. They were deadly. The guy held his beloved tightly in his arms. His eyes seemed to be burning. Chris ate the acceleration pill at lightning speed and managed to dodge the projectiles. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed them with the help of a vision-enhancing technology. Chris and Eva were incredibly happy. They would finally be saved. Unfortunately, the angry bees surrounded the couple, and the situation became almost hopeless. Albert stood on the edge of the ship and prepared for battle. He used the sound wave destruction technique. It was too strong. The souls left the bees. Their lifeless bodies began to fall to the ground like drops of rain. The main character hooked his friends with a special hook and began to lift them onto the ship. After some time, the hero was frying meat over a fire. He was squeezed out like a lemon. Chris woke up and thought he was in hell and started screaming. The guy rushed to hug his beloved. Albert threw him an elixir that would help him cope with the consequences of the sound wave. Chris began to thank his friend. He had saved his life twice already. The hero scolded the guy and demanded 22,000 spiritual stones for saving him and the elixir. Ava woke up and pinched her beloved on the butt, and he jumped in pain. The girl pressed herself against Chris and began to cry with happiness. They were alive. She thanked Albert from the bottom of her heart, and he asked who came up with the idea to go to the bees. Chris scratched the back of his head in shame. He just wanted to try out the escape technique the hero taught him. In addition, insects had honey, which could cure diseases, and the guy planned to cure Eve's mother. In this way, Chris hoped to reduce the ransom amount for the girl. Albert remembered how in his past life, relationships also took a lot of money from him. The couple was only able to get half of what they had planned, which should have been enough. Eva reported that such a jar could cost up to 2,000 spiritual stones. The main character asked them to tell him where he could be found. After a while, the hero was already riding a deer into a bamboo grove, where a lair of wild bees was located. The guy ordered the animal to hide, and he himself headed deeper into the thicket. After 3 days, he finally came across the insects and began to seduce them. The bees mistook him for a beautiful queen. Now they were under the power of the protagonist and bowed before him. The magician finally found mountains of honey that would make him rich. Suddenly, a real queen bee appeared. She did not succumb to the hero's influence. The guy used a consciousness-paralyzing technique against her. The bee was invulnerable because it and the honey were the property of the Heavenly Throne sect, and disciples were allowed to take a maximum of 1,000 liters. The main character was very sad. His great plan to get rich failed. One of the elders was watching the magician and was amazed by the boy's abilities. Albert began to collect honey, but the elder's voice from the sky ordered him to stop. A few minutes later, the hero loaded 500 liters of liquid onto his ship and set off. Right above him, he noticed a trace of a magic sword. Apparently, it was Nicholas again. The young man approached the mountains of honey and began to calculate his future fortune. Suddenly, a pillar of light fell from the sky, and the elder created a dome that forbade anyone from approaching the grove for the next 150 years. During his air journey, the hero came across the estate of an alchemist master. Albert was furious. All this time, he was trying to find the blacksmith master. There was only 1 hour left before the portal closed. The magician had to hurry. In the estate, he found a bunch of scrolls with quite useful spells. The hero remembered that the portal would close very soon. The guy miraculously managed to get out of there, and Chris and Eva were already meeting him at the exit. The guy suggested that Albert go to the tavern and thank him for saving him. The main character agreed. This month was very difficult. After a long time, the magician was already at home and lying on piles of spiritual stones. He managed to sell the honey. He sent a letter to the Alliance base for Dylan. The hero exchanged 300,000 spiritual stones for a bunch of resources for forging. After 3 years of blacksmithing, he still couldn't insert some runes correctly. Albert came up with the idea of using another rune as a mediator. The hero decided to try to use his idea in practice. The fragments came together to form a brand new magic sword. The blacksmith rushed to embrace him as if he were a loved one, and now the weapon was called the Thousander. The main character received news from the sect through a magic ball. A recruitment of blacksmiths for training had opened. Over these long 3 years, Albert has already developed to the 8th level. He had no doubt that he would soon be able to fight on equal terms with a much stronger enemy. Thanks to his beast summoning technique, the hero could call upon an entire dragon for help. Soon the magician finally returned home and sprawled out on the lounger. Chris and Eva appeared on the threshold. They were incredibly happy. The guy shared the good news that they would soon be getting married, and he asked Albert to be sure to come to the celebration. The main character and the lovers had a nice dinner. He thought that there was no time for a relationship in his plans. After the meal, the magician stood up from his chair and asked to follow him. Chris and Eva were perplexed. He led them into a room where weapons and shields he had forged hung on the walls. The hero didn't have a wedding gift, so he offered the couple to choose anything. Eva asked if she could take the Swords of Insight. They were very useful in battle. Chris asked permission to take the 1000th. It could crumble into pieces and take any form. Albert gave them the chosen weapons and saw them off. Deep in his soul, he regretted the time and resources spent on forging them. A month later, the hero went to the capital of the sect. There would soon be a wedding. He was carrying a giant sack on his back, and the journey to the ceremony site was not short. Luckily, the magician had a flying ship, and he called it to lighten his load. Suddenly, the hero heard a familiar sound from behind. It seems it was Nicholas again. The guy was incredibly happy to see his friend after 3 years. The young man immediately noticed the magic ship. Nicholas said that he was going to his friend's wedding. Albert was stunned and asked if his name was Chris. The young man was wildly delighted. He would finally be able to spend time with the hero. Nicholas offered to get there on his personal ship. It was much better than the main character's vessel. When Albert climbed on board, the ship flew at supersonic speed. Carrying Nicholas offered the hero a whole buffet as a sign of friendship. Suddenly, the guy jumped up and asked to wait while he dealt with some insects. He threw 5 balls of different elements at the enemy at once, and the hero envied his skill. Albert saw 5 hostile people opposite the bow of the ship. Nicholas apologized for the inconvenience. He planned to distract the enemies and send the ship with the magician to its destination. The 5 began to quickly approach the heroes. The young man warned that he would deal with any of the enemies. The enemies responded to his words only with mockery. It seems they are confident in their own strength. One of the enemies ordered a guy named Henry to deal with the main character. Nicholas tried to stop Henry to protect Albert. Unfortunately, the gang leader interrupted his actions. He advised the young man to try to protect himself at the moment. A pillar of fire burst out of nowhere into the sky and a major explosion occurred. At this time, Albert promised himself never to go outside the sect again, so as not to get into similar situations. His thoughts were interrupted by Henry, who suddenly ran towards him. The hero decided to use the technique he had been putting off until an emergency. From the small bowl, the soul of a giant dragon burst into the air. The soul climbed inside the wooden copy of the beast. The enemy became even more determined. He was anticipating a wonderful battle. The boy set his pet centipede on Albert, but the dragon killed it with one swipe of its paw. The hero's eyes lit up. He felt superiority over his opponent. The hero ordered the beast to deal with Henry, and it immediately attacked him. The guy was bleeding, but he was not going to give up. He used an unknown technique. The protagonist used all kinds of barriers to protect himself from her. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. It turned out to be a technique for damaging the psyche. Albert lost consciousness and fell straight overboard the ship. In some mountains there was a hut. The sister asked her brother when they would eat meat. The boy said that first he needed to cure the stranger, who turned out to be the main character. The magician was incredibly grateful to fate for such salvation. It turned out that Albert had been fighting a giant worm in the astral dimension for half a month and had finally won. The main character woke up and sat on the bed. He thanked the children with all his heart for their care. The children bowed down, as they believed, before the celestial being and begged him to take them as disciples. The hero did not see any potential in them and asked why they needed it. The brother and sister loudly declared that they just wanted to eat tasty meat every day. Albert was touched by their sincere honesty. The protagonist used the technique. First, they must pass the test of the spirit. The guy felt sorry for the kids, so even if they failed the test, he would provide them with a comfortable life. Unfortunately, the hero spent a lot of energy fighting the worm. Now he will have to recover for a long time. The magician promised himself not to leave the sect for the next 10 years. Also, you need to stay away from Nicholas to avoid getting into a similar situation. Albert decided to make more fighting dolls upon returning home. Suddenly, a mature man with a cane in his hands entered the hut. The man knelt before the great celestial being. The hero asked him to get up and offered to thank him for saving him. The stranger said that all he wanted was to live to a ripe old age with his beloved wife. The guy gave the man a bottle containing longevity pills. The man asked what was happening with the children. The hero replied that he was checking them before taking them to the sect, where they would be taken care of. The stranger left, and the hero took out the balls with the children's spiritual powers. In the boy's ball, he saw his brother looking after him until old age. The sister wanted to become a great warrior so that everyone would admire her. The hero admitted that after awakening, the children's lives would never be the same. At this time, Chris was sitting at the gate of Albert's hut. He was depressed. The guy blamed himself for what happened to the main character, because it was he who invited him to the wedding. Eva tried to cheer up her beloved and assured him that the magician was now alive and simply healing his wounds. Chris promised himself that he would wait for his friend at the gate until he showed up. The girl sat down next to her lover. They hoped for the best. Meanwhile, Albert arrived at the sect's foreign affairs office and persuaded the leader to make the children his disciples. After that, they rushed away on the ship. The brother asked if it was difficult to become like the hero. The magician said it was easy if they listened to him carefully. The boy had already begun to dream of a daily portion of meat for himself and his sister. The main character just laughed and offered them as much meat as they wanted in the future. Suddenly, Chris sensed a familiar spiritual aura. It was Albert. The guy immediately rushed to hug his friend. Chris looked at his brother and sister who had arrived with the hero. The guy thought they were the main character's children, but Eva immediately admitted that it was just nonsense. The magician hastened to calm his friend's imagination and called them his students. Albert didn't know the children's names, so he asked them to introduce themselves. The boy explained that they don't have them. They are given out for finding special plants named after them. In this situation, the main character came up with names for them. Now the girl was called Kate and her brother Kevin. The children were so grateful that they bowed before their new mentor. To begin with, Albert decided to dress up his students a little. 2 pink flying spheres merged with the children's clothes. Now the brother and sister had very beautiful and comfortable suits. Ava, standing nearby, was surprised by such a useful technique. The hero suggested that the girl try to use the magic ball herself. Eva applied it and ended up with a very revealing outfit. The main character begged her to change clothes, while Chris covered Kevin's eyes with his other hand. The other outfit was no better than the previous one. Now the girl had transformed into a semblance of a cat. Albert asked her to return it all back and try using it at home. After this awkward situation, Chris suggested celebrating the arrival of new students. The magician offered the children to try the meat dish. and they were simply delighted. When the kids walked away, Chris reached into his pocket. A moment later, he handed the hero a red envelope and asked him to accept it. A few days later, the main character went to the forge halls again. He had a bunch of orders. The old man walking behind him reproached the boy for fulfilling commercial orders when every blacksmith was important to the sect. Albert informed him of the situation that had happened on the way to the wedding and promised to help the other blacksmiths soon. The old man asked the boy to show his creation of the day. He unfolded a large box. The stranger lifted the lid and saw a very skillfully forged sword. The old man suggested that the hero leave the orders for now and instead go with him to repair the sect's ship. They jumped into the magic carriage and set off on their journey. Albert kept looking around, admiring the views of previously unknown territories. Suddenly, two scary dragons appeared next to the transport. The old man only laughed at the sight of fear on the hero's face. The animals were guarding the sect. The man also offered to ride them for only 10,000 spiritual stones. The guy politely declined. He had no desire to spend such a large sum on stupid entertainment. After some time, they finally reached the damaged ship. The old man explained the conditions of the work. For every square meter, the hero would receive 1,000 stones, and in addition, as a bonus, he would receive 20 new runes. The man advised him to watch the others work until the master arrived. Albert went to inspect the ship. Later, the master approached him and asked if the guy was ready for work. The hero already understood what was required of him. The master advised him to work at maximum speed. The main character melted metals and fused them into the stern of the ship. The master was delighted with how well and quickly the newcomer worked. After 2 months, the restoration of the ship's hull was finally completed. Albert asked the blacksmith if there was any more work for him, but the man replied that there was not. Thanks to the hero's skill, the work was completed a whole month ahead of schedule. The master predicted a great future for him. The man wanted to help the magician in this difficult task and extended his palm with 5 runes. The main character accepted the gift and promised to make for the master whatever he wanted. After the conversation, the hero decided to explore the place a little. The territory was too big, so the hero would have to come up with a way to get there himself. At this time, Chris and Eva were fighting wild animals far from the sect. The guy offered his wife to exchange the points for this task for an embryonic pill. He planned to send his future child to Albert as an apprentice. Suddenly, another pack of wild animals came towards them. There were 3 very strong enemies among the beasts. Chris and Eva could not retreat. The situation seemed hopeless. The guy would have to use the rescue ball that he acquired from the hero. He swung and threw it upward with all his might. The ball broke into small burning fragments. The animals did not understand what was happening. A moment later, there was a very powerful explosion, and nothing remained of the flock. The couple approached the crater left by the explosion. Chris felt ashamed that he had wasted such a valuable artifact to defeat stupid animals. Eva suggested that her beloved arrange a sparring match with the main character to hone his skills. Suddenly, the husband and wife noticed an unknown green glow at the bottom of the crater. It was a giant piece of iron ore enriched with spiritual energy. Chris once heard that it could be used to make armor that would protect against the strongest opponents. The guy threw Eva a bag of useful pills in battle and ran to mine ore. After some time, the couple came to Albert. As it turned out, he had recently moved. The hero presented his new development to his friends. It was the armor of God, made using enriched iron ore. Chris was amazed by their appearance. The hero suggested that he try them out. The guy didn't even have to do anything. The armor just stuck to him. Chris was able to rise into the air. Eva watched him with admiration. The guy was able to switch the suit to attack mode. He concentrated the energy in his palm and fired it at a nearby stone block. Chris was in awe of the power of this armor. The boy jumped onto the thousand tree and flew through the air like lightning. He congratulated Albert with all his heart for such a cool development. The hero thanked them for the ore they provided. The magician also said that he would soon go on an expedition on a sect ship, so he asked his friends to look after his students. The couple promised to look after them as if they were their own children. The main character prayed to fate that he would never meet Nicholas again. A month later, Albert was already heading to the place where the expedition was being prepared. The hero was delighted by the sight of this majestic ship. The magician, along with other passengers, proceeded on board the ship. To his regret, he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Nicholas again. The guy hugged his old friend. The hero dreamed of leaving the ship as soon as possible. The young man asked a crew member to put Albert in the cabin next to his. In the evening, all the passengers were having dinner in the dining room. The main character planned to sneak off to the toilet unnoticed. Suddenly, as if out of thin air, Nicholas appeared. He praised the local food. His main goal was to win the hero's respect. Albert asked his friend how he dealt with his problem of losing strength. Nicholas claimed that his affliction simply disappeared as soon as he emerged from that portal 3 years ago. He also told how after this he returned to the girl with whom he had broken off the engagement. He beat up all her brothers, but she dealt with him with just one blow of her hand. The guy promised himself to become stronger in order to regain his lost honor. Drunk Nicholas rushed to hug the main character. He didn't like it very much. In fact, the guy went on an expedition to explore unknown runes that he noticed during repairs. Instead, he has to endure Nicholas's antics. Suddenly, the stranger put his hand on Albert's shoulder. The guy was shocked. Raising his head, he saw a mysterious man in front of him. An unknown person offered the main character to become his student. The man noted his strong spiritual energy. The guy became a little embarrassed. The stranger offered the hero to become part of the forging department. Albert thanked him for the offer, but stated that he was just an amateur and that he liked alchemy better. The man was angry at the lost talent and left. The hero waved after him. The magician did not want to join anyone in order to maintain his independence. Nicholas couldn't understand how his friend could refuse such a tempting offer. Albert was scared to death by his comrade who had sneaked up on him. Nicholas thought that the guy was lying about alchemy. The hero denied his speculations. The main character hid this so as not to attract unnecessary attention. After these words, the magician went for a walk along the deck of the ship. There, he saw a giant water snake jumping out of the ocean. Suddenly, he heard one of the passengers calling the snake the God Eater. The stranger turned out to be Claire. She was accompanied by an unknown guy. The girl introduced Albert to the guy, who turned out to be her older brother Richard. The guy looked as gorgeous as his beautiful sister. Suddenly, the hero grabbed his mouth. He could barely hold back his laughter. He rolled on his bed laughing because his brother's shortened name sounded like an obscene word. Having laughed his fill, the main character wiped away his tears and decided to apologize the next time they met. Albert jumped out of his bunk from the sudden jolt as the ship entered the waters of the endless sea. The guy went up on deck to explore previously unknown territories. He watched the artillery ships accompanying them. The hero dreamed of seeing them in action. Suddenly, Richard appeared. He too was delighted with the power of these weapons. The boy believed that their destinies were connected because they both abandoned alchemy for forging. Richard examined the runes that Albert was working on. The young man realized that the hero was planning to create a device for transmitting information over very long distances. Richard was amazed by his invention. He would never have thought of such a thing himself. Suddenly, a strange signal went off on the ship. A whole squad of people flew out on giant birds. They were called the Golden Patrol. Using hooks, they pulled a whale of enormous size out of the water. Albert watched their well-coordinated work with delight. The carcass of the animal was lifted into the air. Its meat was dangerous to people. The hero came up with the idea of creating his own navy in the future. But it seems his dreams are not destined to come true, because one shot from the cannon costs almost 100,000 spiritual stones. 3 days passed, during which time the magician came to the conclusion that the sect valued blacksmiths the most. The main character was called out by Richard, who told his mentor about his idea. The young man led Albert to the forge hall located on the ship. It was a gigantic room where work was in full swing. The guys walked to the mentor's office. The hero bowed to him. The old man praised the guy and said that this system could be developed and cover the entire continent with communications. The mentor offered the main character to become his student. The magician politely refused, arguing that he wanted to develop both forging and alchemy. After these words, the old man's gaze became truly eerie. A moment later, the teacher just laughed and noted the boy's sincerity. The old man mentioned that his offer still stood, but he would have to give up alchemy. The mentor gave the hero a special pass to access the inner sector. He will wait for him there. Albert sincerely thanked the old man for his understanding and left. After he left, Richard got down on one knee and asked his mentor for forgiveness for his friend's insolent behavior. The old man regretted that he would not be able to participate in the hero's development into a true master. Albert walked along the deck of the ship and thought about the old man's words. Besides, he had a dilemma. He couldn't decide between Claire and Lily. Suddenly, the ship's artillery sounded the alarm. The main ship was immediately covered with a special protective dome. Terrible sea monsters appeared right on the expedition's route. The enemy was fired upon with all available guns. After a while, the clouds dispersed and only the corpses of defeated monsters lay in the sea. The protagonist watched as the members of the Golden Patrol went in search of resources. Nicholas suddenly appeared out of nowhere and explained that such flocks usually guard something valuable. The young man apologized for his behavior. Last time he got drunk and passed out. The guy also said that many great warriors spend their last years at sea before their ascension, so their abodes can be found here. The hero thanked his friend for the useful information. He couldn't wait to loot a couple of them. Suddenly, An entire city appeared before Albert and Nicholas's eyes. The protagonist was surprised. The young man explained that it was just a divine relic found at the site of the victory over the sea creatures. Nicholas grabbed the magician by the hand and carried him straight to the magic city. Just after passing through the gate, the hero came across Claire waving sweetly at him. The girl greeted the hero. She did not expect to see him here. Suddenly, Richard interrupted the conversation and suggested that Albert rent a blacksmith shop for the two of them. Claire suggested practicing alchemy with ingredients raised from the bottom of the sea. The hero replied that he would rather go with the girl. Thomas suddenly appeared and interrupted their sweet conversation. Father ordered Claire to follow him immediately. Albert and the girl waved goodbye to each other. After some time, the hero and Richard were drinking tea and talking in their workshop. Suddenly, a girl appeared on the threshold and asked if they repaired alchemy cauldrons. She was quite attractive, so the protagonist, who knew a little about this craft, approached her. The girl made cute eyes and asked for help. She needed the boiler very soon. The guy examined the device and offered to pay 50 spiritual stones and some ore for its repair. When the girl gave him everything he needed, the hero got to work. He not only fixed the boiler but also strengthened it to give the beauty a small bonus. The magician handed the result of his hard work to the beautiful girl. She grabbed the pot and rushed away, even leaving behind some extra ore. After that, the guy spent a whole month sitting in the forge and fulfilling various orders. The guy told his friend that he had imagined the expedition a little differently. Richard understood his friend, so he suggested that they take a walk around the city. The main character, as if stung, hurried to jump onto the ship and set off to explore the sea. Surprisingly, almost the entire surface of the water was strewn with various monsters. After a long search, Albert found a safe place and decided to dive underwater. To do this, he took a tourist submarine and put an invisibility dome on it. Half an hour later, the hero dived to a depth of about 50,000 meters. His main goal was to try to find the treasure. Looking forward, the main character saw a terrible monster. It was a dolphin. Its eye was shining like a cyborg's. Meanwhile, Nicholas, who miraculously appeared nearby, tried to overcome the giant fish. The boy was talking to his mentor using a special technique. The man was a master in matters of swords. The monster's spine could be used to make an excellent weapon, so the mentor ordered the student to swim to his comrade to help. Nicholas didn't want to endanger Albert's life, so he turned around and took the blow from the fish. The mentor assured him to trust him. The guy had no choice. He headed towards the hero. At this time, the magician was busy collecting useful pearls from the bottom of the sea. He felt uncomfortable, and the main character had a bad feeling. He hurried to swim to the surface as quickly as possible, and a terrible roar sounded behind him. Through the submarine's porthole, Albert saw Nicholas. The boy was bleeding. The hero helped his friend get inside. The wounded Nicholas reported that the monster was almost defeated, but it needed to be finished off. After these words, the exhausted guy lost consciousness. The main character was furious at what he heard. His trip didn't go well at all. The fish rushed towards the boat, and an unknown glow shone above the vessel. It was Albert. He put on special armor so as not to take so many risks. The guy threw the harpoon with all his might into the monster's face. After that, he began to circle around the creature, who did not understand anything. The hero used a powerful technique. Hundreds of sharp spears rushed into the monster's body. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty fish disappeared from sight. The magician felt her behind his back. The monster turned out to be cunning. Albert threw several silver balls towards the creature. These were his fighting dolls, but they turned out to be unsuitable for underwater combat. The hero only planned to distract the monster and accumulate energy to create several clones. Meanwhile, the fish tried to fight off the attacking snakes. The magician finally gathered his strength and prepared for the final attack. The crystal he created shattered into a pile of fragments, and they began to approach the now helpless monster. Everything around was filled with a blue glow, and a strong whirlpool began to form. The sharp ends of the crystals pierced the fish's flesh like swords. Albert chuckled at his once powerful opponent. The current of the whirlpool was so strong that the fish was twisted and all its bones were broken. The hero took pity on his snakes. The victory cost him 80,000 spiritual stones. The swordmaster who watched the fight recognized the protagonist's talent. The magician returned to the ship and gave Nicholas the medicine. The guy who came to his senses asked for forgiveness for getting his friend into trouble again. Nicholas immediately rushed to the protagonist to make sure he was not seriously injured. Albert handed the young man a small bag containing what was left of the giant fish, and he looked at it thoughtfully. The hero made a cute face, and Nicholas offered him a magic ring that could hold a large amount of water. The guy reluctantly accepted such a valuable gift. He was embarrassed by his friend's excessive generosity. Suddenly, something gigantic appeared in the depths. It looked very much like a portal. A moment later, The submarine was transported to an empty field and the ship came to rest on the ground. The guys got out of their transport. Albert did not understand what was happening. His friend explained that they were transported to a very distant and hidden place. Nicholas looked at the wall of the nearby settlement. It looked long abandoned and empty. Suddenly, the main character reported bad news. With the help of his magical vision, he saw the impending threat. The magician, with a grin on his face, advised his comrade to quickly prepare for a fierce battle. Confused, Nicholas hurried to contact his mentor and find out what was going on around him. While the old man was explaining the current situation, predatory purple birds already appeared on the horizon. The huge flock was getting closer with every second, and the heroes needed to get out of there immediately. Albert and Nicholas managed to jump on board the magic ship, which the hero had shrunk with magic, and the predators rushed after them. The alchemist asked his friend for advice, but he was recovering his strength and nothing worked on him. After some time, the guy reported disappointing news. He would only be able to find a way out of here in 10 days. The main character put his hand on his friend's shoulder. He promised to protect him from all troubles during this time. Nicholas told about a small house of a swordsman nearby, and the ship headed there. The warrior commanded, and the talented magician happily carried out all his orders. In one of the rooms of the house there was a large golden statue, graciously welcoming its guests. The boys paid absolutely no attention to the magical artifact. Instead, they took everything that might be useful to them in the future. Meanwhile, the flock of angry birds had almost reached this hut. Albert was incredibly happy, because they managed to take everything valuable before their approach. A few minutes later, the ship with the heroes on board broke through the wild statue. The magician noticed several strong birds, so he hurried to put on his armor. Nicholas was surprised to see it. The hero soared into the air and created several bird-like warriors around him. The guy was fully prepared for a quick, bloody clash with the pack. The old man who advised Nicholas noted Albert's outstanding fighting talent. One of the summoned warriors prepared a magic bow and pulled a powerful arrow. He was ready to attack at any second. A second later, he fired a shot, and everything around was illuminated with a blue glow. Nicholas could not believe in such effectiveness of simple dolls. He tried to support his friend. Suddenly, he asked Albert if he could create a puppet that was more powerful than these. The main character decided to play a joke on his friend. He offered him to buy one of these dolls for a very high price. Nicholas hastened to moderate his ardor. He had some minor financial problems. Despite all the efforts of the magician, the birds of prey did not want to leave the strangers alone. 5 days later, all of Albert's dolls were destroyed, and he fell to his knees near the corpses of the warriors. The hero regretted the money he had wasted, and Nicholas tried to cheer up his partner. The guy drank someone else's blood from his cheek. He needed to hold out for another 5 days. Suddenly, the main character rose from his knees and, filled with resentment and indignation, headed towards his enemies. Albert put his armor back on, his gaze wild, birds flying everywhere. The feathered creatures didn't even have time to realize that the guy had just used a powerful technique. Suddenly, the whole sky was illuminated by light coming from a bunch of powerful explosions. The birds had no chance to survive. Nicholas watched the battle with excitement. His mentor had only met such a capable warrior once in his long life. The boy wanted to meet another powerful fighter, and the old man promised that this would definitely happen in the future. Nicholas turned around, his face frozen in a grimace of obvious incomprehension. His mentor, Arthur, looked closely at his student. This warrior is the one whom the young man must avenge him. Their conversation was interrupted by Albert, his sudden, piercing cry piercing the air. Nicholas immediately turned towards him. He was very concerned about the main character's condition. The magician returned to the ship, and the cloud from the explosion still remained directly above him. The hero swore rudely at one of the birds. It turned out to be much stronger than the others. The feathered creature used a sonic attack. The guy grabbed his head. It was splitting with pain. Albert did not give up. He created a large and powerful weapon and did not doubt his superiority. The crosshairs of the sight were aimed precisely at the carcass of the giant bird. A second later, a shot rang out. A huge hole appeared in the monster's body, and he was defeated. The other birds looked at the falling corpse in surprise. They realized that they had chosen the wrong enemy. The protagonist wiped the blood from his face, a maniacal smile adorning his face. Albert decided not to stop and immediately called for help from several cannons. 5 days later, Nicholas had fully recovered and the boys were rushing to board the submarine. Later, they returned to the city and went to a local cafe. The guy asked the magician to make a copy of the swordsman's legacy for him. The hero suggested that his friend take the original since he was not at all interested in this area. The young man looked down. He didn't know how to thank the alchemist for such generosity. Albert asked Nicholas one question, the answer to which only an experienced warrior could know. The guy immediately agreed to fulfill his friend's request, even if he didn't know the answer. The protagonist asked if there was a 13th level of skill development. His comrade did not know the answer, so, returning to his room, he asked his mentor about it. The old swordsman demanded that he be shown respect. Then perhaps he would respond. Nicholas fell to his knees. After this, the mentor stated that everything depended only on the will of heaven. He told of ancient times the world was ruled by werewolves who did not allow people to develop their skills. The masters could not come to terms with the world order, so they began to look for a way around these rules. People could reach the 36th stage of development and higher. What he heard greatly surprised Nicholas. The old man warned the student that such advanced powers could bring the wrath of heaven. The guy realized that the 12th step is the limit, so as not to anger the gods. The student walked up to the window and wondered if he had the necessary abilities. He could travel back in time to bypass the restrictions. Meanwhile, Albert lay on the hammock. Despite the calm surrounding him, he was very worried. He was tormented by thoughts of the abandoned orphans and his unlucky friend Chris. 10 days later, a giant ship returned to the city from the expedition. All the students needed to get back on board, so soon dozens of silhouettes surrounded by magical auras appeared in the sky. Already on the ship, Richard met the hero and asked how he spent his free time. Albert asked if the expedition route was always different, and his interlocutor answered positively. According to him, with such weapons they are safe absolutely anywhere in the world. The alchemist dreamed of learning how such vessels were constructed. He was interested in their operation. Suddenly, Richard's expression changed and he rudely declared that the sect of blacksmiths who created this ship was very vile. The guy suddenly put his hand on the main character's shoulder and he was quite puzzled. Suddenly, he burst into a speech in which he expressed his sincere admiration for Albert's blacksmithing talents. Richard asked the magician to lead a sect of blacksmiths in the future and build a ship much better than this one. He also said that his mentor predicts a great future for the hero in 100 years. The alchemist made a strange face. He thought completely differently. Albert needed to change the subject immediately, so he asked about the development of his invention. According to Richard, only after the expedition is completed will they be able to begin practical use of the new means of communication. The main character was very proud of himself. In the future, almost the entire population of the sect would use his devices. The guy has already come up with a plan to monetize his idea. This will solve all his financial problems. Suddenly, a piece of land appeared in the distance. The friends interrupted their conversation and turned around. With the help of his magical vision, Albert saw a small building on the surface of what he believed to be an island. The magician turned to his comrade and asked what this place was, and he called it a turtle shell. Indeed, looking closely at the water, the hero noticed a giant amphibian in it. Richard grabbed his friend by the hand and hurried to treat him with the barnacles that were growing on the animal's carcass. After some time, the main character looked at the fried delicacy with bewilderment. Unexpectedly, Claire and a girl named Linda, who had asked for help fixing the boiler, joined the meal. The brother asked his sister where his father was. She replied that his favorite pot was broken and he was not in the mood. Upon hearing of his father's misfortune, Richard immediately set about creating a new one. The guy offered to give it to Thomas to cheer him up, and his sister happily agreed. Meanwhile, Albert thoughtfully watched the beautiful girls, his gaze directed at Claire. Linda kindly thanked the hero for his help. Her boiler became much better. The alchemist, enchanted by the girl's beauty, began to flirt with her, but she was not thrilled with what was happening. Claire hastened to moderate the guy's ardor. She explained that her friend was the daughter of the combat squad's mentor. After these words, Albert nervously swallowed another acorn. He had heard a lot about this formidable man. Suddenly, Linda lashed out at Claire, feeling ashamed at the mention of her father. The hero froze in anticipation, his gaze directed at the two charming girls sitting next to him. The alchemist's daughter winked slyly, realizing that Albert had apparently fallen in love. The guy decided not to approach this girl so as not to get into trouble and suddenly felt that Chris was in danger right now. At this time, a young man, dressed in the armor given to him by the hero, ran quickly. He was being chased by several werewolves. They looked like attractive girls. Suddenly, right before Chris's eyes, a half-naked lady appeared, beckoning the guy to her. He was taken aback for a moment, but then immediately came to his senses and did not succumb to the provocation. Unfortunately, this was enough for the werewolves to surround the poor young man. One of the girls wrapped a magic thread around the warrior, trapping him. The cute enemy approached the immobilized Chris. He was very embarrassed. Unfortunately, the boy was unable to escape, so the werewolves seduced him. Meanwhile, Albert looked thoughtfully into the distance. He considered it necessary to help his friend in a difficult situation. Still, He decided to do it when he returned home and turned to Linda, Richard, and Claire. 3 days later, Nicholas came to his friend late at night and told him everything he had managed to find out. The hero really wanted to sleep, but he managed to hear about the danger of the wrath of heaven. Albert laughed it off and said that he asked out of simple interest. Nicholas breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the magician was lying. He planned to study this issue in detail after the expedition was completed. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the alchemist. He wanted to thank him for saving him, treating him to a drink in Barnacles. A month later, Albert finally returned home and was happily greeted by Kate and Kevin. The guy asked menacingly if the boy had been training in his absence, and the sister answered positively. The alchemist was very glad to see his hut again and breathed the familiar air. A little later, Chris and Eva came to visit to celebrate the hero's return. In the evening, tired from the day, Kevin collapsed on the bed and instantly fell asleep, with his sister lying next to him. Albert sat down next to him, looking lovingly at the sheltered orphans. Suddenly, he turned rudely to Chris and his wife. He realized that something was wrong with them. The guy licked his lips like a cat. His eyes changed. A werewolf possessed him. The protagonist was surprised to hear the proposal to make himself the main one on the continent. The guy didn't fall for the monster's tricks. He was angry because they were using the bodies of his friends. The beasts were no slouch and donned strong armor, preparing for battle. The magician grabbed Eva and looked into her soul. The werewolves had no chance to defeat the creator of the armor. Suddenly, Chris appeared from the side, the monster that had possessed him using an unknown spell. Albert instantly found himself in the middle of the courtyard of his house. There was no one around. Suddenly, he heard a very familiar voice behind him. He turned around in fear. A moment later, Lily jumped on the guy. The magician could not withstand the pressure and fell to the ground. The worried girl said that she had prepared a delicious dinner for her husband and something nice. The main character picked up the energetic Lily in his arms and carried her to the bedroom. The girl lay down on the bed and got ready. Suddenly, her eyes became like a cat's. The wife passionately embraced her beloved man, and animal whiskers appeared on her cheeks. Suddenly, the girl took on the appearance of Eva, and instead of Albert, a surprised Chris appeared above her. The werewolves were frightened by this unexpected development of events. Behind this absurd scene stood a hero. The guy used a special technique and pulled the souls of monsters out of his friends' bodies. Rescued. Chris rushed to his best friend. His wife burst into tears of joy. The guy was crying like a baby. The main character hurried to calm him down. The magician looked angrily at the werewolves. He promised to cause them even more suffering. After this, a snake appeared near the face of one of the animals and it took over his mind. Chris started to get nervous and asked his friend to just kill the monsters, looking suspiciously towards his wife. But it was too late. A second later, everyone in the room saw the werewolf's memory of how they seduced the guy. Eva was stunned by what she saw. Albert didn't know that everything was so serious. Chris began to justify himself in every possible way to his beloved. At this time, the hero sealed the souls of the werewolves in a ball. He gave the artifact to his friend so that he could get a reward for them, but he was not happy. A serious scandal was brewing at home. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the werewolf lair. The animals gathered together. The supreme master of the heavenly throne sect scolded the monsters, his face flashing with disdain. The man looked into the magic crystal. He did not want the werewolves' attempts to revive their greatness to be in vain. A year later, Albert remembered the past. He had been in this world for 14 years already. The guy was standing again by his wooden model of the city, holding a new car in his hand. The hero missed his past life very much. His gaze was filled with grief. Going out into the courtyard, the alchemist discovered an uninvited guest, and goosebumps ran across his body. It turned out to be Nicholas. He turned to the guy with a request to help in the transition to the stage of the birth of the spirit. The main character was not particularly happy with him. He suffered only losses from his friend and constantly got into trouble. Nicholas put on a sweet face, and the boy turned to the best blacksmith he knew. The old swordsman ordered his student to be more persistent, but the young man did not like it. Suddenly, Albert stopped and turned around. His friend offered him a recently found ancient box as a reward. The blacksmith's face immediately changed and he agreed to fulfill the request. He needed to make 36 magic swords. The mentor sternly reprimanded Nicholas for throwing away such valuables. After the guy left, the main character noticed a strange boulder standing in the middle of the yard. It turned out to be Kate, using a camouflage technique, and the teacher grabbed the girl by her pigtails. The little student had long been learning the technique of transformation and even kept a diary. Albert was proud of her successes. Later, the hero approached Kate and asked her to come into the house. The girl brought tea and decided to ask how the hero managed to figure her out. The guy said that this comes with experience and advised the student to continue training. After this, Albert praised Kate's tea and broke into a satisfied smile. The girl said that she had found something interesting and handed the hero a package. Unrolling a piece of cloth, he saw a fragment of a willow branch that had been struck by lightning with a thunder rune imprinted on it. The alchemist lifted a piece of wood above himself and began to cast a spell diligently. He made a useful elixir from pieces of willow for Kate. She thanked the mentor for his care. Albert asked where Kevin was now. His sister replied that he had gone on a mission with Chris. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind, and the girl turned energetically towards its source. It was Chris and her brother who returned, the warrior holding a strange box in his hands. He put it on the table and removed the lid. According to him, there was valuable ore there. The main character froze in anticipation. Half an hour later, the orphans were fast asleep. Chris kindly covered them with a blanket. Albert demanded to immediately tell him where the boy found these valuable crystals. A week later, the hero was still studying the ore. It could store the consciousness embedded in it for a long time. He went out into the yard and came up with a wonderful idea. The magician would use crystals to infuse the battle dolls with a piece of his mind. The guy decided to test his new invention, so he prepared his fighting gorilla. Albert created a large white wolf with a horn on its forehead, its eyes shining with cruelty. The predator pounced on the doll, its entire mouth covered in razor-sharp fangs. The gorilla managed to put his club forward and block the enemy's blow. She pushed the wolf away. He fell to the ground without moving. The hero was very happy with his invention. At that very moment, Chris arrived, surprised by such a strange sight. The guy said that he brought everything necessary to repair the armor damaged by the werewolves. He also shared the good news that Chris had almost managed to make peace with Eva. Albert reminded that just 20 kilometers from here, there is the 100 Flower sect, inhabited by girls who rarely see men and want to seduce them to death. The alchemist strongly advised his friend not to approach that place under any circumstances. Chris didn't understand what this whole conversation was about if he wasn't going to go there anyway. The next day, the boy was given the task of going to the 100 Flower sect. A tear rolled down the warrior's face, which was very unexpected for him. The teacher ordered the boy to fulfill his request, because in that case, they would be given a reward. Chris stared at the ground, remembering the protagonist's recent warnings. He threw himself at the feet of his mentor and asked to send another person, the image of an enraged Eve already appearing in his head. The man decided that he would be ashamed to send a student with such a beautiful face. He poked his finger into the guy's forehead and came up with a brilliant solution to the problem. Meanwhile, Albert and Nicholas were desperately trying to figure out how to save money when forging magic swords. The main character did not believe his friend's stories about his poverty. In fact, the guy had millions, but he constantly has to spend money on everything necessary for his mentor. Later, Nicholas went to a local pawn shop where he pawned a bag of his belongings. The old swordsman was unhappy with this state of affairs, and the student had no choice. At this time, Albert was finally able to remove the seal from the box given to him by his friend. He began to slowly lift the lid of the box, and a very bright beam of light came out from it. The magician's entire face was covered in a golden glow. He couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, Nicholas noticed that he had lost his jade ball, which served as a lantern. The protagonist was very upset at the sight of the useless jade ball. He angrily threw it out of his hands, realizing that he had been brazenly deceived. Later, Chris finally arrived at the 100 Flower sect, and guys and beautiful girls were having fun around him. Luckily, the mentor gave him an elixir of disfigurement. The guy promised to personally strangle himself if he cheated on Eve again. Next to the warrior sat mentor Ethan, holding a fan in his hands and deep in thought. Several female students of the sect immediately went to him and surrounded him with their attention. Opposite him sat a beautiful woman in a rather revealing outfit. She noticed that Chris's appearance had changed and blew him a kiss. The guy turned deeply red and his heart started beating wildly. Then the woman approached Ethan and tried to seduce him. If the man even looked at her, he might not return home. Chris noticed the stranger's curvaceous figure, and his nose started bleeding from excitement. A second later, a young girl sat nearby, and he began to feel even more embarrassed. The warrior was overcome with memories of what happened with the werewolves. He had to control himself. Meanwhile, Albert lay on a deck chair, admiring the sunset and reflecting on his failures. He created fire chicks, which were needed to awaken the spiritual fire, which would increase his forge rank. Suddenly, Nicholas's voice was heard, and the hero's heart almost jumped out of his chest from fear. The young man finally brought everything that was needed to make magic swords. The guy thanked the magician for helping him find resources, but he was not thrilled with Nicholas's company. At that moment, a friend whispered to Albert about a large deposit of ore that could enrich them. She was guarded by several strong monsters, but the main character already imagined himself bathing in gold. A strange phrase came out of the heated Nicholas's mouth. He considered himself and the magician to be ideally suited to each other. Albert did not want to share the ore, so he rejected his comrade's offer in every possible way. As a help, the hero offered the guy his new robot, capable of extracting minerals. The old swordsman ordered his apprentice not to stop and to shake out a few more useful things. Nicholas put on a sweet face and said that he would only feel safe in the presence of the protagonist. The magician promised to provide him with armor as well, and the friends parted ways, with Albert regretting his comrade's arrival. At this time, Chris made every effort not to succumb to the charm of the girls around him. Suddenly, one of the students called out to him. The guy was holding on very steadfastly. Her face and figure were beautiful. She wanted to hug me goodbye. Chris firmly and decisively refused the girl, his face turning red. Despite this, the student still pounced on the guy and hugged him tightly. She kissed his neck, leaving a clearly visible lip imprint. Besides, Chris accidentally touched the girl's chest with the edge of his palm. The next moment, the guy's eyes flared with anger. He couldn't imagine how he would justify himself to his wife. Meanwhile, the residence of the Supreme Master of the Heavenly Throne sect was visited by an uninvited guest. It turned out to be a woman named Amelia, who was training Lily. The man treated her to tea, and she said that she wanted to allow the student to meet her husband. Albert couldn't believe his eyes when he saw not a little girl but a tall young woman. She turned around and struck the guy with her beauty. There was a sweet smile on her face. Lily threw herself into the arms of her beloved husband. The girl missed him very much. Kevin and Kate were quite surprised to see their mentor's wife flying in on a divine bird. Drooling, the wife suggested that the main character go with her and even have children. Albert didn't want anything like that at all, so he began to deny it and look for various excuses. Later, the guy introduced Lily to orphans who were like children to him. The girl was delighted and broke into a happy smile when Kevin called her mother. Lily handed the children one bottle each, and they were delighted with what was happening. Soon, a magic bird appeared on the horizon, and the student said goodbye to the hero and the orphans. Suddenly, Albert called out to her. She stopped abruptly and turned around. The guy approached the girl and put a ring on her finger. The couple looked at each other carefully. Now they had become real husband and wife. Lily looked at the parting gift. She said that she would always miss the hero. The magician smiled and answered the same. He was finally happy. A few moments later, Albert stood alone, watching the bird disappear into the distance. Amelia couldn't understand what her student saw in this loser. Lily loudly flared up at her mentor. She considered the hero the best guy in the world. After these words, the girl happily plunged into the memories of their first meeting. Meanwhile, the protagonist told the orphans about their gifts, which were pills based on phoenix blood that help in case of critical injury. After learning that the mentor had nothing of the sort, Kate and Kevin offered to take them with him, but he politely refused. He looked thoughtfully at the sky, remembering his beloved wife. A little later, the guy went to the forge. He wanted to create a device that would control the minds of battle dolls. He suddenly stopped, feeling the presence of a stranger next to him. The hero went out into the yard to meet the stranger, but was very surprised. It turned out to be Chris. The guy showed the lipstick mark left by the disciple of the 100 Flowers sect and explained the situation. To appease his friend, he brought an incomprehensible thing bought at the fair. Chris was overjoyed when he heard that Albert would help him. The hero looked closely at the lip print. He needed to find a solution to the problem as soon as possible. The magician reported disappointing news. This trace had already merged with Chris's soul, and it could only be removed if he moved to the stage of the birth of the spirit. Suddenly, the main character took a sharp blade in his hands and smiled evilly. His comrade became very nervous. Albert swung at him, and the boy stepped aside in fear. The blow was so strong that Chris, letting out a shrill scream, flew back several meters. Suddenly, he felt excruciating pain and blood began to flow from his neck. The protagonist almost instantly shoved the pill given to him by Lily into his friend's mouth. In the mirror, Chris saw a fairly large scar in place of the lip imprint. Albert took him by the hand and calmed his friend, assuring him that he would disappear as soon as the boy moved to a new stage of development. That evening, Nicholas tried to escape to the Valley of the Large Tusked Elephants, where the valuable ore was located. He was chased by giant animals and tried his best to survive. Suddenly, the young man saw an energy field emitted by the portal ahead. Nicholas, without thinking, touched it to avoid death in this nasty place. A moment later, Kate and Kevin, who were playing in the yard, noticed a glow in the sky that looked like a shooting star. The children rushed to wake up the sleeping Albert to tell him about the unusual find. The sister offered the mentor to drink an elixir of vivacity, which she found in a nearby lake. Kevin reported that he felt the presence of dangerous monsters there. The hero became very nervous. He began to ask the children what they would do if they encountered a dangerous enemy. The children handed the teacher a scroll on which a clear plan of action was written. Albert stroked Kate's head sweetly. He was ready to trust their plan. 3 days later, all three reached the lake in their flying ship. The protagonist carefully examined the perimeter. The brother caught his sister, who jumped from the ship. Kevin explained that he discovered the place when he was trying to catch a small white fox, and there was a mysterious man standing behind him. He held this tiny animal in his hands. It looked a little scared. The man kindly gave the fox to Albert, who noticed a strange aura in it. The animal called the hero names, so he let the children take it. Kate was overjoyed. The fox was acting aggressively and almost bit the boy. The main character placed his students in a magic bubble. It was time for them to go to the portal. A moment later, all 4 of them dived to the bottom of the lake. The children were having fun. At the bottom, they came across a large closed gate. Kate took a mysterious crystal out of her pocket. There was a mysterious mechanism on the door. The girl placed all 6 crystals in the appropriate recesses. After this, the gates opened loudly, and the heroes saw a large hidden world behind them. The main character took out his new invention for controlling the minds of dolls. He planned to test it. He sent several of them to extract useful resources, while the rest were ordered to clear the area of monsters. In addition, the magician used the vessel for draining the seas to absorb water from the lake. A ship remained on the shore, and a funnel formed in the center of the reservoir. Suddenly, the children turned around and noticed a scary, unfamiliar creature. In the middle of the clearing stood a bunch of angry animals, their eyes burning with rage. Albert asked his student to name the most deadly technique he knew. The boy called her name. The hero folded his hands in a magical gesture. With this, he summoned a huge jet gun. The magician pointed his finger at the angry animals, lightning flashing in his eyes. A moment later, the sound of a shot was heard, and the place where the animals stood was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The children were once again convinced of the undeniable fighting talent of their mentor. Kevin suggested going in search of a stronger opponent. Albert hit him in the forehead with his finger because he did not want to take an ill-considered risk. Suddenly, the hero's device reported that the dolls were unable to cope with one of the creatures that was heading straight here. The 3 of them turned around, hearing a piercing, frightening sound nearby. A giant monster, resembling a panther in appearance, appeared from the thicket of the forest. The children began to tremble, noticing the sinister gaze of this creature. Fortunately, they pulled themselves together and prepared to fight off the intruder. The main character was very happy with the bravery of his students. Despite this, he stood in front of the twins so as not to endanger them and fired several magic arrows. The boy advised the children to watch him closely in order to gain useful experience. The beast immediately rushed towards the hero, its sharp fangs inspiring fear. The arrows hit the ground, and the shockwave sent the panther flying back several meters. The animal let out a loud roar. It was not going to give up so easily. Suddenly, the monster's body changed dramatically, and giant wings grew on its back. Albert did not expect the battle to develop this way, but he still remained calm. Even more sharp arrows rushed towards the enraged beast. A few seconds later, the monster fell to the ground, a pool of blood forming near its head. The protagonist explained to his students that even an enemy who seems defeated must be finished off. The soul of the panther flew out of the lifeless carcass and was immediately sucked into the magic vessel. The magician rejoiced at his latest victory. The orphans played with the carcass of the defeated beast. Meanwhile, an unknown guy was killing monsters in the werewolf world. It turned out to be Nicholas, disguised as the young prince of the wolves. The young man had long wanted to return home, but the old swordsman insisted otherwise. He also said that they needed a lot more resources because in the future, the guy would need 10,000 swords. Nicholas immediately imagined himself surrounded by a bunch of blades. He could become the greatest warrior. But he quickly became upset when he remembered the enormous number of artifacts required. The old man promised to take the student to his hiding place in the future, the supplies of which would be enough to cover the expenses. Nicholas was very happy to receive this news from his mentor. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the sky and approached the guy. The palm grabbed the young man, and the swordsman had to leave him. A few moments later, Nicholas saw a certain entity in front of him. She offered the guy to become her student. 10 years passed after these events. Albert remembered the old days. During this time, Chris and Eva had a son named Jack, who grew up and became the hero's apprentice. Growing up, Kate brought her mentor some treats and asked why he was so sad. The boy was tormented by the thought that even in 100 years he would not reach the second stage of development. The girl handed him a treat on a stick and encouraged the teacher. She considered him the strongest in the world. The main character was happy about this. A little later, Albert's best friend Chris decided to visit him. When the children left, the guy's face seemed to change. A serious conversation was brewing. Suddenly, the warrior made a cute face and asked the hero to take his friend's son as an apprentice. The magician concentrated. According to his observations, no one from Chris's circle had children of the appropriate age. The guy felt ashamed, covered his face with his hands, and began his story. 7 years ago, a warrior and disciple from the Thousand Cloud sect went on a mission where they encountered a magical snake. Before dying, the monster released a poison on them that increased passion in living beings. Chris and his partner desperately resisted the effects of the poison. However, the souls of the boy and girl had intercourse, creating a child. Albert thought it would be foolish to abandon such a special student. The warrior sadly reported that the child's mother had died upon returning to her sect. The main character believed this amazing story and ordered to immediately introduce him to the boy. It turned out that he was sitting under a tree standing right next to the magician's house. The child's name was Henry. He was 6 years old, and he was distinguished by his intelligence. The boy happily agreed to become Albert's student and smiled broadly. The child was possessed by the desire to find his father and make him repent for the death of his mother. The main character and his friend exchanged nervous glances. Their secret must remain a closely guarded secret. The alchemist led Henry into the room where he had to pass the entrance test. After using a special technique, the boy fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, several horned wolves emerged from one of the portals. A large bear, who was their commander, appeared behind them. He looked around angrily. A huge scar adorned his forehead. With the help of his hawk, he realized that he was in the human world. Smiling, the commander considered it necessary to inform his fellow werewolves about this discovery. At this time, Nicholas sat quietly and obediently listened to the lecture. The mysterious entity turned out to be a powerful mentor. He taught the boy for a long time. After a few days, the main character finally managed to make his own sniper rifle. Suddenly, frightened orphans ran into the room. Kevin reported the approach of an army of werewolves. According to him, the animals kill all people in their path. Albert could not believe his ears. The boy looked at his students. He really didn't want to send them to war with monsters. The alchemist placed his hand on the table and ordered the orphans to begin training immediately. Before this, Kate and Kevin needed to buy the necessary ingredients and animal souls. The children had no doubts about the correctness of their mentor's decisions. War was brewing. 3 days later, the hero showed his brother and sister the Hall of Illusions, where time passed differently than in the real world. He also gave them special pills to help avoid side effects. The children will have to spend 1 month here. From time to time, Albert visited his pupils. By this time, the situation in the world had become tense, and more monsters were breaking through the portal. The rulers of many countries decided to help people and destroy the magical teleportation field forever. But one of the world's strongest swordsmen had already done so, killing 2 generals before disappearing without a trace. The werewolves retreated, but promised to remove the seal, holding back the powerful monsters if people entered the forbidden area. It was a territory surrounded by a protective sphere, where warriors were constantly on duty. After a while, Kevin demonstrated what he learned in the Hall of Illusions. The hero explained the situation in the world to the children, and suddenly he received a message. It was from Richard, who had persuaded his mentor to take Albert to the front lines. The guy wasn't particularly happy about this news. He didn't want to risk his life in the war. Richard reported that the best blacksmiths were gathering at the front line. This was the best opportunity to demonstrate their skills. The next morning, they set out on their journey, taking the orphans with them, who encouraged their teacher. Kevin called Albert over and pointed into the distance. The main character saw the restricted area and found it quite safe. Richard put his hand on the mage's shoulder and told him the bad news. The werewolves had received the coordinates they needed. According to him, this meant that monsters could enter the human world by paying a certain amount. All this is due to the fact that the monsters were the masters of this world, and therefore have every right to be here. In ancient times, werewolves wanted to unite their world and the earthly world. But, unfortunately for them, this process was hindered by people. They rebelled against the enslavers. Richard explained that the merger was almost complete, so monsters and humans could invade each other with impunity. Suddenly, right under the ship, several werewolves appeared, breaking through the barrier. They were noticed by Kate and Kevin. The children were very scared when they saw such monsters. Horrible monsters appeared from all sides, drooling from their mouths. Suddenly, they were enveloped in a yellow glow and the air smelled of gunpowder. It was a ship's cannon that fired. Albert and his students watched the crater that formed where the werewolves stood. The hero advised Kevin to train even harder to master a technique equal in power to this shot. Suddenly, a stranger called out to the magician and offered to do a small job for him. The man looked very strong and tall. He asked the guy to fix the broken armor. A moment later, the brute put his hand on his shoulder and led him into the forge. The armor was in terrible condition. Albert was not sure that he could handle repairing it. Luckily, the guy found a way out and asked the customer to bring some ingredients. The man could not believe that such an undeveloped person could help him. The main character, noticing this, demonstratively refused the order and headed for the exit. The brute hastened to stop him and promised to bring the necessary materials. A few hours later, Albert and his students completed their temporary home. Suddenly, a portal opened behind the hero. A hand reached out and grabbed him. It was the same man again. He had obtained everything he needed and was preparing to help the blacksmith. The guy took the crystal ore in his hands. The brute ensured the maintenance of the spiritual fire. The work was in full swing. The hero had time to get to know the man better. His name was Isaac. He told a little about himself and said that Richard's mentor advised him to turn to the magician. Moreover, if the job is done perfectly, he will reward the protagonist with a piece of meteorite ore. Albert was extremely happy to hear this. Such a valuable metal was very difficult to find. After a few hours, the work was completed and the armor looked like new. The blacksmith suggested equipping them with magical abilities for greater efficiency. Isaac quickly grabbed his box, which contained the treasures of the ice element. The guy rummaged through it and chose a magical artifact in the form of a dragon. The brute immediately boasted that he personally killed this huge monster. The man doused the armor with spiritual fire. A long and difficult process lay ahead. Using a brush and bone powder, Albert applied several runes. With the next movement, he took the artifact in his hands and prepared to put it into the armor. Suddenly, a ghost of a giant dragon appeared in the forge, wanting to break out. The monster's soul was so huge that all the warriors nearby could see it. After finishing the work, Isaac brought a bag with the promised ore and a reward of 200,000 spiritual stones. But he found the main character falling asleep right at his workplace. A little later, the brute went to test the armor by challenging the bear to a fight. A beast of monstrous size loomed over the man, looking aggressively at the man. Isaac prepared for a brutal battle. He planned to kill the monster or die himself. A moment later, they were locked in a bloody fight. The next day, a clash occurred between the people and the horde of monsters. A huge earthworm tried to swallow one of the warriors. A second later, an equally large hole appeared in his mouth. The fighters were covered by Kate, who was positioned on a nearby cliff using a sniper rifle. Several giant birds of prey became visible in her sight. With one precise shot, the girl pierced the head of the feathered creature. She enjoyed the fact that she could defeat the enemy at such an impressive distance. Kevin appeared on the battlefield. One of the warriors ordered the boy to immediately return to the safe zone. But the little fighter did not listen to him. He prepared for his new attack. A column of a substance resembling hot lava fell from the sky onto the heads of the monsters. The monsters' bodies were destroyed, but their souls remained intact. Kevin used another powerful technique and finished off the remaining life force of the creatures. The huge bird began to create an energy ball and aimed at the boy. Fortunately, he noticed the impending threat in time and managed to deftly avoid the attack. One of the birds managed to get close to the guy. It stood behind his back. Suddenly, there was a shot, and a bullet pierced the feathered creature's head. The boy's sister boasted of her powerful and useful weapon. Kevin was no slouch. He took one ball out of the bracelet Albert had given him and started casting a spell. The whole sky was illuminated with a bright light, and birds began to fall to the ground. Isaac and his friend watched the progress of the battle from the watchtower. The brute was very concerned about why the guest had come to the front line. The young man explained that he only wanted to find the person who forged the man's armor. Isaac threw up his hands. In his opinion, the guy had no need to look for a blacksmith. Besides, he didn't want to share such a talented master with his, apparently, rival. But upon hearing about a girl named Lucy, the thug's face changed dramatically. He immediately agreed to help the young man and bring Albert. The guy said that Lucy wanted to go on a trip, but she didn't have a companion. Isaac immediately ran to look for the main character and get tickets. Meanwhile, Albert was at his temporary home. Even here, he could smell the blood coming from the battlefield. Arriving at the site of the recent battle, he saw several corpses of monsters and a huge scarlet spot on the ground. Suddenly, the boy discovered his little students and was very surprised. The children greeted their mentor and studied the giant egg. The girl desperately wanted to know who would hatch from it. Albert thought it was too dangerous and suggested just making an omelet. Kevin agreed. Suddenly, Kate said about the hollow bone, which is a storage place for werewolves. The teacher was delighted. He remembered that werewolves had useful runes, so he ordered the orphans to thoroughly search each dead person. Suddenly, the guy received an invitation from Richard, construction of a giant cannon would soon begin. Later, the main character reached the indicated place. His friend looked surprised. All those gathered were met by the best blacksmith master on the continent, whose name was Edgar. His assistant removed the cloth and presented the powerful weapon to the guests. Albert was not impressed at all. His techniques could easily surpass the cannon in power. The master said that he and his students would soon begin equipping the weapon with runes. Several people standing near him were surrounded by a magical aura. A moment later, it enveloped the cannon itself. Everyone around, even the main character, was impressed by Edgar's abilities. Soon the work was completed, and the mighty weapon was surrounded by a protective barrier for safety. The hero had a wonderful idea to equip himself with a bunch of different weapons. Richard reported that they would start making another cannon right now. Albert decided to take a walk. In the evening, the guy was walking along one of the streets and noticed a very strange scene. Right next to him, several beautiful girls were trying to seduce men. Suddenly, he noticed Kevin. Two ladies were trying to drag him away. The boy broke free and harshly scolded the girls. He considered them an obstacle on his path to becoming a great warrior. The angry guy walked away. The main character lurked nearby. He suddenly jumped out and gave his student a powerful flick. Albert looked angrily at Kevin. He didn't understand what such a little boy could be doing in an adult neighborhood. The boy explained that two women grabbed him and tried to drag him to an unknown place. Kevin immediately flared up and demanded that the strangers leave him alone. After that, the guy challenged them to a fight. He had 48 fights and did not lose a single one, which he was very proud of. The next day, the hero passed by the area again and noticed two excited girls. On one of the walls, the magician noticed a poster depicting his student, who was declared a crazy fighter. Albert immediately hurried to get to the hut where the orphans were now. He ordered Kevin to put on a special mask and not take it off until he left. The situation with the boy distracted the hero from searching for runes, but he found time to do it. Suddenly, he saw his old friend Dylan. He was not looking his best. When the fat man noticed the guy, he immediately burst into tears of joy. Dylan fell to the ground and burst into tears. His first venture a complete failure. The hero was not interested in business. He simply went on with his business. Suddenly, an idea came to him. The alchemist stopped and offered his friend help. The fat man promised the guy a portion of the money he earned as a reward. The main character suggested to the hapless entrepreneur to build a network of communication towers along the entire front line. After that, he raised the spiritual stone into the air. That's how much the devices needed to implement the plan would cost. The magician used magic, and a device resembling a modern smartphone appeared in front of Dylan's face. The fat man was greatly encouraged and promised to use his friend's idea. The businessman was torn apart by the thought of future wealth. For such an invention, he would reward the hero with 10 million. A moment later, Dylan curled into a circle and hurried away from Albert. The main character was confused when he saw such a strange technique of movement. Meanwhile, Nicholas continued his diligent training in the werewolf world. Suddenly, he angrily punched his leg, the guy blaming himself for starting the war between people and werewolves. The old swordsman advised the student to stop thinking about it and instead focus on training. Nicholas was very worried about his friends. The old man calmed the guy down. According to him, werewolves cannot harm the human world in any way. The teacher warned about the imminent beginning of the War of the Worlds. The young man wanted to know who would be the winner. Most of the human warriors are blessed by the heavenly will, so they have superiority. Suddenly, the swordsman pointed at Nicholas, calling him humanity's last hope in case of defeat. The guy stared at the ground. He felt he had to continue training. At this time, Chris brought the main character a bag with useful runic artifacts. Albert couldn't understand how such a loser could always be lucky. The magician opened the package and could not believe his eyes. His mouth opened wide in surprise. The bag contained a light-bearing stone that possessed the runes of the sun and moon, which allowed it to give the ability to control time. Chris offered to take the artifact from his friend, who agreed, crying joyfully. The warrior did not know what to do with such a valuable find, so he could not find a better solution than to give it to the main character. Chris traded the good weapons and armor he could get from the blacksmiths for his friend's smile. The boys shook hands, showing their loyalty to each other. The warrior looked kindly at Albert and asked him to swear that they would remain as brothers forever. After this, the friends said goodbye, and Chris flew away on his flying sword. The next moment, the hero again looked closely at the stone he had received. The guy felt uncomfortable remembering that his own students were developing much faster than he was. The magician was tormented by the thought that even after 100 years he would not achieve any success at all. Albert took a small piece of paper out of his pocket. On it was a plan for creating a time room. Then, using magic, he began to combine the light-bearing stone and the scroll. Solar and lunar runes separated from the useful artifact. After a few seconds, they surrounded the piece of paper and began to merge with it. The protagonist smiled. He planned to create a time room and train there for many years, while only a moment would pass in the real world. After that, the guy opened the door. He was filled with motivation. Soon the hero and his students returned home, and for 5 months, he tried unsuccessfully to fulfill his plan. The blacksmith decided to use spatial time grains of sand. Unfortunately, according to mathematical calculations, this requires 10 million spiritual stones. Albert swept everything off the table with his hands. He admitted that he needed to get 120 million. Moreover, sand grains are mined in space, so the hero needs serious connections. The main character came to a disappointing conclusion. He will have to sell most of his property. Albert walked out of his room into the yard and yawned widely. There, Kate and Henry learned a spell to summon magical butterflies. The girl asked her friend to show the teacher his signature move. He folded his hands in a special gesture, and a second later, figures of birds and dragons appeared in the sky. This is how the boy imagined the world of the Celestials. In his opinion, golden flying lizards and phoenixes lived there. A moment later, Henry continued to show off his skills. He crossed his fingers and disappeared. The protagonist praised the student while admitting that he was a worthless mentor. Albert decided to test the boy, so he got out a special remote control. A few seconds later, a strong wind swept through everything around, and Kate smiled contentedly. After this, a powerful downpour began to pour from the sky, and the girl took cover with a homemade umbrella. Then tall green grass began to grow quickly from the ground. The hero praised Henry for his ability to blend into his surroundings. The boy dispelled his technique, and it appeared right above Kate's head. The girl was furious at this turn of events, and the little student promised never to do it again. Suddenly, the main character created an illusion of a giant, angry tiger around himself. Henry immediately crossed his palms and formed a projection of a small white rabbit. The predator approached and looked in surprise at the cute little animal, who was trembling violently with fear. The tiger opened its mouth wide, lined with razor-sharp fangs. A moment later, Albert called for rain, and the hungry beast chased after the little rabbit. Henry was desperate to find a way to help his animal. A little later, the boy fell down exhausted, and the mentor praised him for his efforts. The student expressed a love for using illusions, as they could help him create a world in which his mother was still alive. The main character's face changed. He could not tell the truth about the boy's parents. Immediately after that, the boy hugged little Henry. Now they were his family. The student pressed himself against Albert. He was glad to feel almost paternal love. A little later, the hero brought the boy to the training hall and offered to choose several scrolls with spells. He decided to choose dark techniques. It didn't suit his cute face at all. The protagonist acknowledged that Henry was as smart as he was. The boy left the room with the scrolls. Jack hid in the shadows and looked angrily at his comrade. Chris and Eva's biological son complained to his mentor that he also wanted to learn powerful spells. A little later, the young guy began training in the Hall of Illusions. Albert transported Jack into an illusion where he was surrounded by several wild cats. Their eyes glowed red, and terrible fangs protruded from their mouths. The next moment, they simultaneously pounced on the guy. Jack pulled his sharp sword from its sheath, his gaze radiating confidence. After a couple of seconds, the young man surrounded himself with a sphere emitting lightning. With his next move, the boy created a wind sword and sent it into the sky. Right above the battlefield, the thunder and wind swords crossed, and the air was filled with tension. A moment later, Jack pierced his opponents with his blades. The protagonist praised the student because the werewolves were much higher than him in terms of strength. Chris's son was embarrassed and said the test was too easy because he was prepared for it. Then Albert made things more difficult for his protege by creating 10 monsters at the foundation stage. The magician advised the boy to step back and just watch the battle. At that very second, the mentor seemed to evaporate into thin air. Weak gusts of wind began to blow across the faces of the wild werewolves. A second later, the main character appeared on one of the stones, and lightning struck the birds of prey. The teacher drew Jack's attention to a small stream of wind that was relaxing the enemies. But the boy did not listen to him. He was already immersed in the process of meditation. Albert walked out of the hut and yawned widely. Suddenly, he was struck by thoughts of Nicholas, who he had not heard from for a long time. Meanwhile, this young man was in a bathhouse located in the territory of the werewolf world. He was surrounded by monsters that took the form of beautiful girls. The old swordsman recommended his student to continue searching for useful resources. The guy got up from the bath and said that in 50 years he would definitely return to the human world. Half a century passed. The main character grew old, and a mustache adorned his face. Little Henry was very worried because he thought that his mentor would soon die. Later, Kate, Kevin, and Jack arrived, and together they begged their teacher to drink the rejuvenating elixir. The hero refused, arguing that with age all his progress would disappear. The children looked at Albert sadly. The girl began to cry and clung to her brother. During all this time, the little students went through a long and difficult path together with their mentor. Kevin burst into tears. The protagonist reassured his charges by saying that he just wanted to make a perfect breakthrough and was not going to die. The children screamed hysterically, demanding that the teacher drink the elixir. Suddenly, a magic thread wrapped around the hero, and he was very surprised. It was a spell from a sobbing Kate. She was not going to risk the guy's life. Albert was upset. It was useless to explain to the children his true motives for growing old. The next moment, the crying girl pushed the mentor to the ground and apologized for what she would have to do. The protagonist began to desperately tell her about his true plans. Kate wasn't listening to him at all. She had already brought the bottle of elixir to the teacher's lips. The children watched intently as a single drop flew into the hero's mouth. Suddenly, a huge wooden hand grabbed the girl by the pigtail. These were the magician's battle dolls, and the student tried unsuccessfully to escape from their clutches. Albert explained to his students that if he could not break through to the next stage within a month, he would voluntarily drink the elixir. After this, the old mentor looked at the children with fatherly eyes. They looked guilty. Kevin shed a sad tear. A month later, the students agreed to break into the hall and forcibly pour a potion on the teacher if any misfortune occurred. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat quietly in the training room, waiting to make a final attempt to break through. There was only half an hour left. The guy hoped that the children wouldn't burst in at the most inopportune moment. At the same time, Nicholas came to the portal through which he entered the world of werewolves many years ago. The young man was burning with impatience, wanting to get home as soon as possible. The old swordsman offered him to stay and continue training, but he refused. Nicholas wanted to return to his parents, meet Albert and other friends again. The mentor did not contradict the guy. Instead, he created a field for teleportation to the human world. Meanwhile, the hero's students observed a strange picture. Magical clouds formed right above the hut. The magician had already begun the breakthrough process, and a magical aura was emanating from him. The guy was transported to a place that looked very much like deep space. A few minutes later, the children knelt down to greet their mentor. Albert looked young and fresh. He was finally able to make the long-awaited breakthrough. He happily reported that the children's fears were unfounded. Suddenly, the hero experienced a strange feeling. It predicted the approach of a bloody battle. The entire sky was filled with warships, warning of an imminent attack by werewolves. The protagonist ordered his students to immediately prepare for evacuation. By that time, Chris and Eva were already rushing to their aid. Albert and the children jumped into the aircraft and quickly got out of there. Meanwhile, Nicholas returned to the human world and found a strange tripod artifact. The old man said that he needed to leave immediately. Suddenly, the werewolf who trained him loomed over the guy and offered to destroy the entire continent. The monster grabbed the young man and wanted to make him the ruler of this world. Suddenly, that artifact fell from above, and the werewolf was distracted by it. This allowed Nicholas to move away from his guest. In a fit of anger, the monster destroyed the tripod. It was angry. The werewolf ordered his warriors to immediately go to the forbidden area to unite with the other monsters. A few minutes later, the entity used deadly technology, and a powerful explosion thundered in the city of people. A little later, the leader of the sect appeared in the sky. He prepared for a tough fight. His face was filled with rage. His whole body was enveloped in golden lightning. The man rushed towards the enemy, covered from behind by the ship's guns. Nicholas watched all this, very upset. The guy moved to the shores of the endless sea. He blamed the mentor for not warning him about the danger of that entity. The old man did not tell everything, because the student's hot temper would have led to his death. Suddenly, Nicholas noticed an elderly man and a girl accompanying him in front of him. The old man invited the young man to join their sect of royal swordsmen. Meanwhile, Chris and Eve were already at the portal between the countries. Everyone around was discussing the fall of the Heavenly Throne sect. Albert asked his friends to remain calm despite the current situation. He invited the husband and wife to go to the neighboring country with him and his disciples. Chris and Eva kindly thanked the protagonist for his generosity. Later, they all got to the transfer point together. Kate was scared. Unfortunately, there was a huge queue in front of them. They would have to wait a long time. Suddenly, someone put his hand right on the hero's shoulder and he became scared. It turned out to be an old friend, Isaac, who greeted the blacksmith in a friendly manner. The brute was heading in the same direction as the heroes, so he offered to join them. Albert agreed, and the crowd, seeing such a giant, immediately parted. Henry couldn't believe that his mentor was friends with such mighty warriors. Isaac hoped to help and receive a favor from the protagonist in return. A moment later, they all entered the portal that had opened. The magician stood with his mouth open in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. Before him appeared a huge capital, striking in its beauty. A little later, the squad reached a temporary shelter. Albert finally felt safe. The guy decided to settle into his new place and create an army of fighting dolls to protect himself from werewolves. A restless Kevin asked what they were going to do now. The children suggested that the hero found his own sect, and he was very surprised. Albert imagined this development for a moment. The boy suggested calling it the Steel Door Section. The protagonist approached Kevin and admitted that he always considered him stupid. Despite this, the guy was inspired by the idea of creating his own sect. A few days later, the hero and Isaac parted ways. He needed to forge divine items, but he couldn't yet. The brute promised to wait for his next breakthrough to ask for help again. They agreed to meet in 50 years and shook hands. A moment later, the man flew away. The main character wished him good luck on his way. The teacher told Kate that after lunch, they would go to look for a place to create a cult. Albert noticed the presence of an unusual spiritual aura in the air, which he had never encountered at home. Kevin was burning with impatience and suggested taking a walk around the city. Later, the magician noticed cloud islands floating in the sky. Unexpectedly, they met two guys on their way, offering to join one of their sects. They glared at each other, not wanting to let go of a potential participant. Suddenly, Henry stepped forward and enveloped his opponents in his enchanting spell. A moment later, the heroes moved forward, leaving behind the hugging guys. A little later, a local resident approached Albert and offered him a scroll containing all the basic information about the city. The main character took it and absorbed all the information. It turned out that his invention was widespread here. In addition, the flying islands served as communication stations. The Council of Elders of the Central Continent was in charge of everything here. Only they could allow the creation of a sect. The hero put a map on the table and advised the students to study it carefully. Suddenly, Kevin jumped up and pointed his finger at one place. On one of the islands, there was a large forest. There was a city nearby, and what's more, there were no other sects there. Kate whispered to her brother that if no organization had occupied the island, there must be a reason for it. Albert looked carefully at the map. He needed to check this place personally. Suddenly, the hero laid out a pile of money in front of the owner of the establishment. In return, he asked to explain why there was not a single sect near the neighboring city. According to him, there used to be many communities there, but soon the resources were depleted and everyone left the area. The main character listened attentively to the man. He asked if there were any minerals left there. The owner explained that there were mines deep in the forest, but they were guarded by fierce animals. And then a door opened behind him. The hero licked his fingers and looked at the new visitors. Nicholas stood at the threshold. Next to him were an old man and a girl from the Royal Swordsman sect. Fortunately, Albert managed to use a spell to change his appearance. He didn't want his old acquaintance to recognize him. Suddenly, Nicholas turned around and looked around. The girl from the sect was confused. After this, the boy turned to his mentor, mentioning the familiar face of a man who passed by. Meanwhile, the hero was already there and calmly walking down the street. 3 days later, Kevin reached a nearby village, scouting out potential locations to create a cult. Suddenly, the owner of the establishment gave a signal about the approach of lake animals. In a moment, all the visitors were running madly in all directions. A nervous man informed Kevin that the establishment was closing. Immediately after this, the boy stood alone on the threshold of the tavern. The street was empty. The guy immediately went to meet potential enemies. At this time, terrible monsters emerged from the lake, devouring everything in their path. Suddenly, there was an explosion and the creatures were covered by a cloud of fire. Kevin flew here and used the nuclear missile summoning technique. The boy didn't want to let the surviving monsters go, so he sent a flock of firebirds at them. Everything around was covered in yellow clouds formed by explosions. Kevin left only charred carcasses of the monsters. Suddenly, something purple flashed behind the little warrior. The glow came from the magical aura of the manager sent by the Council of Elders. Kevin realized that he had just destroyed a lot of fertile soil. As compensation, he gave the man a bag containing 1 million spiritual stones. The unexpected guest invited the boy to look into the Council of Elders. The manager was happy to tell the guy more about these places. A month later, Albert announced a meeting in his temporary home. A frustrated Kate and Henry reported that they could not find a suitable location for the cult. Chris and Jack had equally bad news. The main character hung his head. He too could not boast of any successes. Suddenly, everyone gathered cast an ominous glance at Kevin. The next moment, Kevin put the artifact on the table and everyone around was surprised. It was a holographic map with 2 locations marked on it, one in the center of the lake, the other on top of the mountain. The boy explained that the manager had given him this valuable information, and he had also promised to reduce the detachment's taxes if they settled in one of these places. After some time, the team sat on the roof, waiting for Kevin to return. The guy confidently said that a small island in the center of the inexhaustible lake would be ideal for their needs. In addition, the boy made an agreement with the Council of Elders, so if they were attacked by strong monsters, help would come to them. Albert focused on the tax credit and was concerned about how long it would last. Kevin explained that it was forever, but to get it you had to make a deposit and sign a contract. The main character looked thoughtfully at the holographic map. He was tormented by doubts. A moment later, he snapped his fingers and the entire squad was transported into an illusion that replicated the island. This area was unusually beautiful, especially since it contained all the resources necessary for the creation of a sect. Another advantage of the island was its distance from the Royal Swordsman sect, which Nicholas belonged to. The hero clenched his fist and confidently declared to the squad that they would settle here. A little later, the team showed up in one of the nearby towns to meet the manager. He was quite cheerful. The man kindly offered to send one of his warriors to the island to clear the area of hostile creatures. The main character made cute eyes and handed the representative of the elders a bag of money. He promised to personally deal with the monsters. The man was blinded by Albert's incredible smile. It looked incredibly natural. The guy remembered his long and painful training. The manager happily announced that the island now belonged to the hero's team. He also handed them jade tablets on which all the necessary information was written. After some time, Albert explored the island's territory with the help of his bird. After this, the squad climbed to the highest point, which is where the future temple of the sect will be located. The mentor put his hand on Henry's shoulder and asked him to come up with a design for the building. A second later, the boy created the silhouette of the future temple. It looked quite majestic. Immediately after this, Albert created 1,000 dolls who began to build the future building. The squad admired the hero's skill because not everyone is able to control such a large number of wooden workers. The main character really liked it when his students complimented him. Chris suddenly said that he didn't know his old friend very well since he was surprised by such spells, so he suggested that the magician fix it. Albert tried to get rid of his annoying comrade, while Eva and Jack watched this absurd picture. The hero was quick to upset his team. They will have to work hard to finish the construction. After that, he ordered Chris and Kevin to go together to clear the island of monsters. Kate was tasked with exploring the lake bed and marking the location of the mines. The main character gave Jack and Henry the task of recruiting 100 talented students. Suddenly, Albert noticed that Ava was standing next to her daughter Emma, whom she had been hiding all this time. They were assigned to look after the dolls. When the entire squad dispersed, the main character breathed a sigh of relief. He had a difficult job ahead of him. With the help of a magic doll, he dug a deep cave that would serve as a warehouse. The guy also decided to build an automated farm in the future. The team also needs a conveyor belt to manufacture weapons for combat dolls. The magician looked thoughtfully into the distance. He had to live here for another 50 years before he could break through to the next stage. Suddenly, the guy had an epiphany. Now their network will be called the Sect of the Mystery of the Spirit. A whole month later, the construction of the temple was still ongoing. Chris watched the dolls work. He had already cleared the island, but sent Kevin to inspect the area. The guy was drinking with Albert and asked if it was true that all robots were controlled by a magic sphere. Suddenly, the warrior felt the presence of a large sphere behind him, and cold sweat ran down his face. Chris jumped up in fear, clutching his heart. The magical device had scared him greatly. The guy suggested calling the ball Churnish. The artifact's mechanical eye was filled with red light, which did not bode well. Suddenly, several holographic windows appeared around the warrior. He was very surprised. They opened up to photos of Chris training Jack, and judging by the boy's face, he was bored. Then came the photos of the guy trying not to look at his family when Henry appears next to them. The warrior felt ashamed that even a soulless robot had revealed his secret. Chris placed his palm on his forehead and respectfully greeted the puppet master. The guy was upset that he had to tell the terrible secret of his illegitimate son. Albert recalled the curse that bewitched his friend during the conception of the boy. The hero advised Chris to quickly tell his son the truth in order to make his fate easier. Jack and Henry soon returned, bringing with them 65 students. The hero was pleased with the students' work, despite the fact that they did not fulfill the plan. The children looked out over the side of the ship in amazement. They were burning with impatience to begin training. Henry remembered his first meeting with Albert with warmth. The ship began to land. The main character and Chris were already waiting for the arrivals. The warrior's sons reported to the hero about the work they had done. The magician praised them. The children were amazed by his mesmerizing smile. Albert decided to appoint Kate as the head of the sect, since she is the most disciplined and responsible. Henry and Jack said they weren't tired at all, so they decided to go get a new batch of students. Chris and the mentor watched the ship fly away. The warriors' children were very good. Meanwhile, Kate dived to the bottom of the lake with the help of a submarine that the hero provided her with. The girl read about the history of this place. In the distant past, cruel monsters invaded here. The student had a brilliant idea. Albert would make a device for her that would find valuable objects. The guy happily agreed to fulfill her request, also mentioning that Kate would soon become the head of the sect. The girl's expression immediately changed. She realized what a burden of responsibility would fall upon her. The student admitted that none of her classmates was more suited for the position than she was. Kate reluctantly agreed to become the head of the Spirit Mystery sect. At this time, the main character was sitting on the shore of the main character and was working hard on his new invention. He noted with disappointment that his sect was too poor compared to the others. The guy found a way out in his hands. Anything turns into a work of art. The next day, Albert handed Chris a ring with a shopping list. He asked him to take it with him to take Eva and have a good rest. The couple looked at the artifact in amazement. The magician planned to furnish the house, so he asked his friend to buy the necessary materials. In fact, the hero sent his wife with him so that no one would try to flirt with this handsome man. Chris was very surprised when he found out that the main character gave him a whole 100 million spiritual stones. Suddenly, Albert threw the guy a mysterious mask, and he was perplexed. The magician explained that she changes her appearance and hides her magical aura. A moment later, the couple went about their business, the hero watching them with his eyes. He decided to establish protection around the entire perimeter of the island, as well as equip it with satellite surveillance. Unfortunately, these grandiose plans were dashed by the lack of necessary resources. Meanwhile, Dylan was in the city. The fat man managed to catch a cold. His son Marcus, who was a modest and simple-minded guy, helped him cope with the illness. The father sadly remembered that his entire business had been destroyed due to the werewolf invasion. The plump man constantly thought about Albert, with whom he had lost contact long ago. Marcus tried to encourage his father, in his opinion. By moving to this city, he would be able to build an even better business. Suddenly, Chris and Eva walked behind. Dylan perked up and shot a sharp look at the couple. He ran out into the street and tried to stop his friend's acquaintances. The warrior couldn't understand how the fat man had revealed their identities if they had changed their appearance and clothes. Chris and Eva greeted Dylan friendly. Marcus joined the meeting, his father saying he didn't recognize their faces. He explained that his attention was drawn to the magic balls on the girl's belt. Chris offered Dylan to contact the protagonist if he agreed. To always stay in touch, the guy handed the plump man a device resembling a modern smartphone. After a few days, the fat man's face changed greatly. His eyes turned red because he had not slept, waiting for a message from Albert. Marcus was very worried about his father's condition, so he advised him to tear himself away from the screen. He replied that this message would return their family to the top of the business again. At that very moment, the hero learned from Chris about his meeting with Dylan. He expressed a desire to immediately contact his old comrade. The warrior also presented his friend with a gift brought from the city. It was a large round spiritual stone with a ring inside it. The magician almost immediately began to melt the outer shell in order to quickly get to the magical artifact. When the job was done, he looked inside the ring using his technique. Surprisingly, there were several piles of useful ores inside. Suddenly, the guy pulled out an astral crystal from there, which was quite valuable. It looked like a small blue star. With its help, you can clone the body and soul of a person in order to be reborn later. Now, all the hero's previous plans seemed like childish pranks. He had come up with something grandiose. Meanwhile, Marcus rushed to his father, as he believed he was starting to go delirious. In fact, Dylan finally received an invitation from Albert, who ordered his son to get ready to leave immediately. At that very moment, the main character was already thinking about how he would create an automated system that would do everything for him. The guy began the process of combining the runes. A thundercloud formed in the sky above the temple, and a purple glow appeared. Suddenly, the hero's hands began to shake. He was very scared of this. The next moment, a mysterious stone flew out of the cloud. Albert was incredibly happy with the successful completion of the ritual, so he happily greeted his new robot. The guy immediately ordered him to create an army of underwater dolls, an ore purification line, and optimize the island's landscape. The assistant stated that he could only complete 2 assignments because he lacked resources. The main character wanted to make friends with the robot, so he named him Vinogradinka. Soon, a ship from the city arrived on the sect's territory, carrying Dylan and Marcus. The fat man couldn't hold back his tears. He hugged the magician so tightly that several of his bones crunched. Albert invited his friend to come with him to discuss the details of their future cooperation. After a short discussion, the hero shook hands and appointed Dylan head of the foreign trade department. The magician called Vinogradinka and instructed her to build a building for trade. The main character looked into the distance. He had no doubt about the sect's imminent financial success. Meanwhile, Dylan was overjoyed with his son. They would finally regain their fame. Suddenly, the guy felt that something was wrong, so he immediately went to investigate. Soon he saw a terrible picture. Monsters were bursting out of the water, trying to attack the dolls. Suddenly, lightning flashed over the monsters and the water became covered in crimson blood. The silhouette of a warrior wearing armor created by Albert was visible in the sky. A moment later, he cut through the giant tentacles that were emerging from the lake. The mentor praised Kevin for such bravery. Kate was worried about her brother. The hero hastened to calm the girl down. He had no doubts about the student's skill. The boy loomed over the group of surviving monsters, his eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, a huge creature appeared from the water, its appearance accompanied by a deafening roar. The monster looked disgusting. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs. Kate was about to rush to help her brother, but the main character stopped her. Kevin wasn't at all afraid of the monster, on the contrary. He just grinned maliciously. Behind the boy appeared the figure of a man with many pairs of arms. A moment later, the student fired a huge fireball at the creature. The monster only had time to open its mouth before the core reached it. There was a powerful explosion, and the remaining monsters ran away in fear. Kevin could only breathe a sigh of relief. Kate looked at her strong brother with envy. The boy rushed to his mentor to boast of his victory. Surprisingly, the teacher was not delighted. He thought that the guy could easily defeat the monster and not try to show off his skills. But despite this, Albert praised Kevin's skill. The young warrior blushed with embarrassment. His sister was not delighted with the excessive attention paid to his person. Dylan advised his son to earn the protagonist's favor. Meanwhile, the magician noticed that the sect's money was almost gone. He was despondent. All his hopes were pinned on Dylan's professionalism. At the same time, a fat man entered the room and showed the guy a financial report. The head of the trade offered the main character to create armor much better than what he had already invented. Dylan planned to supply this armor to the city in order to make money from its sale. Albert ordered Vinogradinka to start building a conveyor belt for armor. When the fat man left, the hero noticed his students hiding behind the window. He listened to their proposal to sell valuable pills and treasures to improve the financial situation of the sect. After this, the guy flared up. He could not allow such a stupid waste of valuable artifacts. Albert scolded Kate. The other children were in a stupor. After this, the girl asked the mentor to cancel the rule of fighting with the doll so that she and her brother could break through to a new stage. The main character could not believe his ears and called it unacceptable. A few minutes later, the teacher decided to rectify the situation and snapped his fingers. He said that he would give his students complete freedom of action if they could hold out in battle with him for at least 5 minutes. The guy was pleased with his idea. It would not only moderate the children's ardor, but also help them hone their skills. The students were not very happy with this state of affairs, realizing that they did not have a single chance. Suddenly, Kevin's spirit perked up. He had long dreamed of measuring his strength with the hero, but was afraid to do it alone. The next moment, Henry bound his mentor with a special technique. The boy did his best to hold off the magician as long as possible. After a few seconds, his strength began to leave him, so the other children rushed to help him. Kevin launched his powerful fire projectile at Albert, which he had recently used to kill the giant monster. The teacher smiled. The boy was too slow for him. A second later, the projectile reflected by the hero rushed straight at Kevin, leaving only a skeleton of him. The main character scattered magic seeds around himself. A flower grew behind him, next to which Kate appeared. It turned out that she used the invisibility technique. Immediately after this, the guy challenged Jack to a sword duel. The boy rushed at him, but already realized that he would not be able to land a single blow. A moment later, their blades collided, creating a bright spark. A little later, Albert ordered his defeated students to continue training. 3 months later, Dylan happily informed the protagonist about an upcoming deal to sell the armor. The magician placed his hand on his friend's shoulder and expressed gratitude to him on behalf of the entire sect of the mystery of the spirit. After that, the guy went to his secret base to study the magic stone he found during his walk. It was a stone that could imbue any object with divine properties. The main character looked at his valuable find with pleasure. He was distracted from this activity by Vinogradinka, who reported the completion of the construction of the conveyor. The guy suggested that the robot start producing magic pills. Albert instructed his assistant to take care of the matter in a few days. Unexpectedly, the magician received his geolocation from Kate. The mentor immediately rushed to his student. The girl asked the hero to guess what she had found, and he thought about it. Without waiting for an answer, she said that this was one of the worlds of the small Chiliocosm. The main character immediately asked if there were any values in this world. Kate was disappointed to say that the opposite was true. But suddenly the girl screamed that there was an entire human state inside. The boy upset the student. They are not yet able to take him into their care. Kate placed a marker next to the portal. Perhaps it would be useful to them in the future. Suddenly, an unknown guy burst out from there and rushed away. The hero asked the student to evaluate his fighting abilities. He turned out to be a rather weak warrior. The stranger watched Albert and the girl with surprise. Kate happily greeted the unusual guest. The protagonist grabbed the student by the hair and rushed away, advising the guy to go to the central continent. The girl did not understand what was happening. According to the mentor, this warrior was too dangerous and could cause a lot of trouble. The guy, left alone, asked the couple not to leave him. 10 days later, while fishing, the hero noticed that same stranger behind him. The warrior greeted the magician kindly and asked what this place was. Albert responded rudely, pointing to the sign with the name. It turned out that the guest did not understand the writing of the alien world. This prompted the protagonist to tell that the guy had entered the territory of the Spirit Mystery sect. After this, the warrior picked up a fishing rod lying nearby and expressed a desire to join the team. The hero advised the guest to think about his decision, because their sect was just beginning to develop. The next moment, the stranger pulled a huge fish out of the lake. Soon, Albert called Jack to him, and the boy immediately rushed over. The hero instructed the student to fight the guest to test his fighting skills. The guy immediately gave Jack a cold look. He wasn't going to feel sorry for him. Just before the fight, the stranger finally introduced himself. His name was Levi. After this, the swordsmen bowed to each other as a sign of respect. A moment later, the opponents' blades clashed, their menacing gazes meeting. A second later, Jack used the wind element to gain a slight advantage. A stream of air instantly surrounded Levi. He was at a loss. The boy created a protective aura around himself to prevent the boy from striking. Jack immediately rushed past, saying that this would not help his opponent. The young warrior was distracted by the conversation, so Levi was able to pick the right moment and attack his opponent. The boy, thrown aside, was not going to give up. He accumulated energy in his sword and directed it at the enemy. A powerful explosion thundered where the guest from another world was. When the smoke cleared, Levi could only admit defeat and fall to his knees. Jack admitted that his victory was due to the blade being too powerful. Suddenly, Albert jumped out of the bushes and began to praise his student. The guest sadly realized his loss and asked the protagonist to give him another chance. He gave Levi 3 tries, and if he won at least once, the boy would join the sect. On the way to the temple, Jack asked the mentor to give him and his brother powerful abilities. Albert replied with a smile on his face that it was too early for them to think about it. The magician also asked the boy to evaluate the fighting skills of his recent opponent. The student acknowledged his rather outstanding swordsmanship and strong desire to win. The protagonist ordered Jack to continue training in order to defeat Levi again. Otherwise, the mentor promised to expel the boy from the sect, but he was dumbfounded. This harsh ultimatum motivated the young warrior to become even stronger. Suddenly, the teacher pointed his finger to the sky, where a beautiful and well-sharpened blade was hovering. Suddenly, the weapon shot towards the lake, piercing the head of a giant crab that emerged from it. Jack watched his mentor's technique with admiration. In the future, it would be his. Immediately after this, Albert asked his student to take the defeated animal to Kate to cook it. In the evening, the hero ate his fill of several plates of rice with crab. Everyone praised the girl's culinary skills and she blushed with embarrassment. After a hearty dinner, the magician asked the children to express their opinions on his plan for developing the sect. Kate asked to be allowed to go on a treasure hunt. Henry wanted to travel around the central continent. Jack agreed with his brother. Kevin decided to stay with his teacher. Albert was not very happy with what was happening. The magician couldn't believe that he had failed to raise his children well. The guy harshly reproached the students for their irresponsible attitude towards the future of the sect and ordered them to start working. 6 months later, the main character and Dylan were celebrating a successful deal worth $400 million. During their business conversation, they discussed the imminent creation of a trading company. The fat man noted that this would be an excellent opportunity to start collecting important information. After that, Dylan walked off contentedly to do his business. Hugging a bag of money he had earned, Albert came up with the idea of building a large flying ship. Soon the hero met Chris, who greeted him kindly. The warrior reported the disappointing news to his comrade. Werewolves began to capture neighboring countries. Chris expressed a desire to join the volunteer squad in order to receive a good reward. Besides, He really wanted to see his family, and a stingy tear rolled down his cheek. Albert agreed to fulfill his friend's request, but first he needed to make new equipment for him. 3 months later, the magician gave the boy a magic ring in which all the necessary supplies were sealed. The hero also asked his friend to definitely come back in 50 years. Chris promised to be as careful as possible, his gaze filled with determination. The main character had a fun time seeing off his best friend. After this, the magician could only look into the distance at the departing ship. 3 months later, the clerk of the Council of Elders visited the sect along with his assistant. Albert introduced the man to Kate, who was the head of the settlement. The clerk took a mysterious scroll out of his pocket, and the hero and his student froze in anticipation. The guest smiled wickedly as he presented the Spirit Mystery Sect with a tax bill of 30 million. The man then spoke about the 36 Aryans who founded the Council of Elders more than 30,000 years ago. The clerk explained that the 56 Aryans currently living were monitoring the situation throughout the continent. They do this with the help of a Skywatch device and a starship that helps them reach other worlds. They also use 4 magic mirrors which reflect the origins of all causes and effects. The clerk continued his story for a long time. Albert did not listen to him at all. Suddenly the man stopped and hinted that if the sect did not pay taxes, it could pay dearly for it. A moment later, the main character handed him several bags containing the entire required amount. Suddenly, the magician asked whether the council would help the sect if it was attacked. The clerk explained that the elders would only intervene if the enemies were werewolves. If a settlement is attacked by a specific person, then he will be declared wanted and a reward will be assigned, the hero thought. Suddenly, the magician realized that the clerk's constant chatter was starting to irritate him. Albert was also concerned about whether the council could reveal information about the cult to anyone who asked for it. The clerk promised to ensure the settlement remained as discreet as possible and apologized for sending Levi here. After this, the main character saw the man off. The guy admitted that the elders were quite clever at making money out of thin air. Kate invited her mentor to join the council when their sect had grown quite a bit. Albert just smiled sweetly, looking at the little naive girl. Meanwhile, work on the armor production line was in full swing. Dylan convinced the protagonist to make small deliveries of armor. He was not too happy. Vinogradinka informed the magician that there were 5 disciples in the sect who had potential in forging and alchemy. Suddenly, the robot said something unusual. Among all the students, there is a boy named Steve. Albert froze. At this time, a duel was taking place between Steve and another student, and they were being judged by a guy with a monocle. The enemy used a primitive technique to summon rain. The boy thought he impressed Steve, but Steve wasn't surprised at all. The talented student with glasses used his secret technique, and a strange cloud formed in the sky. The next moment, a small pile of manure fell right on the upstart's face. Immediately after this, everything around was flooded with fertilizer rain. The main character burst into loud laughter. He really liked this boy's way of thinking. Albert decided to take Steve under his personal tutelage. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, warning of an invasion of beasts. The magician was beside himself with anger. A few minutes later, he was already heading to the place where they appeared to deal with them once and for all. All the island's cannons were switched to combat readiness and had already begun firing at the monsters. At this very time, Kevin was happily using his explosive techniques. Seeing his mentor's ship on the horizon, the boy reported that the situation was under control. Immediately after this, Albert and Kate set out to search for the leader of the beasts. Having donned the armor, the protagonist asked his student to be careful. A moment later, the main character created a giant robot around himself. The mage asked Kate to attack the monsters from behind while he distracted them with a frontal attack. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. Next to her mentor, she was afraid of nothing. A second later, the body of the huge robot dived into the lake, ramming one of the monsters. The guy then grabbed the soul of this creature to explore its memories. It turned out that the attack was carried out by a giant turtle that wanted to take its eggs from the island. Albert became furious and promised to defeat the animal at any cost. He and Kate then moved on to lure the reptile into a trap. At that very second, several monsters burst out of the water with their mouths wide open. In a moment, the protagonist turned them into a pile of mincemeat with the help of his techniques. Suddenly, several monsters in the spirit birth stage appeared from the lake. The main character did not lose his composure and used the electromagnetic copy technique. Columns of water rose into the air from the powerful explosion. Despite this, the vile creatures were still alive. Albert did not despair. He scattered a bunch of magic seeds around him. After a few seconds, magical flowers began to grow from the monsters' bodies, absorbing the creatures' bodies. The hero could only watch as his enemies turned into fertilizer. Suddenly, a giant turtle finally emerged from the water and let out a loud roar. The aggressive animal growled and began to approach the main character. The magician used a technique to create a water vortex around himself. The titanic reptile, in response to this, created an energy ball in its mouth. At that very moment, Kate managed to get closer to the beast. She prepared her sword. A moment later, the girl jumped away from the turtle's thick skin, which decided that she had been bitten by a mosquito. The student's armor fell apart from the force of the blow. The protagonist was upset, so he asked her to concentrate as much as possible. Suddenly, the monster shot water jets at him, and the guy miraculously dodged them. In revenge for such meanness, the magician launched several lightning bolts at the animal. Kate prepared to attack the distracted giant again. A few seconds later, the girl's blade sank into the beast's thick skin. At the sight of the impact, a small explosion occurred, tearing off part of the monster's flesh. Suddenly, the reptile's skin tightened, and the student was perplexed. Albert calmly watched what was happening, advising Kate to wait a little. Suddenly, the monster's entire body was seized by a sharp, stabbing pain. The turtle rose above the water's surface and roared shrilly in pain. Suddenly, a magic flower appeared on her head, and the animal froze in fear. The protagonist and Kate approached the reptile. Now they will be able to control it. The girl admired the beautiful plant with bated breath. The turtle looked menacingly at the aquatic inhabitants, who wanted to laugh at her. A little later, the hero used a special mental technique to find out how the beast got here. Having learned that the reptile had laid eggs here long ago, Albert decided to allow her and her cubs to remain and live on the island. After some time, all 12 little turtles were found. Mom took them in and agreed to stay here. That night, Kevin and Kate capriciously asked their mentor to teach them a technique that turns enemies into flowers. Albert said that they would not be able to own her. The brother and sister were very upset. Suddenly, Jack declared that today's battle had made him stronger, and now he was ready to break through to the next stage. Henry said the same thing, also demonstrating his skills. The main character thoughtfully watched the relationship between two stepbrothers. The ash-haired boy smiled at his comrade. In reality, he was hiding his true abilities so as not to embarrass his friend. The hero congratulated his students on such rapid development. All 4 children looked at their mentor with a careful gaze. Then they made dissatisfied faces, noticing the pretense and artificiality in the magician's smile and words. 3 months later, Albert and Kate were having a pleasant conversation about her brother's successes. The teacher suggested that she go for treasure, as she wanted. The girl looked pitifully into her mentor's eyes. She felt something unusual. The boy began to think about how he would set the children free, allowing them to create their own destiny. Kate was ready to burst into bitter tears, thinking about her abandoned brother and mentor. Suddenly, there was a loud bang behind them and a pillar of light shot into the sky. A giant human figure appeared above the forest. Magical music sounded next to him, and the creature began to rapidly shrink. It turned out that it was the aura that accompanied Kevin's breakthrough. Later, the boy told his teacher the good news about his success. Albert praised his student. Kate was incredibly happy for her brother. Jack and Henry also reported their long-awaited breakthrough. The magician congratulated them, but in fact he was upset that he was at a stage much lower than his students. As a reward, the hero gave the boys scrolls with powerful techniques and allowed them to set off on a free journey. The disciples promised not to leave the central continent so as not to disturb their mentor. 3 days later, Kate, Henry, and Jack left the cult. The protagonist thought about them with sadness. Dylan encouraged his friend. A little later, Albert looked into the prayer room, where Steve was meditating. The guy tried to use his mind to read the manga that the hero recommended to him. Suddenly, the mentor entered the room and invited his protege to have lunch. Steve, like a madman, jumped up and began to threaten the unexpected guest. Suddenly, the illusion was shattered and the boy realized what he had just done. A few minutes later, the couple was already greedily devouring the delicious noodles. Albert admired the boy for a long time, on whom he placed quite high hopes. After 10 years, things started to go better in the sect. A manager named Bruce came to report to the fishing magician. When the guy left, Steve woke up and asked why the hero appointed him as the manager. The teacher made a funny face and quoted a character from his favorite manga. He also reminded the student about his manure rain, and he became embarrassed. The boy stated that he had long been able to use more powerful techniques and created a fecal tornado. Suddenly, he asked his mentor to allow him to demonstrate his latest invention. Steve picked up a regular bullet and began to connect it with fire. Immediately after this, the student fired a bullet from his finger, as if it were a loaded pistol. Albert was not particularly impressed, in his opinion. The technique requires serious improvement. Suddenly, the hero launched his bullet several hundred meters into the sky, hitting right in the head of a 2-headed bird flying past. A moment later, the carcass of a dead animal fell into the lake next to the magician and his student. Steve lifted his glasses and froze in amazement. The main character suggested that the guy go outside the sect for the first time to gain experience and knowledge, and he thought about it. The student expressed reluctance to leave the sect. Most likely he was afraid of the unknown. The mentor ordered the boy to visit 24 cities of the central continent and send him a photo of each of them. The magician also reminded Steve of his long-standing promise to visit his native village and meet with a certain Isabel. These words struck straight into Steve's heart. It turned out that the girl had been married for several years. Albert asked the guy not to be upset because he would definitely find his soulmate. Meanwhile, in one of the nearby towns, local residents looked at the stranger with admiration. She was Lily. Riding on a wonderful deer, she was trying to find her husband. The girl heard about the werewolf attack and went in search of her beloved. At this time, one of the blacksmiths of the Royal Swordsman sect made a powerful weapon for Nicholas. The young man sincerely thanked his friend for the work he had done. Suddenly, the old swordsman made a sarcastic remark, saying that Albert would have forged a much better sword. Nicholas was once again lost in memories of his old lost friend. In desperation, the boy offered the blacksmith to take the rune treasures that he had been setting aside for the hero. The old man ordered his student not to give in to his feelings, and he looked at him angrily. Suddenly, Nicholas saw in the blacksmith's gaze a sparkle that was inherent to the main character. Immediately after this, the young man hurried to the exit. He looked thoughtfully and melancholically into the distance, again remembering his comrade. Meanwhile, Albert and Steve tested the system of hiding the island from prying eyes. Two new students flying on a ship were amazed by the magic frog. Their captain was trying to finish his caramel apples. It turned out to be Henry, who advised the passengers to prepare for a meeting with the mentor. Upon arrival, the grown-up boy was very surprised. During his absence, the sect of the Mystery of the Spirit had seriously changed. Suddenly, he used a secret technique and turned into a little boy. The student standing nearby almost squealed with delight when he saw Henry's skill. The boy prepared the children for the meeting with the hero and asked them to be respectful to him. A few minutes later, the boy returned and greeted his teacher. The children standing behind Henry looked around in surprise. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes wide, noticing the strong resemblance between the two and the student who had just returned. Albert thought they were Henry's children, so he started asking him about everything. The guy explained that he had nothing to do with them. He just saved these little ones and took them with him. He told a sad story. The entire village of these children was slaughtered by bandits. The magician realized that Henry had taken them in because he himself was an orphan. The boy had a talent for blacksmithing, and the girl was well versed in alchemy. At Henry's command, they unanimously asked Albert to take them on as his students. Suddenly, these twins awakened in the hero memories of his first meeting with Kate and Kevin. Having thrown them aside, the protagonist kindly invited the brother and sister into their new home. The children smiled widely with joy, and an ash-haired boy watched them. After this, Henry turned around, hearing the teacher inviting him to have tea. Over a cup of delicious drink, Albert reminded the boy of his goal to get even with his father. Suddenly, Henry, with a frightening smile on his face, announced that he had a new goal. Then he wanted to ask if Chris was his biological father, but the hero fell into a stupor. The frightened magician asked the boy to elaborate on his new motivation before he would answer the question. Henry admitted that he wanted to use the 100 rebirth technique he had recently learned. He poured some more tea. The guy just wanted to give his parents happiness. The mentor lay down on the table and asked how Jack was doing. The boy said that he was fine and promised to communicate well with him, despite the story with his father. In the past, Jack and Henry went on a camping trip. They became close and decided that from now on they would be like brothers. The guys took care of each other, not letting anyone get discouraged. Albert broke out in a cold sweat. It was hard for him to hide the truth from the ash-haired boy. At this time, Chris tried to escape from the pack of werewolves, calling for help. A grown-up Jack came to his father's rescue and did not allow the monsters to get to him. Chris put on a sweet face and said he was very proud of his son. The boy paid no attention to him. Instead, he ordered his father to hide in a safe place. A few minutes later, he was already complaining to his wife about his bad relationship with his son, and Ava was encouraging him. At that very moment, Albert was fishing. His new students noticed an approaching boat. When she came closer, the hero saw in her a deer and his wife. Immediately after this, the girl rushed into the arms of her beloved. The hero almost fell off his feet, but was nevertheless glad to meet Lily again. After talking a little, the magician invited her on a tour of the island. A few minutes later, Lily was admiring the beauty of the local buildings. Albert happily introduced his beloved to the inhabitants of the sect. Suddenly, the girl suggested that all the locals try the treat she had brought, and the magician was surprised. After distributing the gifts, she admitted that she found them in the ruins of another sect. The guest sighed sadly because her mentor had forbidden her to love until she gained control over her heavenly spirit. Suddenly, the protagonist hugged his wife tightly to calm her down and support her. Suddenly, the communication device in his back pocket began to beep. Almost instantly, the guy ran to the ship. The Council of Elders appointed a meeting with him. There he was met by a clerk and asked to help them with an important matter. The man said that one of the elders is trying to develop his abilities together with his wife, but they are not succeeding. Albert shamed the council because they couldn't handle such nonsense. The sect needed money, so the magician handed the manager a scroll with the necessary technique. The man immediately ordered his assistant to take it to the elder. He also gave the main character a package sent by Chris. When the conversation turned to the reward, the manager began to suspiciously change the subject. Suddenly, an elder entered the room, a powerful flow of energy emanating from him. He introduced the hero to his younger sister Naomi. She was quite pretty. The man thanked Albert for the scroll, showing the power he could bring back. As a reward, he gave Naomi to the guy, who began to refuse such a generous offer. The elder decided that the protagonist did not respect him, so he raised his voice. Albert had to accept the gift, and the satisfied man headed for the exit. Later, Lily almost went crazy when she saw her husband with a strange girl. The hero began to calm his beloved, promising to explain everything. She didn't want to listen to him, so she threw her fist straight into the mage's face. He froze in anticipation of the blow, his eyes wide open. At the last moment, he was able to dodge and said that Naomi was Kevin's bride. The boy was at a loss. His face expressed bewilderment. Albert encouraged his student, and besides, the bride was beautiful and kind. Several days passed. The main character was looking after his goldfish. Suddenly, he noticed the sad Lily and Naomi sitting at the table. His wife explained that the wedding was coming up and the bride still didn't have a wedding dress. Immediately after these words, the hero gave the guest a magic ball that allowed her to create any clothing. A moment later, the girl was already dressed in a beautiful red dress. Lily began to run around her to take a closer look at her friend's new outfit. The magician offered Naomi to become an external student of the sect. She immediately agreed, because this would allow her to see her fiancé more often. While the hero was handing the girl useful pills and scrolls, Lily quietly left. She ran into her husband's room to look for dressing up balls. When Lily found them, she was very happy, but a stunned Albert was already standing on the threshold. The wife turned to him, when suddenly the artifact began to glow. A moment later, the girl was dressed in a rather revealing outfit, which was invented by the main character. Next, she wore a cat costume with ears and paws. Suddenly, blood began to flow from the hero's nose and he fell to the floor. Lily rushed to her beloved and began to examine him carefully. The guy calmed his wife down and said that he was completely fine. At that moment, Kate burst into the room, having received an invitation to her brother's wedding. A strange picture appeared right before her eyes. Lily was lying right on top of Albert, who was bleeding. A few seconds later, the girl rushed away, taking the magic ball with her. Left with the teacher, the girl apologized and said that she had brought something interesting. After this, the hero and Kate went to the prayer house to drink some calming tea. The student said that during her hike, she joined a group of treasure hunters and got into some trouble. Suddenly, the girl encountered a giant monster, which was a werewolf battle doll. Kate stood in a satisfied pose because she managed to overcome such a giant. An excited Albert asked her to quickly get to the most important thing. A moment later, the upset student pulled out a sphere from her pocket, which contained something large. The main character took the ball in his hand and carefully examined the mysterious artifact. Suddenly, a huge skyship appeared from it, and the magician froze with his eyes wide open. Such a vessel was highly valued, so the boy was afraid that warriors from other sects would want to get their hands on it. The mentor asked if all the hunters were killed. Kate replied that they were all killed by the monster. Then the main character became a little upset, since he was not yet able to finish building the ship. The girl offered to sell the useless ship. Albert looked at her angrily. The magician's eyes lit up with a bright flame. He decided to intensify the children's training in order to increase their discipline. A little later, Vinogradinka examined the sphere to find out what exactly was needed for repairs. Quite expensive materials were required. The hero became a little despondent and thought out loud that even selling the entire island would not be enough. Hearing this, the robot began to prepare the sect's territory for sale. The magician and Kate were very scared. Albert began to shake the soulless machine to stop this process. A few seconds later, Vinogradinka came to her senses, and the mentor and his student breathed a sigh of relief. The girl, making cute eyes, asked to improve her rifle and replenish her supplies of ammunition. The hero stroked her head and said that everything had been ready for a long time. Kate looked at her weapon in amazement, admiring every detail of it. The girl immediately went to the entrance to the lands of the ancient werewolves to get prey. The boy sadly admitted that his student had left him again. Meanwhile, Naomi and her husband were in the bedroom, dressed in wedding attire, Kevin blushing with embarrassment. Suddenly, the main character kicked the door down. The newlyweds were very scared. The teacher grabbed him and ordered him to go on his honeymoon immediately. He was upset. He then pulled the sweetly sleeping Steve straight out of his bed. Albert asked Dylan to take the two to different cities so they could become independent. The fat man happily agreed to fulfill his best friend's request. The next day, swordsman Levi fought with a battle doll. With one of his blows, the opponent knocked the guy straight to the ground. The main character, who was fishing nearby, mocked the warrior's failure. The young man, with his mouth full of grass, admitted that he would probably never be able to join the spirit mystery sect. Levi wanted to become the protector of his world, so the magician offered to buy him out. A spark flashed in the guy's eyes. The hero set a price of 800 million. The swordsman thanked the master for such a generous offer. After some time, Albert remembered the box sent by Chris. Opening it, he found several hollow werewolf bones that served as storage containers for anything. The first one contained household utensils. The hero threw them out like unnecessary trash. In the second, the magician discovered useful pills and runic items. Taking the last one in his hands, the guy was surrounded by an unknown aura. Inside were valuable resources with which he planned to improve Vinogradinka. At this very time, Nicholas was walking through one of the cities on the continent, arguing heatedly with his mentor. The old man ordered the young man to stop thinking about Albert all the time. Suddenly, the student pulled the sword, necessary for the implementation of the old swordsman's plan, from its sheath and began to bend it strongly. The teacher almost fainted from what he saw. The old man began desperately trying to stop Nicholas. Suddenly, the young man let go of one edge of the sword, and it hit his mentor right in the face. Suddenly, the old swordsman drew the boy's attention to the girl standing in front. It was Kate, who had changed her appearance. Nicholas invited her to join his group. The girl looked closely at the young man's face, immediately realizing that she had met him before. A minute later, they shook hands and Kate joined the treasure hunting party. A few hours later, the swordsman organized a meeting of the entire team. The leader, smiling sweetly, suggested that the participants divide all the treasures they found equally. Meanwhile, one explorer discovered the entrance to the sacred land of the ancient werewolves and decided to notify others about it. All those who received the message immediately rushed upward to quickly find the valuables. Nicholas's squad set out to retrieve the treasure on his magic sword. The old man advised the guy to be careful with the girl. He took this into account. Then the young man turned around and looked closely into Kate's face. A few minutes later, they and the other treasure hunters reached the gate hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Albert watched the live broadcast from there, standing on the shell of a giant turtle. The presenter talked about the unusual interest that treasure hunters showed in the unusual find. He then spoke about the terrible monsters that inhabited this place in the past, after which he said goodbye to the audience. The main character was unhappy because he had hoped to see a live broadcast from the other side of the gate. Suddenly, the guy had an idea. He called Vinogradinka to him and asked the robot to find a student who could be made into a video blogger. Meanwhile, one boy was hiding in the bushes and watching the date between the guy and the girl. Suddenly, he received a message demanding that he immediately appear before his mentor. The boy immediately rushed to the magician who was fishing. The student respectfully greeted his teacher. His name was Alex. Albert said that he called him for an important reason. The boy began to panic. It seemed that the teacher found out about his secrets. After some time, Alex showed the magician his recently recorded videos. Seeing them, the hero couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't know that his charges were doing such obscenities. After the video screening, the main character handed the boy a scroll and invited him to go on a trip to the major cities of the continent. The mentor also explained the purpose of the trip. Alex must discreetly occupy the most beautiful girls he sees. Hearing this, the student's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his ears. Albert tidied up the boy and explained that he simply needed to capture them in their everyday surroundings and nothing more. He also asked him to keep a special rating of girls. After this, the magician threw Alex a bag of money. He would need it. Then the main character blinded the guy with his incomparable smile. Soon the student went on a journey. Albert accompanied him. After some time, the hero remembered a capable warrior whom he noticed in one of Alex's videos. Vinogradinka reported that a large number of talented students are studying in the sect. The master took an important pose. He decided to develop methods for each of them. After 3 months, almost all students received their own personal educational equipment. A guy named Mason was incredibly happy with such a generous gift from the master. Meanwhile, the main character watched his charges thanking him from the roof of the temple. Albert smiled sweetly. looking forward to their rapid career growth. At this point, Nicholas was telling the other squad that they had no valuables. The leader of the robbers ordered the young man to immediately give up everything they had found. All of the swordsman's companions gave up their magic rings to save their lives. Nicholas refused and stood in front of the bandit leader. The nasty guy advised him to change his mind immediately. Instead, the warrior created several flying swords and prepared for battle. Then a giant silhouette of a dragon appeared above the swordsman's head. The bandit leader grinned. He had long wanted to fight a worthy opponent. Suddenly, the entire squad of bandits was pierced by invisible arrows, and their leader froze. The next moment, Nicholas quickly rushed to the attack. The young man and the enemy leader glared at each other. At that very moment, Kate was covering her team from a nearby cliff. She looked playfully through the scope, burning with impatience to try out her rifle as soon as possible. Nicholas was able to stop the enemy's blade with his hand at the last moment. The old man was unhappy with his student's weakness. It irritated him to no end. A second later, the swordsman made the dragon vomit a bunch of swords from its mouth. Unfortunately, the enemy managed to dodge the deadly attack. Nicholas gathered his wits and stood in a sword stance, crossing his fingers. A moment later, the dragon rushed towards the two surviving bandits. The assistant covered himself and the leader with a special shield. Suddenly, a bullet fired by Kate destroyed the barrier and pierced the bandit's head. The leader, enraged by this, decided to go after the girl to take revenge. Suddenly, Nicholas jumped high into the air and fired several sharp swords at him. A moment later, a large fountain of scarlet blood gushed from the bandit's mouth. The strong swordsman had no choice but to leave the scene of the recent battle. A little later, Kate joined him and suggested dividing equally all the treasures found so far. They had several large piles of spiritual stones, each receiving 16 million. The leader also asked the girl to leave him all the werewolf weapons she found, but she was a little unhappy. Unexpectedly, the old swordsman hinted to his student about his companion's weakness in close combat, and the boy was taken aback. The mentor hovered over him, begging him to take away Kate's share. A moment later, he whispered in Nicholas's ear that he could do it himself. The girl looked at her commander's hand, filled with energy, in bewilderment. In his head, the swordsman ordered the old man to stop trying to take control of his body. Stopping the teacher, the young man kindly handed his partner the box containing her share of the treasure. After this, Nicholas looked thoughtfully after Kate as she left. It turned out that it was her doll. The real treasure hunter was hiding in the bushes. Meanwhile, Albert, wearing sunglasses, was cutely counting little turtles. Soon their mother attracted the hero's attention by raising her head from the water. The magician fed the giant animal a tasty treat from his hand. He also fed her children. The guy planned to make magical guards out of them. The main character thought about the fact that in 1,000 years, only these turtles will remain his friends. These thoughts made him break out in a cold sweat. Albert had no desire to become a turtle hermit. Arriving on the shore of the island, he noticed a strange movement in the water. A few seconds later, the head of a disguised Kate appeared from there. The teacher pulled his student out of the water. He learned of her presence from Vinogradinka. After some time, the hero tried to dry the girl with his magic hairdryer. Kate placed a beautiful jug on the table, which contained very expensive tea. Albert almost instantly caught the unusual scent with his nose. Soon the girl poured her mentor a drink into the expensive tea set she had bought. The main character shed a small tear. He hoped that the student would spend part of the money on helping the sect, and not on such nonsense. Kate also reported about a mysterious guy from the sect of Royal Swordsmen. The magician choked on his tea, immediately realizing who they were talking about. The teacher ordered his charge to stay as far away from him as possible. Then the girl showed the teacher the unnecessary things she found during her hike. At this time, Nicholas was in the buyer's shop, demanding 200 million for his treasures. The slightly angry worker tried to lower the price, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Bruce brought his master and Kate a delicious lunch. He also asked the hero to examine his scroll with plans for the construction of experimental testing grounds. The magician crossed out several of them, but approved the launch of the rest. The main character asked the girl to look at something interesting. Mason, one of the strongest students, appeared on the screen. Kate felt a little dizzy from the excessive realism of the image. Suddenly, she received a letter asking for help from Kevin. The sister immediately went to her brother. Albert asked her to hurry. At this time, Kevin and Naomi were talking on the street of one of the cities on the continent. Suddenly, a stranger ran up to them and invited the guy to join their sect of 1,000 Paths. The warrior stated that he was already a member of a similar organization, which upset the unexpected guest. The 1,000 Paths. Sect Boy began to praise his mentor, mentioning his outstanding abilities. When Kevin refused again, the stranger threatened to challenge his comrades to a competition with the warrior. Hearing this, The excited disciple of the Albert sect hurried to shake hands with his new acquaintance. A few hours later, Kevin, Naomi, and Kate had already arrived at the battle arena, anticipating an interesting battle to come. The faces of the warriors' opponents looked rather arrogant and disgusting. Suddenly, the instigator of this entire battle noticed that Kate had started broadcasting live. He was a little embarrassed, apparently fearing the possible public defeat of his comrades. Unexpectedly, Kevin suggested putting 3 opponents against him at once to give him at least one chance to win. The warriors of the Thousand Paths sect did not tolerate such insolence, preparing their hands to use techniques. Soon a protective dome was formed over the battle arena. Meanwhile, Albert called the twins Thomas and Riley to watch the battle together. Soon, the 3 of them were waiting with bated breath for the fight to begin. Suddenly, Kevin's opponent used a camouflage technique, becoming completely invisible. The warrior did not lose his composure and brought down a rain of stones on the enemy, revealing his disguise. The guy's next opponent stepped forward. He was dressed in armor. Kevin donned the armor forged by the protagonist. The hero and the twins enjoyed watching the battle as if it were a movie. Soon, a warrior from the Spirit Mystery sect used a technique that created a lava waterfall. Fiery silhouettes rushed towards the enemy, who lay on the ground and shook with fear. His comrades decided to find Albert and lure him to their side. Suddenly, the main character choked on his popcorn, sensing something was wrong. A moment later, Kevin formed a huge figure of a multi-armed man, preparing for a powerful attack. All the enemies were blinded by the light emanating from him. Kate and Naomi wore sunglasses to protect themselves from the glow. The dome dispersed, marking Kevin's crushing victory. As a reward, the sect's disciples gave the boy a source of the wood element. The warrior began to refuse the gift, considering it undeserved for such an easy victory. After testing the quality of the signal, the magician came up with the idea of sending his doll outside and controlling it like a video game character. He then took Thomas and Riley to go test his idea. A few minutes later, the main character was checking the functionality of his combat doll. Unfortunately, this model was not suitable for long-range combat, which struck Albert right in the heart. Then the guy hysterically ordered Vinegradinka to solve this problem. With tears in his eyes, the hero allocated 1 billion spiritual stones for this purpose. Soon, all the necessary materials were delivered to Albert, who was still wiping tears from his face. After this, the master took out the magic stone he needed so much from the box. After 10 days, the main character tested his robot. Kate couldn't be happier. When the doll landed, the boy introduced her to the girl. The student hugged her mentors double tightly. She would finally be able to go on treasure hunts with him. He handed Kate a transmitter, which was necessary to maintain a good signal. Albert also threatened to punish the student if she broke the robot. Soon the magician gathered Kate for a hike. He was eager to test the doll in the field. At this time, Jack and Henry were discussing Chris's recent bite from a dangerous snake. The ash-haired boy immediately noticed that his friend was worried about something else. The warrior explained his difficult situation. In 3 years of being on the front lines, he had not developed his abilities at all. He suddenly slammed his fist on the table, ashamed of his helplessness before his mentor. Henry poured some more tea, offering to help with the problem. The boy said that with the extra life he lived, Jack would be able to improve his situation. The desperate warrior thanked his sworn brother and agreed to this adventure. The boys clinked their glasses before beginning the complex process of transformation. Jack expressed concern about where he would end up after the ritual was completed. Having calmed his comrade, Henry began to implement his idea. An unusual glow appeared above the warrior, indicating his successful transfer to the world of love. The ash-haired boy realized the full horror of what had happened. Jack would have no place to train there. Using the flower petals, he began to wonder whether he should wake up his friend. Suddenly, Henry panicked, realizing how much time he had wasted on this nonsense. The guy was incredibly worried about his friend and looked at him with fear. The next day, Jack woke up and began to show his friend his new skills. His adopted brother was indescribably happy about his success. Soon the swordsman thanked Henry and went to visit his sick father. The ash-haired boy asked if it was interesting to visit another world. Jack remembered the female version of his friend he almost married. In the end, the swordsman only blushed from these memories and did not answer anything intelligible. Meanwhile, the main character's doll was fighting in the air with an evil tiger, covered by Kate. Albert controlled his avatar using a remote control directly from the cult. Suddenly, the speed of signal transmission to the robot dropped sharply. The transmitter in the doll's body has reached its usage limit and lost its fast connection speed. Suddenly, the hero's clone used the technique of disintegration. Then a powerful blow landed right on the belly of the ferocious tiger. The robot quickly landed next to Kate, startling her greatly with its appearance. He took aim and with one shot made a huge hole in the beast's head. After the battle was over, Albert made fun of the girl who forgot to shoot in time. The main character stood up and sighed with relief. Now all that was left was to improve the doll. A month later, the magician visited Thomas and Riley, surprising them with his appearance. The twins simultaneously bowed to the master as a sign of respect. Through the fence, the boy looked at one of the small turtles that the students were supposed to feed. Only the head of this animal was visible above the water. Several more greatly enlarged amphibians then emerged from the lake. They began to happily snatch treats from the main character's hands. Albert also noted the rather rapid development of the twins. Suddenly, Riley complained that the turtles stopped paying attention to her after the hero arrived. Thomas asked him to leave, as he was interfering with his concentration of spiritual powers. Suddenly, Grapevine notified the owner of the arrival of Henry and another new student. The boy greeted his new teacher, who immediately noticed his unusual eyes. Albert used the technique almost instantly and looked into the memories of his guest. He accused him of using reincarnation. The boy did not understand what was going on. The protagonist waved his hand and asked the boy to explain his motivation for joining the Spirit Mystery sect. The guest explained that he was driven by a sense of revenge against the werewolves for the destruction of his village. As soon as he was reborn, he immediately found himself in the thick of military action. Albert smiled, extended his hand and invited the boy to become his student. He bowed to the master. It was an honor for him to be trained by such a capable warrior. Right after that, he said his name. His name was Jacob. A few minutes later, the hero asked Bruce to take the twins to class and give a tour to the new student. The protagonist noticed that Jacob is not who he claims to be, or he is endowed with a divine gift. Henry soon reported that he had located the boy's parents in the nearest town. Albert ordered him to immediately send some people from the sect to them to take care of them. The ash-haired disciple said that he had used the reincarnation technique about 11 times already. The magician advised to reduce the use of this ability. The guy was surprised. He then handed Henry a scroll to help stabilize his emotional state after waking up. All the happy memories of the teacher flashed before the student's eyes. He stood up and bowed, thanking him. Albert patted the boy on the back, tears streaming down Henry's face. Meanwhile, Bruce gave Jacob a short tour of the cult's territory. They praised the local nature, demonstrating its extraordinary beauty. The man also showed the new student a special gate that protects the sect and all its inhabitants from outside view. Jacob couldn't stop looking at the beautiful spiritual waterfalls. The boy immediately remembered his terrible stay in the world of the small Hillicosm, where he reached the stage of laying the foundations only in old age. Bruce praised the training grounds located here, and the student was eager to get started. Jacob turned pale when he heard that all the sect's disciples were in the tempering stage. His companion reassured the boy, saying that everything was not as simple as it seemed. A few days later, Jacob was sitting in his private room, writing on a scroll. In it, he noted all the technological discoveries of the sect of the mystery of the spirit that he had noticed. The guy grabbed his head abruptly, not understanding how such a simple community had reached such heights. Soon the student forgot about these thoughts and immersed himself in the process of diligent training. At this time, Alex was filming Claire, and her brother Richard was also in the frame. Albert was incredibly happy that all was well with his old friends. Suddenly, Henry made a remark about the fact that character is important in girls, not beauty. The boy began to think about ladies who were passionate like fire and calm like calm. He also remembered graceful women and girls as delicate as flowers. Proud, warlike, and fearless girls also came to his mind. The main character didn't listen to him at all, being immersed in memories of the beautiful Claire. The student reproached his teacher for looking only at the girl's appearance and not at their inner beauty. The hero didn't like this and he got very angry, throwing popcorn around. The mentor asked Henry to stop bothering him with his deep thoughts and let him enjoy the beauty of the girl through the screen. In the end, Albert ordered the boy to write a poem about each beauty that Alex photographed. After that, he decided to return to watching. The student chuckled maliciously. Suddenly, Kate appeared on the screen, happy that she was able to get through to the teacher. The girl happily announced that she and her brother would go to the front at the request of the Council of Elders. The twins looked thoughtfully at the gathered crowd of volunteers. The situation in the war was not going very smoothly. Kevin agreed to obey his sister in everything, which made her very happy. Suddenly, Kate noticed an unfamiliar guy standing to the side. The girl approached him and asked what such a young man was doing at the departure point to the front. Suddenly, a big guy passing by pushed him hard, and his sister managed to grab the stranger. The guy became embarrassed and said that he was an outer disciple of the Heavenly Forge sect. The twins' faces have changed. It is in this sect that they make the ships that their mentor dreams of. The stranger thanked Kevin and Kate for their kindness. but they had selfish plans for him. The guy's name was Charles. He was a B-rank blacksmith, which was quite impressive. At that very moment, the brother and sister exchanged sly glances, clearly plotting something. Kate showed the guy her bracelet made by Albert to find out if such a blacksmith could join their sect. The young man was blinded by the beauty of this piece and noticed powerful runes. Charles asked to be introduced to the author of the bracelet, and the twins promised to fulfill his request. Suddenly, a spatial gate appeared above their heads, preparing to open. Meanwhile, a giant spaceship passed over the portals to the world of humans and werewolves. On the ship, a man spoke to an unknown guy with mysterious symbols on his face. The monsters were preparing a trap. The guy promised to outwit them and clenched his fist tightly. Upon arrival at the front, Kate and Kevin said goodbye to their new friend and hit the road. At this time, the situation on the front lines was not very good. The monsters almost destroyed the defense. A moment later, the twins joined the squad, ready to join the fight. Having assessed the situation, the sister went in search of a suitable firing point. One of the warriors noticed that Kevin seemed to be frozen in place and reproached him for this. Soon the guy asked everyone to move away so as not to interfere with his fire technique. Immediately after this, the monsters were surrounded by streams of hot lava. More demonic hands burst out of the ground and grabbed the remaining monsters. The warriors could not be more pleased with the appearance of such a powerful comrade in their squad. Albert, accompanied by Henry, watched everything that was happening at the front with interest. The boy pointed to his friend who had perfectly fit into the military mood. Suddenly, the student noticed that a scary eagle was aiming at Kevin. The mentor offered him a bet because he was absolutely confident in the warrior's skill. Hearing about the husky from his angry teacher, Henry froze and asked who it was. After this, the boy asked to give him such a cute dog. At this time, a bird of prey struck Kevin with its lightning, and he was engulfed in streams of electricity. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the flying monster's head, instantly killing the beast. Kate noted with pleasure the perfect accuracy of her shot. The entire squad immediately rushed to the just-rescued Kevin. The guy reassured his comrades, saying that he felt very well. The fierce fighter shared one of the wisdoms his mentor taught him. Albert watched his student with a smile, incredibly happy for him. Henry called himself and his comrades unworthy of such a good teacher. The hero was puzzled. The magician asked the boy not to show him too much respect. The next day, Riley was sweetly and carefree feeding the turtles. Suddenly, she took out a huge pill and offered it to the animals to try. It gave off a wonderful aroma. The main character did not see this scene. He was trying to find out the outcome of the war using a compass of predictions. Suddenly, something huge jumped out of the water, greatly frightening Albert. Suddenly, one of the turtles took out almost all the monsters with one blow. The mentor asked Riley to show him the magic pill, because perhaps the monsters had sensed it and rushed over. A few minutes later, the hero was already conducting a thorough examination of the unusual tablet. The magician praised the student and allowed her to take ingredients from the warehouse that were needed to develop the pills. After this, Albert decided to bring Chris and the other friends back to the Spirit Mystery sect. During this time, Nicholas fought with brutal werewolves. The old man said that this battle was just an empty phrase because the real battle was taking place behind the scenes of the war. In space, ships of people and monsters fought fiercely. The human mages did their utmost to ensure that the monsters had no advantage whatsoever. A powerful explosion marked the end of this battle. The human kingdom won. A guy with mysterious signs on his face ordered the warriors to collect the war trophies, because the merging of worlds would soon begin. Meanwhile, the man from the Heavenly Dragon Palace ordered the people to prepare for the complete extermination of the vile werewolves. Dozens of warriors with flying swords appeared above Kevin's head. The guy noticed a strange rush in the attack because no one had even collected the trophies. At this time, a creature resembling a huge bat arrived in the forbidden area of the ancient werewolves. It was under the surveillance of people who ordered him to remove the seal immediately. The monster smiled, calling them pathetic and cruel. The next moment, he touched the ground and several fountains of blood burst out from it. These rays rushed into the sky, beginning to form mysterious portals. Suddenly, a giant hand of a monster burst out of the earth's crust. It appeared completely and growled shrilly, demanding a huge amount of fresh flesh. The mages began desperately trying to contain this hellish creature until their master arrived. Soon, several dozen sharp magical swords were aimed at the monster. With one movement, the creature destroyed them all, remaining completely unharmed. One of the wizards, choking on blood, asked his master for forgiveness. The monster growled loudly, once again showing off its terrible face. Suddenly, the hellish creature was blinded by a giant flower that appeared out of nowhere. The ruler turned out to be a guy with symbols on his face. He asked to entrust the victory over the monster to him. Kevin watched all this from afar, holding his breath. Suddenly, the communication device in Kate's pocket vibrated. Albert ordered the twins to return immediately because the situation in the world was starting to get tense. Meanwhile, the main character told Riley that he was going into seclusion and asked him to bring him food and feed the turtles. Jacob suddenly appeared. The teacher called him for an important conversation. The magician explained that he could not develop a personal ability for the guy because all of his skills were quite highly developed. He turned around and noticed a strange aura around the newly arrived student. The boy asked to be taught powerful spells. Forging and alchemy had long bored him. The hero took out a jade tablet and, pointing his finger at Jacob, offered him a special technique. The guy scanned the scroll carefully. It was very useful. Albert turned his attention back to the student's aura, which was characteristic of people who used reincarnation. The mentor smiled sweetly and suggested that the boy confess everything himself. The spirit mystery sex guns were aimed at Jacob, as he might be a spy. The student recognized the intelligence and resourcefulness of the protagonist, seeing his gloomy face. He confessed that he was an immortal from another world and found a treatise on achieving indescribable power in 9 reincarnations. The guy also explained that he was currently living his 8th life, and Albert removed the guns using the remote control. The magician admitted that he was unworthy of such a powerful disciple and handed him a bag of spiritual stones. Jacob refused the generous gift, instead asking to remain as a disciple of the sect. The hero was unhappy because his presence here put the other students in danger. The guy promised to protect them. The boy also handed his mentor scrolls with valuable spells and techniques from his world. Just upon seeing them, Albert called Jacob the best of his students. Soon the protagonist walked the boy away and suggested meeting for a cup of tea. After this, the magician thoughtfully looked at the weapon control panel, which he had not yet had time to use. A moment later, he finally pressed the coveted red button. Hundreds of cannons fired from the sky, creating a huge fire cloud. Where they shot, there was nothing left but scorched earth. Albert burst into loud and frightening laughter, realizing the full power of the sect's weapons. Suddenly, his phone rang. The call was from the Council of Elders. They were concerned about the recent explosion on the island. The hero hastened to explain the situation to them. Meanwhile, Charles thanked the twins for walking him to the workshop. Kevin tugged his sister's hair sarcastically to get her attention. Kate got very angry and almost hit her brother, who was pointing at the sign of a nearby building. It turned out that they were standing right next to the forge of their teacher's old friend. Inside, Richard was working hard, wiping sweat from his hot face. The twins entered the forge and greeted their old acquaintance. The blacksmith smiled sweetly when he recognized the visitors as Kate and Kevin. 3 months later, the protagonist finally came out of seclusion, being terribly tired. Albert remembered his conversation with Richard, who asked to be accepted into the sect of the mystery of the spirit. A few minutes later, the young man had already thrown himself into the arms of his friend, and Chris had also arrived with his family. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and vomited right at the feet of his old friend. The magician asked Richard with concern what had happened to him. He explained this incident by the island's overly dense spiritual aura and promised to get used to it. Suddenly, huge golden chains appeared in the sky above the sect. Jack asked Albert in fear what the hell was going on. The main character took a compass for fortune-telling out of his pocket. The Lord with symbols on his face began activating the chains of the worlds and ordered that all sects be notified of the approaching difficult battles. The hero saw all this with the help of his magical and very useful artifact. Suddenly, the magician noticed the dark and languid gaze of that stranger. Albert received a message about the upcoming merger of worlds. He angrily smashed it, not wanting to take part in it. The protagonist ordered Jack to train harder and Eve to try to cure Chris. He appointed Richard as the head of the blacksmith department, who was in shock because he had just arrived on the island. Immediately after this, the hero dragged him to Vinogradinka, with whom he would have to work. After some time, they reached the underground workshop where the dolls worked. Richard was stunned to see how much his friend had accomplished in just 10 years. Dylan soon phoned the magician to tell him that the cost of materials had increased by 50%, so he would have to triple the cost of the product. Albert cried with joy because the fat man had already earned him an impressive capital. At this time, several ferocious bears attacked a detachment of warriors on the border of the two countries. With the help of their techniques, people managed to chain them into tree trunks. Suddenly, one of them broke free and headed towards the confused girl. At that very second, Kevin's silhouette appeared behind the wild beast. He doused the werewolf with a stream of water, then froze him with an ice technique. With his next movement, he struck the block of ice, breaking the beast's body into small pieces. The rescued girl's name was Audrey, and she thanked the guy for his heroism. Kevin was noble and responded in kind. The unexpectedly wounded bear promised to tell the warriors about the treasure of his tribe in exchange for freedom. At the same moment, a lightning-fast and accurate bullet pierced his chest. After reloading her rifle, Kate declared that she had nothing to negotiate with the defeated enemy. Audrey noted the girl's extraordinary talent and enjoyed being in the company of the twins. Kevin extended his strong fist to her and promised to meet again. He said that he wanted to make a bet on the number of werewolves killed, and the girl was surprised. A moment later, the boy and Audrey bumped fists to end their argument. A few minutes later, the warriors went to another place, leaving the twins alone. Kate complained to her brother about the lack of battle trophies, as there were too many other fighters in the area. Kevin suggested exchanging the loot they had for tablets with spells and going to the teacher. The sister agreed. Meanwhile, nearby, Nicholas was cutting down monsters with his sword, being in a group from the Royal Swordsman sect. The old man suggested that he go to the ancient werewolves for truly valuable resources. After some persuasion, the young man agreed and separated from the group. The untrustworthy old swordsman hoped that the Lord had placed seals on the dangerous monsters. At this time, the giant colossus was immobilized by the technique imposed by the Lord. Nicholas was able to get to a very valuable flower using the blood of werewolves. Suddenly, a huge boulder began to fall right on him. He managed to dodge it at the very last moment. In addition to this, a large pack of bloodthirsty werewolves was running towards the swordsman. 5 minutes ago, near this place, Kevin and Kate were fighting with evil rats. The girl offered to lure out their leader in order to get valuable prey. The guy agreed. Soon the sister took up a favorable position and began shooting at the monsters. Immediately after this, a crowd of rats chased after Kate's doll. In the present, Nicholas was trying to escape from this pack of aggressive rodents. Meanwhile, the twins successfully defeated the werewolf leader and celebrated their victory. Kevin grabbed the Rat King's head to exchange it. He was eager to get home. The swordsman could only fly away on his magic blade, bursting into bitter tears. A little later, the twins successfully exchanged the loot for the tablets with heavenly runes and were already heading back to the sect. An unknown girl, hiding behind an umbrella, cast a suspicious glance at them. A few seconds later, the brother and sister quickly dived into the alley. The stranger and her comrade, who were thieves, decided to immediately follow them. The girl saw with sadness that their potential victims had already flown away. The disgruntled couple tried to keep an eye on Kate and Kevin. The twins stuck out their tongues at the flying thieves. They looked strange. It turned out that they had taken the form of poor children and sent away their illusions. A few hours later, Kate and Kevin were already showing their gift to the main character, who was drooling with joy. The magician blushed with embarrassment and promised to make useful, legendary-class weapons for his students. Soon, Albert's face changed, informing the twins about the imminent beginning of the merger of worlds. Kate rushed off to find new treasures to avoid the rigors of training. Kevin, on the other hand, expressed a desire to get started with them as soon as possible. A few days later, his sister was out walking in search of valuables and was followed by unknown people in hoods. Later, Bruce burst into the protagonist's room and delivered terrible news. Soon the manager of the sect showed the master Kate's disfigured body. She was brutally beaten, and one of her arms was cut off. The brother rushed to his sister to give her some water. She was covered in terrible wounds. The girl let a tear run down her torn cheek, reporting that the attackers had stolen the ring given to her by the hero. The mentor reached out to the student's body, which was completely covered in blood. Kevin cried. Albert promised to severely punish those who committed this terrible attempt. Vinogradinka took control of several dolls and went in search of the culprits. Meanwhile, the thieves discussed the attack on Kate, regretting that she was able to escape. One of the bandits convinced his comrade that no one could find them. The ring in the attacker's hand glowed blue, and the protagonist learned his location. Meanwhile, Albert's clone, under his control, stood on the hill, watching the group of people. He leaned against the huge cannon, his angry face not auguring anything good. Several people were making a deal to exchange valuable treasures, while two strangers were watching them. A moment later, they attacked a group of unsuspecting people. With one movement of his sword, the bandit cut off the head of the unlucky buyer. The warrior tried to resist the unexpected guests. Using powerful technology, the thieves killed everyone who remained with a large explosion. The protagonist, who had been waiting for the right moment for a long time, finally activated the trap. A powerful impulse from the satellite was sent to the place where the bandits were located. Several metal pipes fell on the unsuspecting thieves. They stuck into the ground, forming a circle with a barrier, inside which the thieves were located. One of them ordered his partner to get out of there immediately. Albert watched them and did not plan to leave them any chance of salvation. The bandits tried to fly, but they were immobilized by an electric field and fell to the ground. Suddenly, one thief noticed a strange movement on the top of a nearby hill. He suspected something was wrong and rushed to use technology to save himself. Soon, there was a powerful explosion, and the thief managed to climb inside the armored sarcophagus. When the smoke cleared, only a wooden coffin remained inside the field. The main character screamed in rage. He wanted to take revenge on Kate's offenders. However, the second bandit was defeated. The hero's clone approached him. He grabbed him by the clothes with his metal hand and headed back to the sect. At this time, Kate came to her senses and begged the clone of her mentor to stop giving her the expensive medicine. A moment later, the teacher surrounded her with his magical aura and declared that there was nothing more precious to him than her life. He also showed the recovered girl that he had already gotten even with one of the attackers. Suddenly, Kate looked down and wanted to say something. The magician looked at her carefully. A second later, the student thanked Albert and hugged his hand tightly. The main character also hugged the unfortunate girl, and they became like father and daughter. Wiping the tears from Kate's face, he asked why her brother wasn't with her now. The girl explained that he considered himself partly to blame for what happened and therefore could not be around. She suddenly glared at the teacher and promised to train harder so as not to let herself be bullied again. Albert stroked her head. He was glad that the worst was behind him. A second later, there was a knock on the door. The hero did not invite guests. When the door opened, Chris, his wife and son were standing on the threshold. The guy was holding a mixture in his hands that helps heal wounds. Jack gave her a sword of luck, which will help the girl in all her endeavors. Eva brought a valuable pill with phoenix blood. Kate burst into tears of happiness because she was surrounded by such good and caring friends. Chris whispered in Albert's ear that they needed to discuss something. He was worried that Henry would soon break through to the next stage and possibly learn the truth about his father. The hero hastened to calm him down, but the guy was already terribly frightened. The main character suggested that Chris confess everything himself and dissuade Henry from taking revenge. The guy became determined and agreed to do it immediately. The next morning, the ash-haired student called his mentor while he was having breakfast. The student said that Chris had just admitted to being the father. Albert smashed his mug and felt embarrassed because he had only asked his friend to talk about it and not to declare it directly. Henry reassured the master and informed him that his father was fine. Half an hour ago, Chris came to him and told him everything as it was. The boy immediately used his reincarnation technique on him and put his father into a sleep where he would be with his mother. After this, Henry happily explained to the teacher that he had finally overcome his inner demons and was no longer seeking revenge. The main character immediately headed towards the exit of his room. He would have to clean up the mess again. Soon he came to Chris and asked how everything went. The guy was sad. He burst into tears because Albert had interrupted his sleep, where the warrior was happy. The hero suddenly shoved a pill of oblivion into his mouth, which would help him calm down. Chris softened a little. Saliva flowed from his mouth. The magician said that this effect would soon pass. A few years later, a clone of the protagonist delivered combat dolls to a secluded cave so that they would catch potential enemies off guard. A couple of years later, Jack and Henry were ready for a breakthrough, but they couldn't do it now so as not to disgrace their mentor. After a long time, the Lord ordered preparations for the merging of worlds and asked the Heavenly Forge sect to reduce the prices of ships. He smiled sarcastically, anticipating the imminent large-scale war. Soon, the protective dome over the central continent was destroyed by werewolves. Albert, who had aged considerably, was unhappy with this state of affairs, since he had very little time left before the breakthrough. The monsters dropped special teleportation discs on the ground to transport themselves to the human world. Suddenly, the huge silhouette of the Overlord appeared and ordered all the sects to prepare for war. Riley, sitting on the shell of a huge turtle, noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky, similar to a meteor shower. Vinogradinka informed the owner about a possible imminent invasion of werewolves on the island. The old man's face was calm because he had already taken care of the defense long ago. At this time, several ferocious monsters jumped out of one of the portals. The battle dolls of the Spirit Mystery sect began to gather at the place where they appeared. The leader of the pack growled loudly, forming the silhouette of a cruel beast's muzzle right above him. The dolls prepared to use huge cannons to hold back the enemy onslaught. Albert ordered Vinogradinka to strengthen the defense because he needed another 20 days to break through. The core of one of the guns pierced the defensive equipment of the werewolves. The monsters panicked and demanded that reinforcements be sent immediately. A moment later, all the werewolves were destroyed by a powerful explosion. Members of the Council of Elders arrived at the scene of the battle and began to assess the situation. A second later, the monsters' portals were destroyed with metal rods. Kevin and Kate arrived to help the Spirit Mystery sect. The sister used electrical technology, and the brother used the element of fire. A fireball formed in the sky, emitting lightning. Kate advised her brother to hurry because the mentor would break through very soon. Kevin has created a giant lava demon that will speed up the battle. A little later, instead of werewolves, only their smoldering corpses remained. The twins asked the Council of Elders to take care of the remaining monsters. The council representative promised to fulfill their request and also visit the sect in the future as a sign of respect. The brother and sister immediately rushed to their mentor so as not to miss his breakthrough. When they arrived, Henry and Jack were already standing at the temple. The ash-haired boy said that the master's ascension could happen at any moment. A huge bell appeared in the sky with chains coming out from it. A giant golden dragon circled around all of this. The entire wondrous ceremony was observed by the disciples of the Spirit Mystery sect. Jack was afraid that such a bright spectacle would attract the attention of the enemies. A little later, Jacob looked in surprise at the large brush hovering in the air. The grandeur of the ceremony that was taking place made him cry out in surprise. He envied Albert because no one's breakthrough had ever been accompanied by such a parade. Meanwhile, a golden pill appeared in front of the protagonist's face. By swallowing it, he finally regained his former youth. Immediately after this, he hurried outside and got some fresh air. The magician was met by a crowd of his beloved students who had prepared congratulations. Later, the master ordered them to change their training methods because he had rethought them during the breakthrough. Albert told Vinogradinka the location of Kate's second attacker and asked her to go after him with several dolls. The bandit covered himself with his hood, noticing the strange change in the weather. The main character was filled with a feeling of rage. Kate was incredibly happy to have such a caring mentor. A little later, the magician went down into the dungeon to begin unfinished business. First of all, he began improving Vinogradinka. Albert was eager to see the changes in the robot. He even imagined her as a human. Unfortunately, Vinogradinka remained in the same guise. The robot said that it was ready to work several times faster. The magician could not believe his ears. Strange, unidentified discs appeared in the sky above the sect and were rapidly approaching. These were werewolf portals. The hero asked to leave one of them intact. At the exit, he met a calm Henry, confident in the victory of the sect. Kate, Kevin, and Jack assumed a heroic pose, preparing for the upcoming battle. A moment later, they rushed to attack. A little later, the main character arrived and offered to test his army of 50,000 dolls. The master looked closely at the last disc. It could become their gateway into the werewolf world. The dolls froze the lake he was hovering over to give him an advantage over the monsters. A few seconds later, evil badgers appeared on the ice, having teleported. Their leader immediately fell silent, seeing an entire army of combat robots in front of him. But he did not lose his composure and became filled with rage, almost completely changing his appearance. All the other animals folded their paws across their chests, forming armor on themselves. They immediately rushed to attack. Albert ordered the dolls to surround them. Within seconds, the pack of badgers was already moving straight towards the center of the circle. Soon a warrior from the Council of Elders came to the rescue. The main character asked them for combat support. The man was surprised to see the impenetrable badgers, because they should have died out long ago. He called them quite strong but stupid and subject to any orders. The warrior also pointed to a device attached to the beast's back, with the help of which werewolves can teleport unnoticed into enemy territory. The protagonist ordered Henry to take action, and he immediately began to implement a cunning plan. Using his clone, he forced one of the badgers to open a portal. The beast immediately fulfilled his request and called his relatives. A moment later, a bunch of impenetrable badgers jumped out from there. Henry happily informed his mentor that the monsters were quite weak. A warrior from the Council of Elders agreed to help the sect defeat the most powerful monsters. Albert began to warm up his bones before the next battle. The students were ready for victory. The magician instantly rushed through the crowds of animals, turning them into fountains of blood. Unfortunately, one of them managed to get close to the hero and was already preparing to attack. The main character managed to dodge, and a magic sword was aimed at the werewolf. The council warrior readied his blade to deliver a crushing blow. Suddenly, the sword hit the badger's armor, creating a large shockwave. The wave spread throughout the area, knocking down several battle dolls. Albert grabbed his head and screamed because he did not expect such a turn of events. The animals immediately tried to slip through the hole that had formed in the encirclement. The hero became angry because if even one rodent left the sect, he would face severe punishment from the elders. Luckily, Vinogradinka had marked them and had already sent the dolls in pursuit. Albert put on a businesslike face and told the warrior that not a single animal would leave the island's territory. The magician folded his fingers and advised his students to get ready, but they were confused. When he snapped his fingers, there was an explosion behind him, creating a huge cloud of smoke. The children were delighted by such a sight. The students begged the hero to teach them such an effective technique. Suddenly, a large flower surrounded by tongues of flame flew over the island. A moment later, a stranger began to descend onto the frozen lake. Albert was struck by the beauty of her legs, as if a dog had seen a tasty bone. The unknown girl's name was Sarah. She skillfully mastered the element of fire. She threw her burning axe towards the remaining badgers. Immediately after that, it exploded, and all the animals ran away in different directions. Their leader tried to protect himself with an armored dome, but he couldn't. His armor was damaged. The leader ordered his brothers to flee from here immediately. Sarah glared at them, creating a fireball in her hand. Suddenly, the hero grabbed her wrist and tried to stop the manic girl. Albert donned the armor and advised her to start collecting teleportation funds. Besides, he pointed to the beasts he had just subdued. They would work well for him. Suddenly, Sarah began to stroke the protagonist's hand, clearly showing signs of attention. The fire warrior offered the leader of the badgers a profitable deal. He immediately refused and ordered his men to retreat. Sarah launched several firebolts as the beasts approached the portal. There was a very powerful explosion that hit the magic disc. The teleporter began to spin and prepared for the process of self-destruction. The hero noticed that his new acquaintance could be seriously injured by the blast wave. He grabbed her hand and held her tightly to him to protect her. The magician's face immediately changed, feeling the scent of a blooming rose from her. The girl's beautiful face rested against the main character's mighty chest. After a few minutes, she finally came to her senses. Albert looked at her with concern and advised her to be more careful in the future. Sarah thanked her savior and smiled coquettishly. The girl began to rub against her hero, who tried to restrain his base desires. Suddenly, another disc appeared under the command and prepared to self-destruct. Luckily, Albert reacted in time and managed to surround him with a barrier, thereby stopping the process. The guy threw out a caustic phrase. Sarah pressed herself even closer to him. The lady said that her strength was weakening and she needed to rest immediately. The main character ordered Henry to take care of their new acquaintance. When they left, the warrior from the council explained that his colleague was practicing seduction techniques. The magician tensed up because he had a beloved wife. Upon hearing about the large fortune and several ships that she owned, the hero's face changed. Albert took off his helmet and declared that a true warrior must achieve everything honestly. Soon Sarah returned and thanked the magician for the room he had given her. She was holding a bag in her hands. She hugged the guy tightly and handed him a bag of money for decorating the interior of the sect's houses. The girl also whispered in Albert's ear that she would visit him often. When the council warriors flew away, the hero nervously caught his breath, because it is not easy to resist the charm of such a beauty. A few hours later, the guy was having a heated argument with his clones about Sarah. The doubles offered to give in to her themselves and swindle out a whole fortune. In the end, Albert refused them and, pushing them away harshly, forced them to go to work. A little later, he asked Vinogradinka what the situation was with the badgers subordinate to him. According to her, the animals were still searching for a place suitable for extracting valuable resources. The hero slammed his fist on the table. Today was getting worse with every minute. Vinogradinka reported a new metal alloy that would reduce production costs, and the mage was finally happy. He happily grabbed the piece of metal and ordered Vinogradinka to start producing improved versions of the dolls. She estimated that it would cost around 5 billion, and Albert fell off his chair in anger. He grabbed his head and ordered the robot to hurry the badgers immediately. A few days later, the main character was fishing carefree, sitting on the stern of his flying ship. Kate visited him. All her comrades were fully immersed in training. Albert told her that he was developing a weapon against powerful opponents. He looked closely at the student's face and asked what he owed to her visit. According to the girl, she and almost all the students of the sect lost their fighting spirit. The magician suggested conducting a test to raise it. After these words, the hero broke into a wide smile, baring his snow-white teeth. Soon the main character prepared the arena and was already greeting the future participants of the competition, with a tired Steve standing nearby. Among those gathered were twins Kate and Kevin, as well as Henry. Albert explained that the challenge was a battle royale, at the end of which there would be only one winner. According to the rules, the area will be surrounded by toxic fog, and the area with clean air will gradually narrow. A few minutes later, the protagonist declared the survival games officially open. Immediately after this, the arena with the players was fenced off from the stands by a protective barrier. A student named Mira greeted the assembled spectators and was appointed as a commentator. Steve complained to his mentor that he was not allowed to participate in the test. The protagonist did not do this because the boy often used spells to summon feces. Meanwhile, the warriors have already reached the island where the royal battle will take place. Kate noticed a glow from a box with valuable resources nearby, but it is not safe to go there yet. When she landed, she began to search the nearest box, and the silhouette of an enemy appeared behind her. A disciple named Tim was planning to sneakily attack the sect leader. A moment later, a lightning-fast bullet pierced his chest. At the place of the guy's death, only a box with all his loot remained. Kate grinned evilly, holding the gun in her hand. She managed to feel it in the box. Meanwhile, Mira announced Tim as the first player eliminated from the game. Albert gnawed on the chips and watched his students' actions carefully. At this time, a group of students tried to escape from their pursuer. A second later, Kevin killed the trio with one swing of his fingers. Suddenly, he noticed that the column of light from the main box had dissipated. Apparently, they had already reached it. Suddenly, the guy felt a suspicious movement behind him. The bullet hit right into the lava block Kevin had just created. Hiding behind a rock, he ordered his sister to surrender immediately. Kate stood behind the trunk of a distant tree and invited her brother to come out of hiding. The girl took aim at Kevin's body and prepared to shoot. It was just a clone. The real brother was already behind Kate. A few seconds later, they were fighting fiercely on the ground. When the girl was released, she explained that she had not intended to kill her own brother. Instead, she suggested that Kevin team up against Henry and Jack. The main character watched everything that was happening from the stands. Albert smiled and clapped his hands, anticipating an interesting fight to come. Meanwhile, Mason fought with the dolls summoned by his opponent. A second later, a guy with purple hair shot at him with a flare gun. The big guy managed to dodge the missile at the last moment. This made his opponent very angry because he ran out of ammunition. Mason pounced on his opponent, who felt a strange burning sensation in his eyes. A moment later, the big guy, the guy with the flare gun, and the two dolls stopped, and two students watched them. It was Henry and Jack who used the magic flower. In place of the two warriors, only their boxes remained. It turned out to be a trap for them. The brothers then created an illusion of the main box to lure in new victims. Mira informed the audience about the elimination of two promising students from the game. Albert explained to Steve that true warriors must be prepared to use any tricks to win, and the boy wrote this down. After some time, the twins finally reached the site of the recent battle and noticed Mason's box. Kate placed her hand on her brother's shoulder and shared her concerns. The girl pointed her finger at a nearby rock. Kevin calmed his sister down and offered to take the loot from the box, because it was valuable enough to risk for it. She made a sweet face and hoped that she would find her favorite rifle there. The twins hurried to approach the tempting trophy. As Kate got closer, she noticed a strange glow on the top of the cliff and warned her brother. Kevin managed to dodge the sword flying straight at him at the last second. Immediately after this, Jack went down and took his blade back. Taking the sword in his hands, he challenged Kevin to a fair fight. He surrounded his palm with flame and asked where Henry was now. The ash-haired boy used a magic flower to defeat Kate. The girl miraculously managed to dodge the deadly beam. She greeted her comrade sweetly and prepared her pistol. Albert and other spectators watched with interest what was happening between close friends. Kate screamed loudly, ordering the battle to stop as the poison cloud was nearby. After this, all four of them simultaneously drank elixirs that restored their strength. The boys continued to fight pointlessly, and the girl was unhappy about this. Suddenly, she noticed a safe zone ahead of her ship. Henry tied the twins with vines to prevent them from escaping. They tried to break free, but they couldn't. The brothers were exhausted and could not continue their journey. Their health began to decline. All four were eliminated from the game. Kate wanted to attack Jack and Henry, but her brother held her back. Bruce appeared on the screen, the last survivor. Realizing his victory, the guy began to rejoice madly, raising his hands to the sky. The main character almost fell off his feet when Kate crashed into him. The girl was capricious because Bruce won without killing anyone. After the game ended, Steve begged to be allowed to participate next time, and all the students asked for another game to be held soon. A little later, the main character was in his closet and enjoyed carving various figures out of wood. His eyes filled with sadness as he remembered his old life again. The boy called Vinogradinka to him and asked if he could move through time and space. The robot answered positively. Then Albert looked closely at his hands. Then his gaze turned to the happy wooden family. He stated firmly that he was ready to try to do this. His hands clenched into fists. Later, he came out of his closet and closed the secret passage behind him. The hero sat down on the bed and prepared everything that was necessary. Albert began the ritual, a magical aura surrounding him, rushing upward. Kate was shooting a slingshot. Kevin was reading a book, and behind them, a column of blue light rose from the temple. They watched this phenomenon with their mouths wide open. Soon, the magical glow began to fade rapidly. The protagonist opened his eyes and rejoiced, because the scroll was imbued with the ability to transfer through time and space. The magician looked out the window at what was perhaps his last ray of sunshine in this world. Everything he had experienced flashed before his eyes, and the faces of all his beloved students appeared. Albert shed a stingy tear. He did not want to abandon his new family. The guy ordered to hand over control of the sect to Kate if he doesn't return. The protagonist, at his own risk, directed a stream of his energy into the scroll. After this, Albert's face was blinded by a powerful beam of light, and he closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, the magician saw himself floating in the sky. He looked down and saw before him the most ordinary human city. A screen with a countdown appeared in front of the hero. He was destined to spend only one day here. Upon learning this, Albert decided to immediately go home. After some time, the magician happily opened the door to his house. There he was met by a family who looked at him with surprise. The head of the family rudely asked what he needed here. The main character could not understand who was sitting in front of him now. Suddenly, the man's wife showed him a photo of a guy who looked like him. They noticed the almost absolute resemblance between the stranger and their relative. A man named Fred immediately recognized the hero as his uncle. After Albert asked about his parents and brother, Fred let go of his hand. He turned and looked gloomily at the corner of the room where a small altar stood. The main character's beautiful blue eyes filled with bitter tears. On the table, there were 2 tablets, reminding us of the hero's father and mother. Albert grabbed them from the table, hugged them tightly, and began to sob loudly from hopelessness. Tears rolled down his cheeks. All this time, the boy dreamed only of seeing his beloved parents again. A distraught Fred bitterly reported that they had been waiting every day for their son to return since he went missing. The husband and wife walked the streets with a photograph of the hero to learn about him from passers-by. One day, my father had a heart attack right on the street, and his beloved sat next to him and cried. Tears rolled down her old face, dripping onto the body of her dear husband. After that, she locked herself in her room and did not come out, but only looked sadly out the window. She was worried because she could not protect her son and beloved husband. One day, she passed out from constant stress and anxiety. Before her death, the woman asked the protagonist's brother to find him. The sobbing boy promised to definitely fulfill his mother's request. Albert grabbed Fred's hand even tighter and began asking about his brother because he should still be alive. He quickly turned away from the magician. He was afraid to look him in the eyes. A few hours later, tears came to the protagonist's eyes again. In front of him on the hospital bed lay his aging brother. The old man with an oxygen mask on his face opened his eyes. Instead of Albert, he saw only a dark silhouette. He immediately approached his loved one and took him by the hand. The brother said he was glad to finally find the peace his parents lacked. Suddenly, the machine monitoring his vital signs reported no pulse. Fred immediately rushed to his father. The hero's eyes filled with sadness. The next moment, doctors burst into the room, demanding that Albert and his nephew leave the room. The hero could only silently watch as the doctors took away the bed with his brother. His face was not as happy as usual. Now he had lost everyone who was dear to him. A little later, a saddened Fred returned to him. The man explained that his father had been battling stomach cancer for a long time. Albert did not believe this, because his brother had perfect health. Fred's face changed dramatically. It did not inspire confidence. Suddenly, he rudely declared that he regretted that the main character had ruined the fate of his family. These words pierced the boy's heart. His gaze became glassy. He remembered the old days when he played with his little nephew. Albert's face was filled with indescribable pain. Everyone he cared about had died. In the past, the brother would regularly come to the police department to find out about the progress of the search for the hero. Fred walked away. The main character could not believe that everything happened exactly like this. The guy's time in this world was up. He promised to change the fate of his family at any cost. A few seconds later, the exhausted magician found himself back in his room. According to Vinogradinka, this technique can only be improved if the owner reaches an impressive stage of development. Albert clenched his fist tightly. He had a long and thorny path ahead of him. 2 streams of crimson blood flowed from the tired hero's mouth. Suddenly, students knocked on his room door. The mentor immediately wiped the blood with the sleeve of his robe. A very frightened Kate and Kevin stood on the threshold. Henry and Jack stood behind, all 4 of them very worried about their teacher. He looked at them carefully and thought. Memories of all the joyful moments he had experienced with his beloved students flashed before his eyes. Albert hugged the twins tightly and smiled. He once again recalled the nightmare he had recently experienced and said that he was fine. Upon returning, the hero immediately began to work hard to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Thanks to the compass of predictions, he learned that some kind of disaster would happen in the future. Using his detective skills, the magician realized that the dangerous werewolf would attack him when Sarah was not around. Soon, Vinogradinka began to broadcast an image from the world of monsters. The badgers finally managed to extract enough different valuable ores. The main character already imagined himself bathing in a pile of spiritual stones. Suddenly, the guy felt a terrible gaze on him. One of the clones accidentally almost killed his original, but was saved in time by a doll. At this time, Sarah was sitting alone and drinking some drink from a glass. A little later, Albert joined her, calling her for advice on cultivation. Suddenly, the girl quickly approached him and touched his lips with her finger. The beauty asked the master to be more open and calm. Suddenly, Sarah grabbed him by the waist with her gentle hand. She came even closer and invited the hero to continue the conversation in her estate. He blushed with shame. Soon the couple was surrounded by a pillar of red light serving as a portal. A moment later, they were transported to Sarah's house, with cherry blossom trees blooming all around. The girl quickly climbed the stairs and invited the main character to visit her. Immediately after this, the beauty blew Albert a passionate kiss. Already in the temple, Sarah pressed herself against the hero and told him about her method of cultivation, based on passion. Suddenly, the girl's subordinate came into the room and said that the nearest town was attacked by werewolves, and they needed her help. The powerful beauty ordered to send a message to the council that she would be busy for the next month. Albert immediately guessed that a monster was behind the attack and was going to kill him. At this time, a portal to the world of monsters opened right above the spirit mystery sect. From there appeared a giant snake and its owner, who had very pale skin and sharp, saw-like teeth. With his magical vision, he saw the aura of a fire warrior above the island. Realizing that they had failed to lure Sarah out, the dark forces retreated, taking the form of a cloud of smoke. Albert breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to gain some time. Suddenly, the girl began to stroke the main character's leg. He blushed, and the fire warrior felt that her guest was not focused. She fixed her gaze on his lips and asked what the magician was thinking about. Suddenly, Sarah brought her head to his ear and licked her lips passionately. It was as if a volcano had exploded inside Albert, holding the guy back from cheating on his wife. He jumped up abruptly and headed towards the exit. The girl was at a loss. She waved at him and suggested meeting the next day. A little later, the hero was practicing a certain spell in his dungeon. One of his clones noticed that the guy had become suspiciously energetic and nervous lately. Finally, Albert finished his work, and the shield floated in the air in front of him. Vinogradinka congratulated the owner on creating a shield that resists lust and temptation. The clone made a sharp jab at his original about his regular meetings with Sarah. The hero did not pay attention to him. His face was calm and unshakable. Now he was not afraid of any human temptation. After some time, lightning struck directly into the body of a giant snake from the werewolf world. Albert was filled with determination, so he used a powerful technique against the monster. The next moment, the snake was surrounded by lightning bolts. The protagonist was on his ship and was ready to deliver a crushing blow. An hour ago, the sect's disciples noticed a strange glow in the suddenly blackened sky. It was a portal from which a huge green snake crawled out. Suddenly, he was caught off guard and struck by several bolts of lightning. Albert smiled and politely introduced himself to his unexpected guest. The main character's antics greatly angered the giant snake. He threw his head back and spat poisonous saliva at the shield above the sect. Several of these projectiles did not pass through the barrier, but they did frighten the magician. This vile act on the part of the monster provoked Albert to call Vinogradinka to him. The hero flew a little into the air, the barrels of guns sparkling behind him. He waved his hand and hundreds of projectiles rushed towards the monster. Meanwhile, Kate, in a safe place, was laughing at the stupid snake. The monster got tired of wasting time, so he rushed straight at the protective dome. The magician called his army to him, among whom was the captured bandit who attacked Kate and was turned into a doll. The girl squealed with joy because the mentor did it for her. The former thief released a stream of magical flowers from his hands at the protagonist's command. The snake immediately made a desperate attempt to escape. Several columns of water burst out of the lake. A moment later, the monster, now looking more like a worm, was trapped. Suddenly, he managed to break free from the water sphere and spit at the magician again. The deadly poison moved at breakneck speed straight towards Albert. The snake hissed loudly, already anticipating his unconditional victory. The bandit, transformed into a doll, covered himself and his new master with his shield. Immediately after this, the hero and the cold-blooded monster exchanged glances. Having finally exhausted his opponent, the guy began to cast magic spells. Soon the huge phoenix struck the slimy body of the snake with its fiery paw. The main character froze in anticipation, and his giant golden silhouette appeared above him with a sword in his hands. A second later, the blade crashed into the flower created by the monster with a roar. Suddenly, the plant began to grow and absorb Albert and his new doll. Kate, Kevin, and Henry couldn't stand to watch this and decided to help their teacher. The boy lost consciousness inside the flower. Everything around was covered in darkness. He woke up in the dark realm, a place that looked quite creepy. The evil spirits circling above him threatened the magician with a terrible and painful death. Suddenly, Albert felt as if one of them had passed through him, and cold sweat ran down the hero's face. He grabbed sharply and tried to scare off the enemies with his magical aura. Having come to his senses, the boy looked up angrily, immediately realizing that these were the souls of people killed by the snake. The nasty and slippery bastard was right above the main character. Suddenly, the magician was pulled by the leg by the ghost of a little girl asking for help. Albert stroked her carefully and promised to soon relieve the unfortunate woman from her suffering. The very angry warrior turned around and glared at his enemy once more, ordering Vinogradinka to strengthen the dolls. A few seconds later, the robot standing next to him was engulfed in a stream of spiritual energy. After this, the wooden warrior began to fill his master with energy so that he could use a powerful technique. The protagonist loudly shouted the necessary spell and crossed his fingers. Soon, a huge golden dragon appeared, instantly dispelling the darkness. A few seconds later, the flower was in his toothy mouth. The dragon swallowed him. The evil snake was in shock and did not understand anything. Immediately after this, the huge creature grabbed the reptile in its paws. They went their separate ways, tearing the scales off the monster's body. The golden dragon pulled the snake as if it were an ordinary string. Albert released a stream of fire from his palm. Immediately after that, a fire bow appeared in his hands and the guy fired. The released arrow headed straight into the mouth of the frightened monster. The dragon added a little pepper and the result was snake kebab. The soul of the monster, leaving its body, promised to certainly take revenge on the main character. The golden giant opened his mouth wide to taste the delicacy. Albert hurried to stop the beast because he did not want to lose his battle trophy. Noticing the loss, the dragon threw a magic flower at the hero, hitting him right in the head. A little later, the magician wiped his forehead and picked up a magic plant from the ground. Kate, Kevin, Henry, and Jack immediately rushed to their teacher. The girl hugged him tightly. He felt incredibly cool. He suddenly moved his glasses up his nose, noticing a shadow above him. It was Sarah, who arrived at the sex territory riding on her whale. As soon as he saw her, the main character shuddered violently. When the girl landed, his chest was allegedly pierced by a terrible pain. Kate immediately noticed the unconscious mentor. He was pretending. The girl blocked Sarah's way and ordered her to immediately leave the master alone. The woman offered to take the guy home in her live transport. Kate said that wooden dolls would do the job perfectly. Albert, who was pretending to be sick, smiled and mentally thanked his student. Soon, the robots were carrying their master on a stretcher, accompanied by his beloved charges. A few hours later, the magician was studying the treasures that the badgers had obtained in the werewolf world. Vinogradinka reported that she had fully analyzed the hollow bone of the serpent. The hero pricked up his ears. He took it in his hands and carefully examined the valuable trophy. Albert soon extracted from it the resources needed to improve aerial weapons. Using his spiritual energy, he began the process of improving his battle companion. Richard was nearby, asking his friend to concentrate on work. The magical field expanded and glowed pink. The hero took the final step. Several silhouettes of cannons appeared in the sky above the sect. The main character and his close friend watched what was happening in surprise. An unexpectedly powerful flow of spiritual energy passed from the satellite to Albert. The guy looked at his hands, surrounded by a magical aura, with distrust. Suddenly, he felt his whole body filling with strength. Energy was seething in the magician's belly. Richard looked at him with fear. Immediately after this, Albert was overcome by a fit of severe pain that knocked him off his feet. His frightened comrade immediately rushed to his friend's body. When the magician came to his senses, the blacksmith pointed out the similarity of the clot of energy to a child, and the hero became angry. Richard looked at Albert's belly with amusement, comparing it to that of a pregnant woman. The main character clenched his teeth in anger, sweat running down his face. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a beam of light descending from the satellite above the temple. The guy fell to the floor and screamed in pain. His whole face turned bright pink. The magician sat down on the wheelchair and asked Vinogradinka to launch the improved weapon into the sky. Immediately after that, it flew up at a gigantic speed. The modified satellite froze in the sky above the Spirit Mystery Sect. The guy drank a glass of water, while Richard read a guide to pregnancy care. A second later, he flew out of the room from a powerful kick from the main character. Left alone with himself, Albert began to stroke his stomach. With the help of spiritual energy, the guy decided to find out what was hidden in his body. There, he discovered a rather large, shapeless piece of energy. The protagonist touched the rune seal that surrounded him. Noticing something trembling, Albert smiled because it was alive. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The magician hurried to open it. The charming Sarah stood on the threshold and asked to make the same powerful weapon for her. The hero set a price of 1 trillion and advised the woman to return in 10 years. The beauty took off her ring and put it inside the guy's robe as collateral. Immediately after this, another attack of pain overcame him, and the magician returned to his room. Soon the main character fell fast asleep, immersed in the world of dreams. There he was met by a joyful Lily, who had reached a new stage of breakthrough. The wife pounced on her beloved husband to immerse him in her arms. Suddenly, she came up against Albert's protruding belly and stopped. The surprised girl asked him if he was pregnant. This question caused the guy to have a fit of violent hysteria. That evening, the mentor ate too many portions of dinner, and the twins were worried about him. Soon, Henry brought his signature dish. The teacher swallowed the whole plate almost instantly. Having praised the dish, he ordered the ash-haired guy to cook a few more kilograms. The worried brother and sister decided to find out why the magician was overeating so much. The boy put his chopsticks aside and prepared to tell the twins his terrible secret. Suddenly, Richard appeared out of nowhere and informed the children that there was a small child in their mentor's belly. The blacksmith started chatting nonstop. Kevin and Kate were in a state of severe shock. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Albert explained that inside him was a clot of energy surrounded by a runic seal. According to him, he only wanted to feed the fetus in his belly. The twins nodded actively, pretending to understand everything. When the brother and sister turned their heads, they found Uncle Richard lying on the floor, bound and gagged. Soon, Bruce entered the room and brought news from the Heavenly Path sect. Among them was an invitation to a talent competition. Albert placed the invitation on the table, and Kevin was excited to take part in the test. Suddenly, the main character began to jump for joy, despite his bloated belly, because winning the tournament is rewarded with a legendary item. His rapture was interrupted by the fact that he tripped and fell. The guy needed help to get up. The master was taken away in a wheelchair by a doll, and the students were unhappy with the magician's carelessness. On the ship flying to the tournament site, he had a hard time, because Jack was driving his mentor crazy. One day, an annoying boy brought one of the students of the Spirit Mystery sect to a depressed teacher. He introduced the main character to Kurt, who was interested in swords but was financially insecure. The student asked Jack not to call him poor, Chris's son insisted. Suddenly, Albert brought his palm closer to the swordsman's face to immerse the boy in his consciousness. The mentor asked the boy to close his eyes and not worry about anything. Soon, Kurt screamed loudly as his entire body was hit by a powerful stream of spiritual energy. When he opened his eyes, he saw an indescribably beautiful place around him. Hundreds of magical swords raced across the sky, and sharp blades protruded from the ground. The student noticed one that stood out from all the others with its unusual golden glow. Suddenly he froze, staring at the pillar of light that emanated from the blade. A few seconds later, Jack and Albert brought him out of his trance and asked Kurt about his deepest desire. He replied with tears in his eyes that he really wanted to immerse himself in the process of studying sword formations. The good-natured mentor immediately handed the poor boy 2 brand new blades and handed him a scroll that contained formation tips. Watching the student run away happily, the main character remembered his old swordsman friend, whom he had not seen for a very long time. At this very moment, Nicholas, who was in the Royal Swordsman Sect's forge, sneezed. The young man's mentor advised him to buy a sheath for his new blades. The swordsman was short of money, and Albert immediately came to mind, who would certainly save the guy from such problems. Suddenly, Nicholas received a message inviting him to a talent competition, and his eyes lit up with happiness when he learned about the valuable prize for the winner. A moment later, he flew to the test registration area like lightning. The protagonist and his best disciples arrived at the city of the Heavenly Forge sect. The view was simply gorgeous. The magician turned to the children and clapped his hands. Kate and Kevin were very scared. The hero began to vigorously wave an imaginary flag and asked which of his subordinates were ready to participate in the test. The twins pretended not to notice the question. Henry and Jack went to the Tower of Illusions. Soon the brother and sister decided to join their comrades. The mentor dropped the flag from his hands. The protagonist stopped them and reproached them for disrespect. Then Kevin and Henry began to fight for the opportunity to win the legendary item for their favorite teacher. Immediately after this, the master handed Kate's brother several scrolls with new abilities and ordered him to recruit a team. Chris's sons decided to go to the Tower of Illusions. The hero said goodbye to them. His student was very angry. Albert said that he was going to go shopping, at which point the guy carefully watched Kate's reaction. The girl immediately jumped up as if stung and began to ask the teacher to take her with him. Meanwhile, Kevin and some kids have reached the place where you can sign up for the talent competition. Nicholas passed by, immediately noticing the striking resemblance between the stranger and his friend's student. Brother Keith looked at the swordsman's face and immediately recognized him as the man the teacher had warned him about. When they passed each other, Kevin had the idea to immediately report to the hero about Nicholas's presence here. At this time, Albert and his student were looking at various samples of weapons in one of the shops. Suddenly, the main character took out his phone and received a message. Upon learning of the presence of a disciple of the Royal Swordsman sect, the boy was overcome with panic. Suddenly, Nicholas looked into the shop. Albert shuddered with fear. He decided to jump to the side so as not to attract the young man's attention, but in doing so, he did the opposite. The swordsman came closer, noticing an old acquaintance of his in the guy, Kate, who had already crossed paths with him, asked Nicholas to move away. Suddenly, Albert's face changed slightly and he turned around sharply, loudly declaring that he was the girl's fiancé and promising to beat Nicholas if he continued to pester her. A moment later, the hero grabbed Kate by the hand and rushed out of the shop, the young man in a state of shock. Immediately after this, the main character and his student rushed past passers-by with the speed of a hurricane. A day later, a competition was already taking place among students of various sects. Kurt fought a fierce battle with his opponent, the boy having to resort to attacking with several flying swords. The main character watched all this, believing that his student's rival was too strong. The next second, a determined young man with a blade in his hands rushed at the disciple of the Spirit Mystery sect. He raised the weapon over his shoulder and prepared to deliver a very powerful blow. Kurt managed to put his sword forward at the very last moment to block the attack. It was very hard for Nicholas to watch as piles of blades broke and lay around the arena. Kurt's opponent placed the tip of his sword on the boy's shoulder and ordered him to surrender. But the guy didn't give up and activated his magic ring. The protagonist's student dexterously struck the blade of his opponent's sword. Kurt prepared to use spells. His opponent agreed to continue the fight. A few minutes later, the disciple of the Floating Sword sect proudly raised his hand up, and next to him lay a defeated young warrior. Suddenly, Nicholas noticed how the main character jumped from the podium to approach his student. Kurt apologized to his mentor for his defeat, and he encouraged him. While Albert was giving the boy a motivational speech, Nicholas jumped into the arena from behind. He approached the hero and, placing his hand on his shoulder, asked for forgiveness for yesterday's misunderstanding. The main character changed his appearance to that of a little boy and explained that the swordsman had simply made a mistake. Nicholas apologized for the misunderstanding. Kurt was about to tell the truth, but the teacher shut him up. The young man ran away in shame. Albert finally dispelled the spell of changing appearance. A few hours later, the main character and the twins were sitting in one of the restaurants. Nicholas looked in. A moment later, the guy quickly burst into the establishment and grabbed the magician by the hand. The swordsman soon noticed that he was holding the hand of the hero, who had taken the form of a pregnant woman. Nicholas immediately jumped aside and apologized for what happened. The visitors began to whisper among themselves. Everyone around started pointing fingers at the young swordsman. He was burning with shame and decided to run away. Albert continued to play the role, but was interrupted by Kevin, who informed him that Nicholas was wanted for a series of harassments. The hero began to jump for joy. Now the swordsman will not be able to get close to him. The next day, the referee rang the bell and announced the start of a new fight. A big guy named Trevor entered the arena against Nicholas and immediately recognized him as the wanted pervert. The brute tried to attack him with his powerful hand, but the swordsman managed to dodge. The warrior began to deliver a hail of blows to the young man. Nicholas was not at all afraid. On the contrary, he looked resolutely at his opponent and pulled his sword from its sheath. Thanks to the blade, the guy created a protective field and repelled several of Trevor's blows. The brute did not give up and began to deliver even more attacks with his powerful fists. The protagonist from the spectator stand noticed the overly simple sword that Nicholas was using. The magician was overcome with a feeling of shame, because perhaps he was the reason for the swordsman's poverty. The old man offered the young man his help in the battle, but he was too busy to respond. Trevor stopped, noticing that his opponent was out of breath. Nicholas did not give up and prepared to strike back, thrusting his blade forward. The young man surrounded himself with several dozen sharp swords. Trevor had a hard time blocking the energy ball the boy sent. The big guy's gloves couldn't withstand the blow and began to crumble into small pieces with a crash. The swordsman stood proudly over the brute, who stared blankly at the ground. The audience applauded Nicholas loudly. The main character felt sick because the young guy won thanks to his mentor. Soon the magician received a call from Kevin, who informed him that he would soon be entering the arena. Brother Kate stood opposite Liam, who was a disciple of the Divine Spirit sect and also his opponent. The boy's sister encouraged him because the opponent was too strong. Albert tensed up when he heard this. Kevin used a technique and covered part of the arena with ice. Liam dodged the stream of cold mass. Soon the hero's disciple created a huge ice monster and sat on his head. His opponent became very angry and prepared to strike. Suddenly, Liam disappeared, leaving behind a strange distortion. Kevin was confused. The protagonist's student sensed his presence behind him and began to cast an ice technique. The place where Liam was supposed to emerge was covered in piles of ice. The Divine Spirit sect boy landed on his knee, a small trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. He gave Kevin a cold, dark look, acknowledging his skill. He thanked Liam for the compliment and prepared to make another attack. The next moment, several fireballs rushed towards him. The guy put his shield forward. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion was heard, the smoke from which enveloped the entire arena. The enemy did not surrender, but only provoked Kevin to attack in order to waste his strength. He was filled with determination to defeat his opponent. His eyes lit up with a bright flame, and a cloud of energy appeared in his hands. A second later, Albert's student threw several bombs towards Liam. Kevin couldn't contain his inner demon. The guy's smile seemed frightening. The enemy also put a shield in front of him, not thinking for a second about its impossibility of resisting the projectiles. Soon the bombs reached their target and turned into a pile of brown mass. It was stinking feces, one drop of the vile liquid landing directly on Liam's uniform. The stinking piles surrounded the confused warrior, and he began to feel sick from the smell. Soon the poor warrior rushed to the edge of the arena to quickly empty his stomach of the recently eaten dinner. The opponent pounded his hands and refused to admit defeat, while continuing to vomit. Kevin, who had a protective mask on his face, used the technique to convince him otherwise. The spectators were tormented by the incredibly disgusting smell. Albert's team, wearing gas masks, encouraged their comrade. A few seconds later, a foul-smelling cloud formed over Liam, and the boy could only run away. Soon, only Kevin, inspired by his victory, and his surrendered opponent remained in the arena. Liam tried everything he could to get rid of the stench that was coming from him, but nothing worked. The winner came closer and used an incomprehensible technique. The next moment, Liam was enveloped in a pillar of energy that emitted the scent of cherry blossoms. Kevin shook his opponent's hand and asked him not to hold a grudge against him. He abruptly pulled his hand back, still holding a grudge for such a miserable defeat. The winner of the battle invited the guy to have tea together at the Spirit Mystery sect, but he cynically and arrogantly refused. Soon Albert and his students returned home, everyone praising Kevin for his skill. Suddenly, the twins showed the mentor the artifact he had won, and he froze in amazement. After that, the hero began to examine the Nine Dragons disc, which would be ideal for improving the sect's defense. The magician thanked the student for such a generous gift and promised to give him something equally valuable in return later. When the squad had already approached the main staircase of the sect, the protagonist informed his charges that their protection was no longer needed, so they could go wherever they wanted. Kate immediately teleported away for the treasure. Jack headed to the swordsman school, and Henry also hurried to leave. After a few seconds, only Kevin and Albert remained, trying hard to hide his true emotions. Suddenly, the guy began to cast a spell, and a small cloud of energy essence appeared in his palm, improving magical abilities. A moment later, he rushed straight at Kevin, hitting him in the chest. A few days later, Albert was fishing in splendid isolation, reminiscing about the old days. Suddenly, he was distracted by Vinogradinka, who reported the presence of several werewolves at the border of the sect. The hero almost instantly regained his spirit and ordered the robot to activate the defense mechanism. Meanwhile, at the border of the Spirit Mystery sect, there stood a tiger, an armadillo, and a snake, who had come for the remnant of the soul of the huge snake. The striped predator rudely ordered his comrades to communicate using telepathy, because they could be heard. Suddenly, a projectile launched from a satellite created by Albert appeared above the trio. The armadillo closed his eyes and sniffed the air, indicating the presence of some kind of threat. Tiger calmed his partners and asked them to focus on completing the important mission. A second later, a thick metal rod pierced his head, and a fountain of blood gushed out. The snake and the armadillo screamed shrilly as they looked at the lifeless body of their comrade. A moment later, the two and the rest of the predator's soul rushed to burrow underground to escape. The protagonist watched this and smiled. He ordered Vinogradinka to activate the new railgun. Immediately after this, the satellite released a cloud of energy that rushed to where the remaining animals were hiding. A few seconds later, the snake's head burst like a balloon, and the armadillo screamed in fear. The surviving animal and the two ghosts began to try to dig through the ground as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the battleship stopped. Noticing a bright light ahead, a hero appeared from the hole, dressed in armor, and greatly frightened the intruder. The beast turned to retreat, but Albert's robotic clone was already waiting for him there. Then the battleship cast a spell and was engulfed in streams of purple smoke. Suddenly, he turned into a boy and bound the souls of the snake and the tiger, promising to surrender. In fact, this creature was called a pangolin, and the hero decided to keep alive a representative of this endangered species. After this, the magician took what was left of the boy's partners and demanded an explanation. He told about his mission to find a clot of the spirit of a giant snake, which was located on the territory of the inexhaustible lake. The main character cast a suspicious glance at him and thought about it. A few minutes later, the magician and his guest set off in search of the necessary artifact. Having heard that the spirit of the monster could be at the bottom of the lake, the guy decided to resort to extreme measures. Suddenly, Albert dropped his pants and began to urinate into the water from the deck of his ship. Almost immediately, a green thing jumped out of the lake. A huge snake took over the body of a small frog and threatened to kill the main character for such a vile act. A moment later, the magician placed his soul in a magic ball and began juggling his catch of the day. Suddenly, a giant turtle and its babies jumped out of the water after the monster. Albert explained to them the whole absurd situation that had developed and sincerely apologized. Suddenly, the huge turtle informed the magician that it was going to leave the sect's territory with its children. Just a couple of minutes later, the main character was seeing off his sea friends, holding back the tears that were welling up. The boy turned around and looked at the captured pangolin, deciding to replace the animal that had left, as it could not swim. Then Albert poked his finger into his forehead and agreed to conduct a test for him, which, if passed, would allow the boy to become a guard of the sect. The werewolf tried to persuade the guy to let him go, but he had already used a sleeping spell on the guest. A few minutes later, the protagonist began to use the 9-dragon disc that was given to him. Albert remembered the scroll the pangolin had given him with a technique that improved the properties of any object using soul clots. The magician began his ritual, and the balls with the recently captured souls rushed towards the artifact. These spheres were surrounded by 9 small golden dragons, indicating a hasty fusion. Vinogradinka integrated the received artifact into the island's defense system. Albert clapped for himself. Large replicas of dragons appeared in the sky above the Spirit Mystery sect. Suddenly, a spiritual rain poured down on the young students, and they were incredibly happy about it. The children began to jump for joy and thank their mentor, who enjoyed his triumph. A drop of energy fell on the boy's finger and glowed with a bright light. According to the robot, it will last for about 2 years. The protagonist's expression changed dramatically. Now he needed even more souls of dead werewolves to prolong the effect. Meanwhile, the badgers working in the mine were informed of a new task from their master. The warlike beasts dropped their tools and enthusiastically agreed to help exterminate the werewolves. That same evening, the hero called a representative of the Thousand Paths sect and asked him to take his doll on the expedition. At this moment, Albert was lying on a sun lounger and sipping delicious orange juice. His interlocutor escorted the doll on board, and it was required to explore the area beyond the edge of the sky. Soon, the protagonist quickly hung up the phone, clearly showing disdain for the representative of the Thousand Paths sect. A couple of months later, all the expedition members were vigorously discussing what they had seen. The hero's robot was scribbling a report. The sect disciple pestered the doll with questions because he had always been silent. Even though the robot wasn't paying attention, the guy kept jumping around him. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered near the side of the ship. The doll did not move. Everyone ran to their cabins. The student tried to drag the robot to a safe place, but it did not give in. The advisors of the Thousand Paths sect's mentor insisted on fleeing from the opponents. The master called his subordinates spineless and did not listen to them, pressing the red button. The attacked ship was covered in a protective aura just before the next shot. The ship shook from another blow, and the crew miraculously managed to stay on their feet. The gun operator could not figure out the controls, and the instructor expressed dissatisfaction with the unprofessionalism of his students. The master was filled with anger, so he headed towards the exit of the cabin to fight off the enemy. The students tried to dissuade the teacher. The leader of the Thousand Paths sect pushed them away and gave a speech. He was tired of constantly wasting the resources he had obtained on repairing the ship. Suddenly, the enemy ship fired another shot from its cannon. The cannonball pierced the stern of the ship, and the captain's cabin was illuminated by a red alarm light. The mentor assessed the seriousness of the situation and decided to distract the enemy and allow the students to escape. All this time, the main character's robot stood on the deck of the ship. He realized that without outside intervention, the ship would be destroyed. The head of the sect rushed towards the exit, The ship shook violently. The disciples begged the master to stay. He turned around and with a frightened face said that the boys must survive to avenge him. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open. The mentor flew to the side and Albert's robot stood on the threshold. The doll agreed to help the ship's crew, but only in exchange for 80% of all the loot. The leader of the Thousand Paths sect was burning with anger. The mentor approached the unexpected guest and looked at him carefully. The master leaned over the doll and asked who he was anyway. The assistant explained that it was Albert's robot and hurried to lead it away from the master. The computer began to break free and promised to help the master. This was their only chance for salvation. The mentor approached the doll and asked her to sit at the main control panel of the ship. The sect leader's assistant couldn't believe that his master had trusted a soulless machine. The master entered a serious mode. His outerwear burst from the tension. The doll was surprised. Another heavy cannonball flew from the enemy ship. The robot managed to steer the ship out of the projectile's trajectory at the very last moment. The captain nervously bit his nails. The doll controlled the ship without a single emotion on its virtual face. The crew was overjoyed because the machine had helped them avoid possible death. The leader of the Thousand Paths sect began to laugh because the robot allowed him not to sacrifice himself. Suddenly, with a sharp movement, he slapped the computing machine on the shoulder. The master promised to generously reward Albert at the end of the expedition, and the doll began to sparkle. Suddenly, her hand fell off and landed right on the control panel. At this very time, the main character was frying meat on his grill, and Vinogradinka disturbed him. She reported that the robot was broken, and the guy was beside himself with anger. The crew looked with displeasure at their captain, who had broken the doll's arm. Albert sent the machine instructions for repair. So soon the hand was in place. Despite a simple misunderstanding, the robot demanded impressive compensation from the culprit. Meanwhile, the captain of the enemy ship from the Sky Robbery sect immediately realized that the ship was being piloted by an experienced pilot. The master praised the doll, and his hand again rushed to his shoulder. Fortunately, the crew managed to protect the robot with a protective dome. A few seconds later, the Thousand Paths sect ship successfully left the air pirates' territory, with 2 explosions ringing out behind them. The doll stood up from her chair and headed towards the exit to thunderous applause. Suddenly, the sect leader hugged the robot. He decided that the owner did not appreciate him at all. Unfortunately, the man was too strong, so he accidentally broke the doll in half. Vinogradinka reported to the main character about another problem with the scent car. He was enjoying the shashlik. A month later, the head of the Thousand Paths sect named Howard appeared at the gates of Albert's community, carrying a robot on his back. He was categorically against it and tried with all his might to escape from the man's tenacious hands. Soon the master met the main character. He greeted such a respected guest. The man in glasses announced that the reward would be paid soon and also asked how much the doll cost. The guy explained that this car is a clone of the Vinogradinka, so it is not intended for sale. Hysterical Howard, like a little child, refused to leave without such a robot. The heads of the sect looked at each other with predatory glances. Albert agreed to a temporary lease and set a price of 50 billion for one flight. Suddenly, their quarrel was interrupted by Sarah, who appeared out of nowhere and had been watching this absurd picture for quite some time. Seeing her, Howard immediately let go of the doll's head, and the hero flew straight to the ground. Albert fell on his back. His rival agreed to a price of 20 billion. And only because the guy is friends with the red-haired beauty. A little later, the 3 of them were sitting at a small table and enjoying tea. The magician, with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened, asked Howard how the pilot training process was going. He replied that he had very realistic simulators on which they sharpened their skills and threw an incomprehensible artifact in front of him. His interlocutors watched the flight of the strange disc in amazement. Suddenly, everyone at the table was transported into a projection simulating the cockpit of a ship. Several information windows have appeared above the control panel. The final test is about to begin. Howard apologized to the guy and the girl because he completely forgot to reset his progress. Albert asked the master to leave everything as it was. He was eager to test his skills. At the same second, the alarm sounded and 3 shells were fired at the ship. Howard advised shooting down 2 cannonballs with cannons and dodging the third. The hero did not listen to him and fired only 1 large caliber charge. He managed to stop the cannonball flying ahead. The other 2 collided with it. A moment later, a giant cloud of fire formed in their place. Howard couldn't believe his eyes. Sarah tried to hug Albert, but he managed to dodge. The leader of the Thousand Paths sect admitted that he was a failure because the newcomer was able to pass the test that he had been struggling with for a long time. Meanwhile, the fire warrior did not give up her attempts to hug the main character tightly. The guy boasted that he managed to achieve such a result thanks to Vinogradinka. The magician stood in a victory pose, his proud face expressing satisfaction with himself. Suddenly, Howard put his hand on his shoulder, interrupting the protagonist. The man dragged Albert along with him and invited his entire sect to join the Thousand Paths sect. Suddenly, the guy suggested doing everything the other way around. The master stopped and decided to think about this proposal with his students. The hero blurted out such stupidity only as an example. Howard soon flew away. The main character waved after him. Perhaps the students of the Thousand Paths sect would no longer want to deal with the magician. Sarah calmed Albert down and took out a ring with a ship sealed inside, which she offered as a gift to the skilled pilot. Unexpectedly, she set a condition: the girl must become a full-fledged mentor of the guy's sect. Finally, the beauty playfully winked at the main character and went about her business. The hero was glad that she did not propose marriage, but suddenly a strange glow appeared over the house. A familiar voice asked if the guy had found a new love. Albert immediately recognized the guest as his bride and explained that she had misunderstood everything. She flew in riding on a giant bird, and the girl suggested that they arrange it right now. After that, she looked at her beloved with a besotted look. The guest then rushed towards her fiancé to hug him very tightly. The fetus inside the boy's belly began to hurt as she approached. Despite this, he was ready to endure any pain, so he plunged into the arms of his beloved. Suddenly, a terrible pain pierced the hero's stomach. But in order to get out of the situation, he began to spin around in a dance with Lily. The girl noticed a strange rumbling in the magician's stomach. He said that he was simply very hungry. A little later, Albert, Richard, and Steve were quietly watching Lily as she carefully prepared dinner. She turned around and happily announced that everything was ready. Meanwhile, the guys pretended that they weren't spying on her at all. The main character thanked his beloved for her care. Steve sniffed the smell coming from the prepared dinner. There was a dead octopus floating on the plate. The dish looked exotic and a little disgusting. Lily suggested that they start eating quickly, and the boys felt a sense of anxiety. Suddenly, Richard grabbed the boy and hurried away so as not to spoil the romantic atmosphere between the lovebirds. Lily covered her face with her hands to hide her embarrassment. The hero was crying because he didn't want to try her cooking at all. Soon the girl noticed that her fiancé had not touched the prepared dinner at all. Her face was so pitiful that the guy had to brazenly lie so as not to upset his bride. Lily scooped up some of the disgusting mass with a spoon. A tentacle was sticking out of it. The magician tried to hold back his gagging. The girl didn't pay any attention to his emotions. The spoon was getting closer with every second. A few moments later, a pile of this stinking concoction ended up in the protagonist's mouth. Lily watched her fiancé for a moment, expecting praise for the dish he had prepared. Albert couldn't hold back his tears because the food tasted as disgusting as it looked. The boy decided not to give up, so he forced himself to swallow the food, his mouth burning with pain. Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling coming from his stomach. The fruit inside the hero glowed with happiness. He liked this concoction. A little later, Lily reached her hand to the magician's lips to wipe away the broth that remained on them. Suddenly, Albert stopped her and licked his lips, eating the rest of the food. The girl became embarrassed and screamed a little in surprise. The protagonist licked his lips again because this dish was rich in spiritual energy. The guy asked Lily where she got the ingredients and noticed that she was sitting on the floor. The girl blushed with shame and abruptly looked away from her beloved. She replied that the octopus was a gift from her mentor, and one look at Lily's beautiful face made the hero's heart jump out of his chest. After this, the hero took a green leaf from the plate with his chopsticks. He put the leaf into his mouth and recognized it as the cabbage grown in the spirit mystery sex territory, but it still contained a large amount of spiritual energy. Albert began to force himself to eat the disgusting concoction in order to quickly destroy the seal of his fruit. Lily watched him, as if enchanted. Soon the main character finished his dinner, praised his beloved, and asked her to cook this dish every day. The girl didn't know his true intentions, so she decided that the guy liked the taste of the food and became embarrassed, smiling sweetly. Richard and Steve were secretly spying on everything that was happening and were frightened by their comrade's behavior. A few days later, it was time for Lily to leave, and Albert burst into tears, not wanting to let go of his bride and her healthy cooking. Suddenly, the girl declared that if it weren't for her mentor, she would have stayed with her beloved until the end of her days. The next moment, Lily came closer and kissed Albert on the cheek with care. The big bird has already arrived for its passenger, who promised to return again soon. The main character looked after his beloved. He will miss her very much. Suddenly, he received a message from Kate. She really wanted to meet her mentor's fiancé. She also reported that she had collected all the resources needed to create a legendary item. Suddenly, a random passerby crashed into the girl, his face hidden by a hood. When Kate turned to look at him, the stranger was nowhere to be found. She didn't pay attention to such a trifle and hurried home. A few minutes later, she was already flying in her super-fast fighter. Suddenly, the sky was covered with black storm clouds, and Kate felt uneasy. One of the lightning bolts hit the plane directly, breaking it in half. Fortunately, the girl foresaw this turn of events and managed to escape. At that very moment, a storm eagle appeared in the sky, heading towards Kate. She managed to assess the situation and prepared for a fierce battle. The bird aimed at the girl. She managed to create 2 more clones of herself. Everyone ran in different directions. Despite this distraction, the eagle immediately attacked the real Kate. The bird began to mock the enemy, who was very unhappy. The girl looked angrily at the storm eagle. Now she decided to quickly defeat the enemy. Suddenly, Kate's magic ring didn't work, which left her in great shock. She ran away, avoiding the shots of the bird of prey, and had to call her mentor for help. Luckily, she managed to summon several battle dolls. Meanwhile, the main character was peacefully fishing and was disturbed by a message from a student who was in trouble. Albert immediately ordered Vinogradinka to find a way to solve this problem. Kate was soon joined by a robot clad in impenetrable armor. It was a clone of the mentor that he was remotely controlling. Storm Eagle would be in trouble. A moment later, the girl, the hero's clone, and several dolls decided to fight the vile bird. Suddenly, the monster released lightning towards the wooden warriors. The doll put forward a shield and parried the enemy's attack. The hero's clone began to absorb lightning energy into his metal palm. The teacher ordered Kate to stand back and just enjoy the show. Suddenly, the clone directed lightning energy towards his student. It enveloped her. The next moment, wings of spiritual energy similar to those of a thunder eagle grew out from her back. A second later, the mentor created several magical threads that looked like strings. Immediately after this, the clone of the main character tugged one of them with his metal finger. The impulse that came from her, like a bullet, wounded the bird, and streams of blood gushed from its body. Albert threatened the monster with his fist. No one dares to offend his students. Kate, who had recently received beautiful wings, rushed to her teacher to hug him tightly. Suddenly, the robot placed his cold hand on the girl's shoulder. The clone glared at her and reproached her for not being able to handle a simple bird. A few days later, the doll led Kate straight to the main character, with her magic ring lying on the table next to him. The girl began to try her best to prove that her real ring had been replaced, so she was almost defenseless. Albert looked closely at the magical decoration, noticing the true talent of the one who made and replaced it. The guy felt like a real detective and asked the student to show her recent memories. A recording appeared on the screen in which Kate was calling the hero. At that moment, the girl turned around, although nothing happened. Suddenly, the main character noticed strange vibrations of the flashlight, despite the complete absence of wind. Because Kate didn't pay attention to such important details, the mentor put her to sleep. Her consciousness was transferred to a training illusion, where it was necessary to find all the differences among identical images. The girl's head was spinning. She begged the magician to let her out of here. In reality, Albert looked at the fake ring and decided to go in search of the clever thief. That same evening, 2 guys in raincoats were discussing a bunch of treasures that were in the ring that Kate had stolen. Suddenly, one of the thieves noticed that something strange was happening with the artifact. The next moment, a mass of stinking filth shot straight at him. The guy's partner started vomiting from the unbearable stench. He tried to get rid of the nasty smell, but nothing worked. Meanwhile, Albert and Steve were walking down the street, holding scrolls with these disgusting techniques in their hands. They felt very cool. At this time, Jack was in Heavenly Sword City, training aspiring swordsmen. One girl fell to the ground, no longer able to stand in a fighting stance. The teacher ordered the assistant to take her to his field residence so that she could rest. The guy looked after them. He didn't want to admit that she wouldn't be able to continue her studies. A red-haired boy named George and a talented student named Cole stood out from the crowd. 3 hours ago, Jack had read the notice board, where he had found an offer to become a teacher at the Heavenly Sword Academy for 3 years and several contracts to kill werewolves. The boy wanted to visit the Great Vault, so he began to count how many monsters he needed to get the required number of points. He was interrupted by a stranger who called killing monsters a dangerous and expensive idea. Then Jack turned around and asked if there were easier ways to earn a lot of points. The stranger promised to tell about one of them, but only for 100 spiritual stones. The swordsman, without thinking for a second about the correctness of his actions, paid the guy. He offered Jack to become a teacher in order to be able to visit the vault by having his students win the tournament. After listening to the stranger, the swordsman handed him some more spiritual stones as a token of gratitude. Soon he set off on his journey and thanked the boy as he said goodbye. After some time, the swordsman met with a representative of the Heavenly Sword Academy and offered his candidacy as a mentor. As proof of his professionalism, the guy demonstrated that he had an aura of a fairly high stage of development. Finally, he asked the man to allow him to teach the Earth-ranked B class. Already in the present, George and Cole, who remained standing in the rack, were very tired. The other students watched in amazement as they became one with their blades. A few seconds later, the aura of these talented boys dissipated and they fell unconscious into the doll's arms. Jack ordered the robots to carry the exhausted students to his residence. A boy from the group called out to him, and the swordsman turned around to find out what was going on. The boy explained that George had to go home because his mother was very ill, and no one but him could take care of her. Hearing this, Jack gave the tired boy a bottle of moon dew, which should help the woman recover. A little later, the swordsman offered the protagonist to lure these capable students to the sect of the mystery of the spirit, but he responded with a firm refusal. Albert saw in George the potential to become a troublemaker like Nicholas, but Cole's future was unclear. Soon Jack reported that he had found a suspicious bottle on the blue-haired boy, and the magician ordered that the couple be closely watched. After this, the main character breathed a sigh of relief and began to think about why troubles were haunting him. George and Cole could produce valuable fruit when they grow up if the boy takes care of them now. The next morning, Jack asked two talented students to come forward. He handed them two strong and very valuable swords and asked them to continue training in order to soon win the competition. Suddenly, a report was heard about the robbery of the Heavenly Sword Academy's treasury. Jack immediately arrived there. There was an unpleasant stench all around, and immediately realizing who had committed the crime, the guy wrote to Kate. The girl had already headed towards the academy, taking a military fighter with her to definitely catch the thief. That evening, Jack and Henry enjoyed a heartfelt conversation over tea on the grounds of the Heavenly Sword Academy. Suddenly, the swordsman asked if the boy had brought what he had asked him for. He answered positively and took a small model of the building out of his pocket. Jack thanked his brother and patted him on the head. He blushed with shame. The swordsman explained that he wanted to help his students succeed, and at that moment he looked like an angel. Their conversation was interrupted by Kate, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The breathless girl grabbed the first glass she came across and instantly drained it. She explained to Henry that she had been chasing the thief for a long time, but he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, Kate caught the smell of sewage in the air. She jumped up with lightning speed and rushed to search for the criminal. The brothers wished her luck and continued their meal. Soon the girl came across a man in a cloak, emitting a foul smell. The guy turned around, feeling Kate's presence behind him. She couldn't be happier with her find, because she had spent a lot of effort on it. The thief threw her the stolen magic ring and offered to make a deal. She should rid the guy of the unpleasant smell. Kate decided to do something a little different and summoned some battle dolls. The enemy seemed to have expected such a turn of events, so he prepared for battle. A giant projection of his palm rushed towards the girl. This was followed by a very powerful blue explosion. The thief saw the silhouettes of the dolls, and Kate threw the dissipating smoke. The girl threatened a guy named Roy that now anyone could find him by his disgusting stench. Surprised that she knew his real name, the thief intended to kill his opponent, but she surrounded herself with a protective dome. Suddenly, Kate teleported behind Roy, catching him off guard and making him nervous. The guy tried to attack her, but the girl teleported again. The thief admitted his inability to defeat Kate. He will have to agree to her terms. After this, Roy offered the girl a magic ring containing a bunch of treasures. She checked the contents of the artifact and reported the imminent arrival of a person who would solve his problem. Soon, Steve arrived on a flying ship and handed the thief a scroll with the necessary spell. The guy instantly snatched it from the boy's hands and read it loudly. The hero's students laughed because the text of the spell was funny. Once Roy got rid of his stench, he immediately tried to attack the children. Caught off guard, Kate and Steve came to their senses surrounded by streams of smoke. Suddenly, the girl's magic ring began to tear itself out of her hand and rushed away. The thief grabbed it and burst into a very nasty laugh. A few seconds later, the guy was gone. Steve was beside himself with anger. An angry Kate just smiled, because now Roy would have to deal with his mentor's weapon. The satellite in the sky located the thief and prepared to fire. The blue beam hit the ground directly, creating a giant shockwave. Suddenly, the birds that were hit fell onto the grass and the thief lost consciousness. Steve walked closer to the nasty guy and showed him the middle finger. Soon, Roy was taken to the keeper of the treasury to return everything that was stolen. As a reward for catching a dangerous criminal, the man presented Kate and Steve with a ring containing 500,000. Meanwhile, Albert sat in his dungeon, his clones busy with work. The hero tried to earn valuable resources with the help of another copy of himself, but nothing worked. The clones rudely asked the guy to concentrate on his work. The magician pointed out that he supplies the copies with energy, so they should have no complaints about him. Suddenly, Albert fell out of his chair and gave himself a bump, which delighted the clones. Immediately after this, Vinogradinka reported the valuable catch of badgers and the discovery of a powerful werewolf in the form of a white tiger. The guy remembered that recently one of the dolls came across the corpse of a similar animal. Then the hero ordered Vinogradinka to place the carcass in a special place that would not allow the flesh to begin to decompose. A second later, the magician opened the door and hurried to examine the werewolf. In the laboratory, he discovered a dragon egg that had been taken from the carcass of a tiger. Albert hugged him and ordered him to take him to his room. He was eager to get his own personal dragon. Suddenly, the fetus inside the hero began to push, inflating his belly. After that, the guy flew straight up to the ceiling. The fetus did not want the owner to have another child. The main character came to an agreement with his child, who put him down on the floor. Albert came to his senses and asked the dolls to take the egg to the pond with the spiritual liquid. An angry clone appeared and reminded him of the pile of orders and Kate's request to create a second grape. 3 months later, the hero had almost finished the work. He had to spend almost all the money. The assistant was unhappy with listening to another lecture on this matter. Suddenly, black thunderclouds appeared in the sky above the temple of the spirit mystery sect. The guy didn't think it was a big deal, so he just lay down on the floor and lightning shot at him. The fruit inside the magician created a protective dome around its owner. Albert stroked his stomach, wondering if he was having a boy or a girl. Suddenly, the hero woke up and realized with horror that he was a man, not a pregnant woman. The grape informed the owner of the impending threat. The protagonist was informed about a downed ship in the sky above the sect. The trajectory of its fall aimed directly at it. The magician ordered the alarm to be sounded and the dolls to be collected at the site of his supposed crash. Within a few minutes, a group of robots had gathered at the required point and were awaiting further instructions. With the help of dolls, the main character created a special platform above the surface of the lake. The aircraft was losing altitude very quickly. Its captain, Winston, recognized the imminent destruction of the ship and advised his partner, Tony, to minimize possible casualties. Suddenly, he pointed to the inexhaustible lake, where the number of unexpected casualties would be minimal. Winston forgot himself for a moment, absorbed in examining the map of the area. The ship's path is blocked by a satellite created by the main character to protect the sect. The captain immediately noticed that the presence of a legendary class weapon here indicated that there was a settlement nearby. A giant water palm emerged from the lake, and the ship rushed madly towards it. A few seconds later, the ship found itself on the surface of the inexhaustible lake, safe and sound. Soon, Winston and Tony safely landed on dry land. The assistant was dissatisfied with the frivolity of his friend. Albert, Kevin, and the warriors of the Council of Elders came out to meet them. Fred introduced himself and his comrades to the unexpected guests. After this, Tony rushed to the main character and thanked him for saving him. As the boy approached the ship, the hero grabbed his shoulder, which was hurting from the strong slap on it. Suddenly, Winston refused to fly away for now and approached Albert. The captain asked to be taken to the guest quarters because he wanted to stay here for a while. The magician forced a smile. The guest was interested in how the guy was able to create a legendary class weapon. The man understood that the magician must have an assistant, because it is not easy to do this alone, and he was plunged into a feeling of anxiety. Winston expressed a desire to have a doll that could pilot a ship. Albert was drawn to the scroll containing the blueprints for the legendary class puppet that the captain pulled out of his pocket. The guy almost instantly snatched the document from his hands in order to open it quickly. In it, he read about 6 robots that together form a single fighting machine. Winston came closer and asked if the hero could make something similar. He answered negatively with disappointment and returned the scroll to its owner. Albert justified his refusal by saying that his level of skill development was too low. The captain walked away, promising to return in a while with a second offer. Having made sure that the man had flown far enough, the protagonist called him a naive simpleton. After this, the magician admitted to revealing the secret of his legendary weapon against werewolves. The hero immediately remembered Roy, against whom this development was used. Suddenly, Albert felt a strange connection between the thief and Kate. He was obliged to protect her. A month later, the girl noticed a slyly smiling face on her ring. It turned out to be fake. She screamed loudly and began to say nasty things about Roy, promising to take revenge soon. Kate was in a hurry to leave the city, so she flew away like lightning. All this time, she was being watched by a thief who had changed his appearance, and now he intended to rob the entire sect of the mystery of the spirit. A little later, the girl complained to her mentor about Roy, who had again replaced her ring. Albert reassured her that this was all part of his plan. He told her about 8 more artifacts that the thief must steal from her. Kate took the rings in her hands and went about her business. When she was about to leave the territory of the Spirit Mystery Sect, several lightning bolts struck the protagonist. This was necessary to complete the process of creating the energy-producing pearl. The guy entrusted it to his clones. After a time, Albert's copies were installed in the center of the disc of 9 dragons. Then the silhouettes of these noble and powerful creatures burst out from there. After this, spiritual rain poured down on the sect's disciples again. A golden silhouette of a certain deity appeared next to the main character, signaling Mason's breakthrough. The teacher noticed a dim spot in the creature summoned by his ward. The dragons immediately rushed to help the guy and flew closer. The creatures helped the student restore the integrity of the deity's silhouette. Suddenly, Sarah appeared to the protagonist and explained that dragons would be able to create a drop of essence of the 5 elements in 100 years. Albert called it the best thing that could happen in his case. Sarah got too close to the guy and asked him to create a personal formation for her. She drilled him with her playful gaze and said she wanted to install it in her bathroom. The magician admitted that this was impossible and quickly ran away. The next morning, the doll handed Mason the necessary tools and sent him on a journey as ordered by his mentor. The warrior took out his phone to find out the purpose of his first mission. The first goal was to go to the City of Lust and visit the Pavilion of Caresses. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. When the warrior reached the right place, he did not notice anything strange about it at first. An unfamiliar girl immediately approached Mason and grabbed his hand, scaring him a little. Inside the Pavilion of Caresses, the guy saw a stage on which dancers were performing. His gaze was immediately drawn to a beautiful girl in a red dress. The next moment, the dancers jumped straight into the crowd of spectators. The beauty in the red dress hugged Mason and advised him to relax and not think about anything. The warrior asked the girl to move away from him and not interfere with the fulfillment of an important mission. Half an hour later, she jumped out of his room and asked other workers to replace her. At this time, 2 other girls were trying to massage Mason's back, which was hard as granite. On leaving the establishment, the administrator asked the guy to pay 300,000 spiritual stones for the services rendered to him. The big guy put the money on the table and decided never to visit such establishments again. The disgruntled workers shouted nasty things at him, but Mason was busy studying his new assignment. He needed to kill 10,000 werewolves, so he went to a reference agency to find out where the largest concentrations of them were. The office worker offered the guy to buy a scroll with all the necessary information for 2,000 spiritual stones. When the deal was completed, the warrior asked if the agency had any information about him. His interlocutor used a technique previously unknown to him and prepared to answer. He told Mason some secrets which surprised him greatly. In exchange for this information, the greedy worker demanded 100,000 from the guy. Soon the disgruntled big man left the place, thinking about his stupidity. Suddenly he noticed something flying past him. When Mason turned around, he saw that the street was completely empty. Immediately after this, the warrior noticed that his magic ring had been replaced with a fake. The only right decision was to contact the main character, and the big guy did just that. After listening to the student's story, Albert was beside himself because the agency knew suspiciously a lot about his sect. Grapevine hastened to shut up the owner because she felt that someone was eavesdropping on him. The hero immediately realized that the theft of Mason's ring was the work of Roy, who had already obtained 5 such artifacts. Everything was going according to the magician's plan, so he decided to go about his business while waiting for events to develop. At this very time, Mason finally reached the outskirts of the City of the Eternal Tree thanks to the portal. He still didn't believe that his magic ring had been stolen in broad daylight. Out of anger, the boy kicked a small stone that fell under his feet. It flew down and did not make the sound of hitting the ground for a long time. The big man looked down and turned pale. A terrifying picture appeared before him. He was at the top of a tree that was breaking through the clouds. Mason let out a loud scream. Apparently, he was terribly afraid of heights. Vinogradinka advised the guy to remain calm and meet with the head of the sect as soon as possible. The big guy couldn't believe his ears as to why Kate had come to this place. Meanwhile, she finished her fruit salad, enjoying every spoonful. Suddenly, the girl became dumbfounded and very scared. Mason appeared before her and greeted the chief in a friendly manner. Kate fell off her chair, and when she got up, she asked the guy not to scare her like that again. A little later, the big guy ate several plates of delicious and exquisite food, and the girl was interested in his progress in fulfilling his mission. The warrior slammed his fist down on his plate, remembering the poor service in the City of Lust. The caring head of the sect suggested that Mason get to a place with a large concentration of werewolves. Suddenly, she looked inside her robe and became nervous. The worried warrior came closer to find out what was going on. A moment later, he received a blow to the head from Kate, and she became upset with his behavior. A little later, The girl took out a magic ring and explained that she had been robbed again. After comparing the fake artifacts, the guy realized that they were the work of the same thief. Kate pulled out 4 more rings and suggested that they ignore it for now. During their journey, Roy cleverly stole several artifacts from her. After this, Kate called the main character and asked about the next stage of the plan. He happily reported that he had completed the preparation of his spell. Suddenly, Roy, who was trying to escape the crime scene, began to emit foul gases. He couldn't believe that Albert and the disciples of his sect had once again fooled the hapless thief. The guy's disguise was blown, and people ran away to avoid the smell he was giving off. Kate took a photo of the thief and ordered Vinogradinka to keep him in sight. Suddenly, the girl received a message from Roy asking her to remove the spell. She ignored it. Soon, the thief got out of the city. He received a message from Kate. She asked the guy to raise his head. When he looked up, his soul left his body for a moment in fear. A moment later, a projectile landed next to him, emitting a bright glow. A second later, it exploded, creating a huge fire cloud. A little later, Mason and Kate arrived at the scene of the explosion to pick up the thief. The big guy hit him in the body with a stick, and he was still emitting foul gases. The girl introduced her partner to a special coffin that would protect those around her from the smell. Mason picked up Roy and placed him in the container. He then hurried to load it on board the flying ship. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Steve were busy developing a new stinking spell. Their conversation was interrupted by Kate returning, holding a small bag in her hand. The girl handed the returned rings to the mentor, but her face showed displeasure. The head of the sect did not like the fact that she had to play a less-than-ideal role in the teacher's plans, which were clearly devised by Steve. The boy clung tightly to the magician to protect him from the distraught Kate. Albert hastened to calm the girl, upset by his constant presence next to the stinking Roy. As an apology for such torment, the mage gave her improved shield, spiritual tincture, and a new battle doll. The teacher hugged his student tightly and offered to make some aromatic perfume for her. While the girl was busy choosing the right scent, the mentor gestured for Steve to run away. A moment later, he, like the wind, rushed away from the head, taking with him the coffin, the scroll, and the flask with the potion. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Sword Academy, Cole was thrown out of the ring by his opponent. George helped him up, holding out his hand to his comrade. Jack watched with bated breath as the pair's friendship developed. The teacher came closer to them and pointed out their mistakes during the training fight. Soon the red-haired boy went home, saying goodbye to his mentor and his friend. The sword technique Cole was learning was too complex, so Jack gave him 2 scrolls with simpler spells. He accepted such a generous gift, blushed with embarrassment, and thanked his teacher. Suddenly, the student fell silent, covering his mouth with his hands, his eyes looking at Jack in fear. The guy also looked at his charge with concern. He immediately remembered how the main character demanded that he not get close to the students. Then Albert called the guy's part-time job too dangerous and risky, drilling him with an angry look. Jack promised only to guide the couple on the right path and nothing more. Already in the present, the swordsman stroked Cole on the head, and he promised to definitely win the tournament to please his teacher. Jack stared into the distance. He had been at the Heavenly Sword Academy for over a year now. 10 days later, all the students of the academy gathered to register for participation in the annual competition. Jack and his assistant handed out special cards to everyone who wanted them. The swordsman decided to help his students, so he cast a spell on them that slightly increased their movement speed. Soon the children ran off in different directions to stretch their legs a bit, and a stranger watched everything that was happening. Jack immediately turned his attention to him and began to stare. He cried out in pain, his mind not prepared for the look from such a talented swordsman. Soon, spectators began to watch the training fights of the academy students, noticing the presence of a large number of talented children. The wise old man expressed his desire to take the novice swordsman from Jack's group under his wing for training. The teacher's assistant called it the student's only chance to gain high status in this world. The boy admitted with disappointment that after George and Cole's quick victory, he would leave the Heavenly Sword Academy forever. Suddenly, strange discs emitting a purple glow appeared right above the training grounds. The next moment, several werewolves jumped out from there, clearly unfriendly. The students ran away. Jack's assistant asked about the plan of action in such a situation. The guy, without thinking for a second about the risk to his life, pulled his sword out of its sheath and ran towards the monsters. The hero, who was meditating at the time, received a message about the werewolf attack on the Heavenly Sword Academy. At that very moment, Jack was leading a flying ship with students on board. The animals did not even think of falling behind. Suddenly, Vinogradinka appeared and informed the boy about the approaching reinforcements sent by Albert. Suddenly, the swordsman jumped from the bow of the ship and rushed straight into the pack of werewolves. He built a small building behind him in which he housed all his students. After this, Jack looked at his opponents and thrust his blade forward. The wolves' eyes lit up with a bright flame, and drool flowed from their toothy mouths. Their leader surrounded himself with a red aura. The swordsman prepared for a mortal fight. The next moment, the werewolf jumped on him, and he did the same. During his short flight, the guy managed to concentrate the energy of heaven and earth within himself. A second later, the werewolf was enveloped in a pillar of light, which instantly fried the beast's carcass. Jack stood in front of the remaining werewolves and invited them to follow their comrade. One of the monsters made a desperate attempt to attack the enemy, but the guy cut it down with one swing of his sword. Suddenly, another werewolf became human-like and attacked the swordsman. His comrade went to call for help. At this very time, explosions were thundering in Heavenly Sword City. It looked like a real hell. The whole action was directed by the leader of the dogs, dressed in strong armor. A subordinate rushed to him and reported about Jack, who represented a possible danger to them. The leader twisted his terrible face. He was impatient to taste the meat of such a powerful warrior. Meanwhile, the boy attempted to escape because there were too many werewolves. Jack asked Vinogradinka for advice, and she advised him to just keep going. Suddenly, he felt a giant hand behind him, reaching straight towards him. Fortunately, the swordsman managed to surround himself with a protective field in time and miraculously escaped death. The wolves looked with admiration at their leader, who had come to their aid. Soon, the leader noticed that his opponent had pushed off from the huge hand to rush far ahead. The guy just watched the figures of the animals moving away from him with a smile. A few seconds later, Jack found himself surrounded by thick fog, and the place seemed scary. Seeing the stone pillar ahead, he immediately realized that he had wandered into the clear sword sect. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared above her, announcing the start of the entrance examinations. The first goal was simply to climb the stairs. Jack decided not to miss such a rare chance. He only managed to take one step before a huge hand pushed him away. The boy was too advanced. The swordsman rose from the ground and had a brilliant idea. A few seconds later, Jack took a magical building out of his pocket and placed the students next to him. The mentor calmed George down. He was crying sadly because his mother remained in the city captured by werewolves. After that, the guy looked at the children and invited anyone who wanted to take the entrance test of the Clear Sword Sect. The red-haired boy stood up from the ground, filled with motivation to become stronger in order to take revenge on the vile monsters. Almost all the other students followed him. Jack watched them go. He didn't want to part with them for a second. Suddenly, 9 giant swords appeared in the sky, emitting glows of different colors. The blades gave their owner power. The boy was overcome by a thirst for power. An inner voice told him to cut all the students so as not to share these artifacts. Suddenly, the jade medallion on Jack's neck prevented the evil entity from taking over his body, driving it away with a bright light. After this, the pendant broke, and it again saved the swordsman's life. Meanwhile, the leader of the dogs was surveying the surrounding area from a bird's-eye view in order to find the guy. The subordinate, having insulted Jack, informed the owner that he was nowhere to be found. The leader of the pack immediately hit him in the face with a giant hand. A huge silhouette of a wolf appeared around the leader, and he ordered the warrior to treat the enemy with respect. The leader of the wolves was overwhelmed with the desire to taste the flesh of a human at such a high stage of development. Suddenly, the body of the monster leader was pierced by a giant sword. The main character descended from the sky. His body was covered in fur. He looked a bit like a monkey. Albert took his huge sword with both hands and prepared to kill everyone who wanted to harm his student. A few minutes later, Jack emerged from the portal and was met at the exit by a monkey hovering on a cloud. The animal reproached the guy for defeating only one strong wolf. The swordsman happily greeted the unexpected guest, immediately realizing who was in front of him. In fact, it was the body of a powerful werewolf, which was controlled by the main character. Jack noticed that George was missing. Apparently, he did not have time to exit the portal. The magician promised to find him and look after the boy. The mentor suggested that the boy go back to the academy on the ship he brought with him. The swordsman turned around and informed his students that the city had already been liberated and it was time for them to return. A month later, the boy ordered his assistant to go to George's mother and take care of her until her son arrived. A little later, Cole appeared to him, expressing a desire to go on a journey in order to speed up the process of his development. The teacher gave him a book with a secret training method developed by the hero and 1,000,000 spiritual stones for travel expenses. The boy suddenly softened and hugged his beloved mentor tightly. After that, he gave Jack the newly found crystal and hurried on his way. Suddenly, the student stopped and asked permission to call the boy a mentor, even though he was only there temporarily. The swordsman gave his consent with a smile on his face. The boy fell to his knees before his teacher. It reminded Jack of the first time he met the main character. As a parting gift, the guy gave Cole his mark, thanks to which he would be able to come to his aid. Soon the student set off on his long journey with a good attitude. A little later, Albert looked with displeasure at the crystal that Cole had given to Jack. The swordsman and the magician discussed for a long time the possible value of this artifact. In the end, the main character decided to call someone who clearly understands such things. Jacob, summoned by Albert, came to them and explained that this stone contained a lot of spiritual energy, but only a warrior at the Mahayana stage could extract it. The mentor thanked the boy for the explanation and sent him on to train. The magician was going to give the crystal to Jack, but he insisted that the master keep it for now. Suddenly, a magic stone flew out of the box, surprising the swordsman and his teacher. A moment later, the crystal rushed away and the guys decided to go in pursuit of it. They reached it above the inexhaustible lake. The artifact was pulled into the depths of the reservoir. Thanks to his technology, the hero discovered that he was swallowed by a dragon egg to absorb spiritual energy. The mentor secretly told Jack that he had been waiting for a dragon to hatch for a long time. The magician asked the student not to bother his head with this, but rather to go to training. A year later, George was still undergoing the test in the Clear Sword sect. Soon the process was completed. The boy had mastered all 9 magical swords and now wanted to return home. Several hours later, the student successfully traveled back through the portal. Right at the exit of the teleport, a doll with a scroll in its hand, left by the teacher, was waiting for him. After reading the document, the warrior found out that his beloved mother was still alive and had long been waiting for his return in the city of the Heavenly Sword. The battle doll brought a flying boat and invited the boy to board. On the way, George read Jack's letter over and over again. Soon, bitter tears of joy rolled down his cheeks. He was incredibly proud of the nobility and kindness of his mentor. When they arrived at his house, the student immediately jumped to the ground and ran to see his mother. He squeezed his sick mother's hand tightly and pressed himself against her to warm her with his own warmth. The woman happily announced that she could now leave this world in peace because she had finally found peace. The son did not intend to watch his mother die, so he gave her a pill that he obtained from the Clear Sword sect. When the mother swallowed the medicine, something strange began to happen to her. Her whole body was enveloped in a blue aura. Suddenly, the woman rose into the air. Her hair no longer dull and turned red. George's mother recovered and regained her youth, and tears of happiness formed in her eyes. The boy burst into tears, realizing that his mother was no longer in any danger. The woman hugged her beloved son tightly, who had suffered too much. When George went outside, he saw Jack in front of him, which made him incredibly happy. The mentor greeted his student and asked how his mother was feeling. Suddenly, the boy stopped and fell to his knees in front of his teacher. Jack immediately ran up to him and asked him to get up. George asked the swordsman to become his personal mentor, the boy holding a box in his hands. Meanwhile, the main character, walking through the territory of his sect, sensed the approach of danger. His magical intuition immediately told him that it was connected with Jack. At this time, the guy tried to dissuade George from joining the Spirit Mystery sect. The boy fell to his knees and offered the swordsman tea to make him change his mind. Jack froze in his tracks because Albert had given him no instructions for such a situation. Having weighed all the pros and cons, the guy came to the conclusion that he had no other choice but to accept the student into the sect. Meanwhile, the hero admitted that his attempt to predict Jack's fate had failed. That evening, George's mother, Mia, prepared a delicious dinner as a treat for her son's new mentor. The swordsman was amazed by the taste of the beef and soy sauce, which embarrassed the woman. The guy was distracted from his wonderful meal by a red-haired boy who asked him what to do next. After thinking for a moment, Jack suggested that the student go on a journey with him and then return to the Clear Sword sect. He promised to return in 3 months and, blushing, asked to put some pieces of tasty beef for him to take with him. A little later, the swordsman returned home and tried to sneak a peek into the hero's room, but he noticed him and invited him inside. Jack announced that Cole and George had become his personal students, which infuriated the magician. The master grabbed the boy by the ear and began to scold him for disobedience. After this, the student offered Albert to try the meat Mia had cooked as a token of apology. After eating just 1 piece of beef, the main character couldn't stop praising its wonderful taste. Having finished dinner, the magician turned to Jack to give him an important instruction. He ordered the swordsman not to help any of his students under any circumstances if he was on the verge of death. The boy was in a state of shock. Albert soon kicked Jack outside to make him think about his words. The next day, the hero was enjoying a game of mahjong with his dolls when he was interrupted by a worried Grape. She reported on the difficult situation in the werewolf world, and the master stood up from his chair. Suddenly, he turned around sharply and ordered the wooden warriors to freeze and not peek at his knuckles. A little later, the robot explained to the owner that badgers could defeat a powerful monster and conquer an entire region. The boy, without hesitation, agreed to help his little friends. Unfortunately, they need to enlist the help of an old man who demands a legendary item in return, which upsets the hero. A few minutes later, the robot, controlled by Albert, reached the badgers, who begged him to help them. As an apology for the inconvenience caused, the animals offered the magician a bag of spiritual stones. The protagonist accepted their gift and offered to give the Elder One legendary item every 100 years. A little later, when Richard was busy creating new armor in his forge, there was a knock on his door. Albert handed him the money he had received from the badgers and asked him to make the necessary item. Immediately after this, the boy returned to playing mahjong and skillfully beat his dolls. Waking up the next day, the protagonist received a telepathic message from the blacksmith. Richard, who had not slept all last night, happily announced that he had developed a new formula for creating legendary items. He fell asleep instantly as soon as he approached Albert. The boy hurried to visit the blacksmith's workshop in order to find out the formula. After studying it, the hero admitted that Richard had just wasted his time and effort because it was complete nonsense. The alloy was not suitable for forging legendary items, but was perfect for creating skyships, and the magician's spirit was lifted. After this, the main character quietly crept into the room where the tired blacksmith was resting. He grabbed Richard and began to wake up the sleepy poor fellow. A moment later, Albert kissed his friend for creating the material that would help fulfill his dream of a personal ship. The next day, the hero carefully studied the purple crystal, and Richard was watching him. Thanks to the shiny surface of the mineral, the boy noticed the blacksmith behind him. He turned and invited his friend inside in a friendly manner. Albert and Vinogradinka created a drawing of the future ship. Richard couldn't wait to look at it. The blacksmith knew of a great place that was ideal for building a ship, so he hurried there. Suddenly, he stopped and thought, remembering that he was not yet able to make an entire aircraft. Then the blacksmith began to meditate right in his friend's dungeon, so as not to lose a second of valuable time. Unexpectedly, Vinogradinka informed the owner about the arrival of the head of the sect of 1,000 Paths, Howard. As they shook hands, the man handed over a bag of money for renting the doll. Tossing the bag in his palm, Albert decided that now money would no longer be a serious problem. Suddenly, Howard came closer to the guy and asked him to improve the doll he gave him. The man placed the robot in front of him. His hand immediately fell off, but the main character managed to intercept it. While the hero quietly attached the doll's hand back, Howard complained that he could not cope with 3 or more enemy ships. Albert considered the man a stupid blockhead who didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist decided to be polite and tactful, so he asked the head of the 1,000 Paths sect what he proposed to do. Howard smiled and said that he wanted to take Grape on the expedition, not a soulless doll. The guy was a little angry. He didn't want to put his assistant in danger at the request of this fool. A moment later, the hero grabbed his doll and gave the man a firm refusal. Suddenly, Howard pressed himself against Albert's leg like a dog and offered him the magic ring in exchange. The main character took the artifact in his hands and examined it carefully. Soon, the man and the magician agreed that the boy would improve the doll and exchange it for a ring. Already in the dungeon, Albert asked Vinogradinka to upgrade the puppet, but she didn't like such a request. Then, the hero poked her monitor with a bag of money that would help with her own upgrade. Having heard the refusal again, the guy promised to spend all his resources on improving Vinogradinka's brother. The robot became alarmed. She agreed to help. She was worried that Howard would reveal their lie, because the magician promised him Grape and not an improved doll. The main character's face changed slightly. His brain had not come up with such a simple truth. A little later, Albert presented Howard with the same puppet, but said that inside was the mind of his personal assistant. The man waved his hand in joy and accidentally touched the doll. She fell to the ground and her head was separated from her body. The leader of the 1,000 Paths sect apologized for his clumsiness. When the hero quietly repaired the robot, Howard hugged him tightly and praised him for such a development, which, as he thought, repaired itself. A few minutes later, the magician was already examining a pile of magic rings that he had recently received. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. The hero's underground base in the werewolf world was attacked by spiders. Albert created a virtual monitor in front of him to learn more about what had happened. On the screen, several dolls were seen falling apart at once, as if they had been cut with a sword. The protagonist once again took the form of a monkey and ordered Vinogradinka to protect the base's storage facility. Arriving at the storage facility, the boy ordered the robot to send several dolls ahead for reconnaissance and cleanup. The pair of puppets almost instantly jumped up and ran forward a little. After a few seconds, they crossed their wooden arms and shot forward a stream of fire. One of the nasty spiders immediately burned alive. When the smoke cleared, the magician saw that the entire room ahead was covered in soot. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mind spider named Little Stella appeared. The upper part of her body was human, and below was the belly and legs of a vile insect. Albert expressed a desire to study this exotic creature in more detail and began to prepare for battle. He then extended two of his fingers forward, and something very similar to a small lightning bolt formed at their ends. Suddenly, the room behind Stella closed, almost trapping her spidery butt. The opponent promised to definitely try the monkey meat. Before his attack, the protagonist asked why the spider didn't try to escape, since he was a whole stage stronger than her. Immediately after this, the guy hit the floor with his palms, and several stones appeared around Stella, similar to fingers. Within seconds, the girl-spider hybrid was trapped, the stones forming a cage around her. From the darkness of this trap, several of Stella's hairs appeared, reaching out predatorily. Soon the girl herself looked out of the cage, her gaze sending shivers down my spine. A little later, the main character's hand was grabbed by a stone block, which greatly frightened the guy. Suddenly, Stella's hair dug into the floor like worms and grabbed Albert, taking away his ability to move. A moment later, the mage's body completely disappeared from sight, the spider's hair forming a dome around him. The hybrid of a girl and a nasty spider approached the helpless guy. She couldn't wait to feast on his meat. Stella was briefly distracted, and when she turned back to Albert, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The girl began to bite her finger, overcome by the desire to quickly drink some blood. The creature stood still, and suddenly several hands burst out of the floor, grabbing her by the paws. Stella took her finger out of her mouth. There was a bite mark on it. She was surprised by what was happening. Huge hands pulled the vile creature down sharply, trying to catch her off guard. Soon, the spider got her legs stuck in the stone floor, unable to get out on her own. The main character approached her and mockingly declared that she would not be able to taste his blood. He also called Stella just a child, citing her behavior and youthful voice, which shocked the girl. Several sharp stones approached the hybrid's throat. The guy demanded an explanation from his opponent, but she only threatened him with her mother's wrath. Albert was not afraid of her threats, so he called Stella to him, beckoning her with his finger. Suddenly, the wall behind the creature moved, starting to bring it closer to the hero. Suddenly, the guy turned his head to the side. His gaze seemed empty and lifeless. This proved to the spider that he was indifferent to her threats. The girl immediately began to shake. She was scared every second as she watched her enemy. The girl-spider hybrid screamed shrilly, threatening the guy again with her powerful mother. Albert didn't listen to her at all. A fiery clot of energy appeared in his hand. He slowly approached the frightened Stella. The next moment, a red-hot energy blade rushed straight at the spider's head. Its tip sank into the creature's hard skin, and green blood began to flow. Suddenly, strange drawings resembling a portal appeared behind the girl, and she screamed loudly. A moment later, the main character was left alone in the room. His opponent managed to escape from him. The magician took some spider blood from the tip of the blade. He understood that Stella would soon return with help. The hero called Vinogradinka to him and ordered her to move all the valuables located here to the dungeon of the sect of the mystery of the spirit. She pointed out with regret that all the valuables had already been stolen by the mind spiders. Albert was very angry at this turn of events and began to cast spells. He left special marks on the broken dolls. It was a trap for the mind spiders. 3 days later, Stella brought her mother to the vault and complained to her that she was unable to turn it into a new nest, and that the girl's face was now disfigured by a scar left by the protagonist. Her mother was a huge spider. She decided not to punish her daughter for such a failure. Suddenly, she touched a part of the doll lying on the floor with her paw, and it began to vibrate strangely. Meanwhile, the hero handed the leader of the impenetrable badgers a scroll, which contained instructions on how to summon wooden dolls, as well as a detailed plan for creating a new underground base. They were distracted by a powerful explosion that occurred at the site of a storage facility recently captured by spiders. Albert, with a smile on his face, imagined how the vile 8-legged creatures were torn into small pieces. Vinogradinka laughed. Unfortunately, Stella and her mother survived with minor bruises, and the Spider Queen promised to take cruel revenge on the guy. At this time, Howard was in the Heavenly Forge sect, where his ship was upgraded, increasing its speed. The blacksmith offered the man to increase the number of guns, but he refused, since the ship's hull could be damaged. Then, the head of the Thousand Path sect began to kiss the hands of the master who helped him improve the ship. The blacksmith then offered Howard to repair the werewolf ship he had captured, pointing his fingers behind his back. The man did not want to spend extra money on this, so he pretended to have completely forgotten about one very important matter. The master shouted after the running man that he already knew about his acquaintance with the skilled blacksmith. A little later, the Thousand Paths sect ship's cannon fired. Howard couldn't stop smiling as he watched the screen that captured the moment the enemy ship was destroyed. The man was happy that he would be able to defeat even more air pirates if he acquired a couple more wooden robots. But the Albert doll reminded him of his financial problems. These words pierced the heart of the Thousand Paths sect leader like an arrow. His suffering was interrupted by a message about the discovery of a nearby star located in the center of the meteorite belt. The captain ordered the crew to go there immediately. Suddenly, a projectile flew past the ship at breakneck speed, miraculously not hitting it. Soon, the doll informed Howard about the attack of enemy ships, advising him to abandon the flight to the star. The sect leader's assistants tried to persuade the master to retreat so as not to put their lives in danger. The man was deep in thought. Everyone around him froze in anticipation of his answer. Howard ordered his charges to stop panicking and rely on the skills of the doll that was controlling the ship. Then he slapped the puppet on the shoulder, and it looked at him disapprovingly with its artificial eyes. The man promised to send one of the warships to the main character if the doll won the air battle. Having learned of the lucrative offer, Vinogradinka took control of the puppet. Around a dozen cannons formed around the Thousand Paths sect ship, ready to fire at any second. A second later, the guns fired a deafening salvo. Howard watched with pleasure as the robot skillfully dealt with enemy ships. The man noticed that the fired shells had disabled the ships without causing any damage to the hull, and the doll explained that it did not want to break the future property of its owner. The Thousand Paths sect leader pounced on the puppet to hug it tightly. The next moment, several shells rushed towards the ship. The doll managed to catch Howard, who almost fell to the floor, and with her other hand she tried to move the ship to the side. The wooden captain aimed at the star. Next to it was the last enemy. A few seconds later, the ship's guns fired a final shot, successfully hitting the target. The ship's crew was overjoyed. The master tried to hug the doll, but she resisted. In fact, the enemy ship was not destroyed. The monsters managed to dodge and decided to retreat. Suddenly, a giant bell appeared above them, summoned by Howard. The horned monsters covered their ears with their palms with all their might, so as not to hear its loud ringing. After that, a projection of the head of the Thousand Paths sect appeared to them, and he recognized the enemy as horned elves. The leader of the squad pretended that he didn't understand at all what was being discussed. Howard approached the guy and demanded an immediate explanation. He admitted that werewolves forced them to attack. Soon the enemies were wrapped in magic ropes, and the head of the sect ordered the star to be taken with them. At this time, Winston and Tony's ship was passing nearby, and something strange was happening on it. The ash-haired boy was on his knees begging his friend to let him at least steer the ship for a little while. Tony called his comrade the worst pilot after Howard, and at that very second saw a Thousand Paths sect ship flying past overboard. This ship was dragging behind it a huge star held together by a spiritual chain. Winston flew up to his old friend's ship almost instantly. A few seconds later, the guy was already breaking into Howard's cabin, which made him a little angry. The head of the sect hastened to grab his doll and hide it, so as not to share his secret weapon with the uninvited guest. Meanwhile, the ash-haired guy was breaking down the door. There was a special seal on it. Winston lost his patience, so he folded his fingers and prepared to cast a spell. A moment later, he burst into the captain's cabin, landing his feet right on Howard. The guy grabbed the man by the collar and ordered him to immediately introduce the ship's pilot to him, since he wanted to become his student. The head of the sect denied the presence of a new pilot in his team. Winston did not believe him, so soon a fight broke out between them. When the fight was over, the ash-haired guy remembered his recent acquaintance with Albert and decided to go to him in order to create a doll for himself that could control a ship. The guy left the ship very angry. Now he needs to wipe the nose of stupid Howard. After that, the head of the Thousand Paths sect rushed to hug and even kiss his beloved doll. She also resisted. At this time, the hero was in his dungeon. A chill ran down his spine in anticipation of imminent trouble. Fortunately, the magician decided to distract himself from this. He looked at his gift, fascinated. In the ship that Vinogradinka brought, the guy discovered a giant something made entirely of valuable carbon steel. Albert was already in anticipation, imagining his impenetrable vessel. The assistant told the owner that he would have to moderate his ardor, because the sect's budget was almost exhausted, and he demanded an explanation from her where the money had gone. According to her, they were taken by Kate, who had clearly become addicted to gambling. A few minutes later, the protagonist reached his student's estate, surrounded by a protective dome. Albert created a magical hand to push her through the barrier. A moment later, the hand came back, containing a disgruntled Kate. The magician leaned over to his student and asked where she had put the 150 billion spiritual stones. Suddenly, the girl took out her magic ring, and a whole bunch of different artifacts fell out of it. The mentor looked at his student with displeasure as she showed him her treasures. The main character shed a tear, realizing that all his accumulated capital had been spent on such nonsense. Kate continued to show off her trinkets, thinking they were cool and valuable. Albert found it hard to look at his distraught student, so he folded 2 fingers and used an awakening spell. There was a drop left on the girl's forehead that should help her regain her sanity. Soon she woke up, her gaze expressing incomprehension of what was happening to her. Kate remembered her recent bragging about the artifacts and felt ashamed. She turned to the master and asked anxiously if her mind was really clouded. Instead of answering, the hero flicked the girl on the forehead and reminded her of her waste of 150 billion spiritual stones. The guy was unhappy because even in his own world, he did not allow himself such large expenses. After a few seconds, the mentor took hold of his student's wrist and began to guess, as he had recently heard about the ruin of the cultivators. Suddenly, a bright drop of blood appeared on his glove. Blood was flowing from the magician's nose, which greatly frightened the girl. Kate covered his nose with a handkerchief and advised him to immediately take a life-extending pill. The master took the medicine from the student, and she prepared to tell him what had happened to her. During her foray, the girl came across a mysterious shop, the entrance to which was located right in the trunk of a lonely tree. The wooden doll showed her magic bags with items from the world of Chiliacosm. You can try your luck for 100 million spiritual stones. Kate bought one of them and decided to open it just out of curiosity. After a few minutes, she had already opened about a dozen bags and was not even going to stop there. A little later, the girl returned to the doll and demanded a few more bags, clearly getting excited. The main character immediately understood what was being discussed. This entertainment brought in huge profits for the sellers. He immediately came up with the idea of asking Dylan to create similar shops with mysterious boxes. This would help the sect get rid of financial problems. To solve Kate's problem, Albert gave her a reduced salary and completely banned her from visiting the Spirit Mystery Sex Vault. Among the useless junk, he discovered very valuable artifacts, and the student became hysterical. After this, the magician took out a special scroll from the pile, which helps both to increase luck and to decrease it. Soon the boy carefully read the contents of the scroll and began to cast spells. A magic coin appeared in the protagonist's palm. He was eager to try his luck, so he immediately threw it into the air. The mentor and his student watched the movements of the coin carefully, very worried. Unfortunately, the hero will not have any luck anytime soon, as the coin fell on the ground on the wrong side. Suddenly, the coin began to turn black, foreshadowing imminent misfortune. A metal column was rushing from the sky at breakneck speed, straight towards Albert and Kate. They managed to camouflage themselves and thereby knock the core off its intended trajectory. When the hero decided to hide in a pond with spiritual liquid, the column rushed towards them again. A few moments later, the projectile hit the ground right between the protagonist's legs. After this, a huge turtle crawled out of the pond, and the guy and his student were perplexed. Suddenly, she shot a magic sphere from her mouth. She stopped in front of the magician's face, and he looked at her in bewilderment. She flew even closer, dispelling the aura of unhappiness. The hero's joy knew no bounds. After that, Albert took out the magic coin again. Now it was Kate's turn. He flipped a coin and it landed on the lucky side. Soon the box, lying in a pile of junk, began to twitch strangely. A golden beam burst out of it and rushed straight into Kate's body. The girl told her mentor that one of the divine objects recognized her as its owner. Suddenly, she pointed her finger at the main character's belt. There was a hole in the place of the magic ring. The guy's magical artifact was destroyed, which is what he learned from the prediction about the future ruin of the cultivator. Albert was very upset, as if a cloud had hung over him, spoiling his mood. Kate tried to calm him down. The magician looked sadly at the broken ring that he held in his palm. He didn't lose his head and asked Dylan via phone to transfer part of the proceeds from sales to the sex vault. The hero turned around and irritably asked the student to take out her divine item. She tried to run away, pretending to have forgotten about a very important matter, but the teacher managed to stop her and grab her by the shoulders. The dissatisfied girl had to stop. The mentor began to twirl her pigtails again. Kate gave the master her ring so that he could study the extracted resources himself. Suddenly, the artifact vibrated and a voice came from it. The magician began to cast a spell to extract the owner of the mysterious voice from the ring. Suddenly, a magic scroll flew out from there at a furious speed. Half of the body of an unfamiliar boy was sticking out of it, clearly unhappy at being disturbed. Albert and Kate looked at the unexpected guest in surprise. Soon the boy began to make threats. promising to deal cruelly with the main character. He wasn't scared at all. He got the idea to get into the stranger's memories. In his mind, the magician discovered memories of how the boy sucked out people's souls and took over their bodies. The guy used a special technique and put it back into the scroll, making the manuscript smaller. He handed it to Kate, who was in a state of shock the entire time. Upon learning of the boy's ability to steal souls, she immediately asked her mentor to rid her of this thing. Albert put it back into the student's hand and asked her to trust him. Thanks to this manuscript, Kate will be able to control divine objects from other worlds, which greatly increased her self-confidence. The protagonist asked the girl to break through to a new stage thanks to a useful pill and to remain in the sect for now, honing her skills. She graciously accepted the scrolls from him and bowed respectfully. 3 months later, Kate had learned all the necessary skills and set off on her journey. Albert wished her good luck. The hero asked Vinogradinka about the news. She told him about the discovery of ancient ruins, which attracted the attention of treasure hunters. Realizing where exactly his student was rushing to, Albert took a lucky coin out of his pocket and tossed it. He was lucky enough to share the technique he had created with his student. The magic bird rushed after Kate, trying to catch up with her. A few seconds later, the feathered creature reached its target, and the girl felt a slight burning sensation on her back. She immediately realized that the caring mentor shared a piece of his energy with her. Soon Kate created a magical paper crane in her hand and sent it to the master. A little later, the main character tried his best to cover his ears so as not to hear the loud, joyful squeals of the girl that the crane brought to him. The grape reminded the owner that he had sent his luck to his child, who could be any of the sect's disciples, and the boy was not happy with his mistake. An idea came to his mind, and a few minutes later the magician reached the pond with spiritual liquid and dipped his face into it. At the bottom of the pond he saw a giant turtle sleeping soundly. The hero began to wake her up and demand that she give him another magic sphere. His actions frightened her greatly. The poor animal screamed and clutched her heart. Albert pulled his head out of the pond and looked at his reflection with tears in his eyes. The turtle can only use this spell once every 10 years. The grape was worried about her master's health, so she brought a doll, who carefully covered him with a warm towel. Bitter tears flowed from the boy's eyes in streams. His gaze became empty. At this time, Kate again came across the fortune shop, where she was greeted by the wooden seller. The girl thought about it and decided to visit her again. As she entered, she smiled sweetly at the doll. A few days later, the student returned to Albert and showed him some rather valuable things that she had managed to get from the surprise bags. The disgruntled protagonist pointed out to Kate that some of the weapons she had obtained were simply broken. The magician grabbed the girl by the cheeks and scolded her. He didn't like her gambling addiction. As punishment for her misdeed, the boy ordered her to collect very rare resources. The student had a very long and difficult journey ahead of her. The hero's plan was to keep her away from the sect's finances for as long as possible when suddenly he received a message. In it, Jack reported that George had been subjected to a dangerous spell, and Albert ordered them to fly to him immediately. The magician looked at the sky and sighed sadly. He blamed fate for all his problems. Meanwhile, Jack and his disciple were rushing to get to the Spirit Mystery sect as fast as they could, and the boy looked very bad. The student thought about his rapidly approaching death, and the mentor tried to encourage him. Suddenly, George asked the swordsman to stop, after which he handed him the key to the portal leading to the Clear Sword sect. The boy's strength began to leave him. Jack looked at him in fear and screamed. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar flying ship in the sky. Albert was on the ship and he ordered his student to immediately climb on board. The worried swordsman asked his mentor to help poor George quickly. After this, the main character began to examine the boy's body using special equipment. He soon explained that the curse was cast by poisonous frogs, causing the afflicted's body to reject the essence of the spirit. Jack became nervous, realizing that this threatened George with a complete loss of magical abilities. He would become a mere mortal. The protagonist said that there was only one way to reverse the process, but the chances of success were only 10%. An exhausted George told the magician that he was ready to risk his life to save him. The guy also warned that this process would be very painful for the boy. A pangolin sat down next to the red-haired boy. They were surrounded by a seal, and puppets summoned by the hero stood near it. Jack wanted to get closer to his student, but Albert managed to grab him by the collar because being inside the field is too dangerous. A moment later, the main character flew away from the ship, dragging the swordsman along with him. A strange funnel formed right above the ship. It looked like a tornado. Jack was worried about George. The master assured him that everything was fine. The cursed boy's body was surrounded by a red aura. Meanwhile, the frog that cast the spell was wrapped in chains, and a stream of blood gushed out from its body. George's body was pierced by hellish pain, but he tried his best to control himself. The vile amphibian immediately realized what was happening, so it began to resist the influence of the seal. At this time, the damned boy fell to the floor. His body could not bear such torment. He began to pitifully call for help from his mother. Suddenly, George stood up, his eyes filled with pain. Jack hoped that the process of lifting the curse was finally complete, but the magician replied that it was only just beginning. The exhausted frog promised to take revenge on the boy and suck out all his spiritual energy. At that very moment, a chain burst out of her chest, tearing through the flesh. She rushed forward and pierced through all the frogs that were nearby. Meanwhile, George was lost in his consciousness, imagining it as an endless lake. He tried to come to his senses. The excruciating pain had only just now left his poor body. Opening his eyes, the boy saw a beautiful girl in front of him. Suddenly, she started tickling him. George finally came to his senses. Behind the girl, several more beauties appeared, wanting to join their friend. They began to massage the boy, and his body felt warmth and care again. A frightened Jack nervously watched what was happening to his student. The next moment, a red beam hit the main character's ship directly. At that moment, George raised his head and screamed hysterically. The swordsman began to worry that Albert might accidentally kill the poor boy. The magician stated that the process was almost complete, and there was no turning back. A strange mark appeared on the cursed boy's forehead, emitting a golden glow. A few seconds later, a huge magic sword appeared from there. The blade flew into the sky and absorbed the seal. Meanwhile, the frog's soul burst out of its body, thereby killing the vile creature. The red aura absorbed the souls of the amphibians that cast the curse. When the magic sword absorbed this red aura, something strange began to happen. A moment later, all 9 swords that George had obtained from the clear sword sect were floating in the air above him. The hero advised Jack to visit his student quickly, and magical tears began to flow from the master's eyes. The swordsman suggested that his mentor also visit the rescued boy, but he refused. The tired, red-haired boy finally opened his eyes, his beloved teacher holding him in his arms. Jack smiled and was glad that George had escaped, keeping his magical abilities to himself. The swordsman sat down on the edge of the ship and, looking into the distance, thanked Albert. A little later, the main character was calmly heading back to his sect, sipping delicious juice. Suddenly, Vinogradinka disturbed him, informing him that the report on the results of the students' training was ready. From it, the magician learned that right now Mason was traveling the world in the company of a bunch of girls and killing werewolves, which greatly surprised him. A month ago, a defenseless girl lay on the ground and trembled with fear. Several vile monsters, reminiscent of pigs in appearance, loomed over her. Suddenly, behind them, the figure of a formidable warrior appeared, who could not calmly look at the girl in trouble. A moment later, the brute sent all 4 monsters flying into the air with one blow of his mighty fist. After that, he began to approach the poor girl. She was a little frightened by his frowning look. Their gazes met. The stranger became excited, anticipating a dialogue with her savior. The girl began to thank the hero, but, to her surprise, Mason simply walked past, as if not noticing her. The lady stood in front of the big man, trying to get his attention. She explained that she was a novice at the abode of pleasures, but she had nothing to thank her savior with. Mason walked past again and advised the girl to teach her friends how to give a good massage, but she was in a stupor. The warrior went further. The novice of the abode of pleasures took out her phone and began to write to her friends. A few minutes later, several beauties joined her, trying to get Mason's attention. They admired the calmness with which the thug beat up the werewolves. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted loudly, asking what they wanted from him. Within seconds, he was surrounded by a crowd of beauties trying to persuade him to get close. After reading about this, the main character burst into hysterical laughter. He was impatient to find out how events would develop further. Meanwhile, the girls were very tired, trying to please Mason. He demanded to give him a massage and help him freshen up. With the help of Vinogradinka, the hero found out the identities of these girls. They were members of a squad of professional seductresses who lure talented students from various sects. The magician had an idea, so he took out his phone to contact the people he needed. Almost all the students received a message from the main character. They were required to find a squad of seductresses, marry any of them, and return home safely, which left the students stunned. The grape reminded the owner of the substantial dowry that is given to the girls of the abode of pleasures at their wedding. Albert scratched his back. His plan was to enrich the spirit mystery sect in this way. Mason, who was still being pursued by the girls, was confronted by several stone golems. The big guy jumped high into the air and quickly rushed towards them. In a moment, the warrior's body was covered with armor made of strong bronze. After that, it hit the ground, creating a huge shockwave. Mason stood firm in the place of the golems. His enemies were scattered into small fragments. The girls shielded themselves from the dust flying at them. One of them said that the guy had a heart of stone. One of the seductresses put up a protective barrier in front of herself and her friends to protect themselves from the fragments. The girls reluctantly admitted that they were not able to charm such an impenetrable brute. Suddenly, one of them suggested calling a certain Ellie for help. This girl was quite unusual. Her physical form was not inferior to Mason's. She was able to crush rocks with her chest. Ellie was hitting a punching bag. A woman and her personal trainer were behind her, discussing the leader's refusal to allow her to participate in the seductress squad, since the girl's appearance does not quite meet the beauty standards. The woman with a fan in her hands suggested to the man to send such a strong person to protect the detachment. Ellie was beating the punching bag. Sweat was pouring down her face, which scared her unexpected guest a little. Suddenly, her coach received an urgent message. The man jumped up with joy. The message contained a special assignment for his student. Ellie stopped beating the punching bag and turned around abruptly. She couldn't believe what she heard. The trainer explained that the target was a big guy like herself, so the task would be perfect for her. At this time, the squad of seductresses said goodbye to Mason and went to their base. He was absolutely indifferent to them. The brute pretended to say goodbye to them so as not to appear rude. A loud sound coming from behind attracted him, and the warrior turned around. Behind him, he discovered a gigantic stone giant who was looking predatorily at his future prey. Such an enemy was too tough for Mason, so he started to run. The brute took a huge boulder in his hand. A moment later, he threw it straight after the fleeing big guy. At the last moment the guy managed to stop, the stone block fell right in front of him. The warrior froze in fear. Now only a real miracle could save him. Suddenly, right in front of him, like lightning, an unfamiliar girl flashed past. With just one blow, she caused the giant monster to jump back several meters. Several teeth fell out of the stone monster's mouth, and it began to shake with fear. A few seconds later, the stone golem ran away to save its life. The unfamiliar girl stood in a proud pose and looked after the escaped monster. A little later, she turned to Mason and asked how he would thank her for saving him. Ellie placed her hand on the shoulder of the limp big man and hinted at intimacy. The frightened warrior asked if the girl would kill him if he refused. After this, the boy tried to get his legs out of the ground he was stuck in, with his savior standing next to him. Unfortunately, the thug could only cope with one leg, the other one wouldn't budge at all. Soon, Ellie came up to him and again placed her hand on Mason's shoulder. With one easy movement, she lifted the warrior off the ground, thus freeing him from the trap. Suddenly, the big guy began to guess the girl's true intentions and asked if she belonged to the abode of pleasures. Ellie screamed. She thought that the guy did not believe that such an ugly woman belonged to the squad of beauties. Mason took a closer look at her and called her quite attractive. He pointed out to the girl her silky hair, healthy complexion, glowing skin, and firm body. The guy hesitated a little and said that Ellie was the most beautiful girl he had ever met. Having heard her first compliment in her life, the girl confidently declared that she would take the warrior upon herself. The guy didn't want to give up just like that, so he prepared to defend himself. A moment later, Ellie put on her gloves and a brutal fight was brewing. After that, the girl said that if she won, she would drag Mason to the abode of pleasures. But if she won against the stink, she would allow him to make the decision himself. At that very moment, the big guy remembered that his opponent had managed to make that huge monster jump back, and a cold sweat ran down his body. Suddenly, Ellie jumped up and attacked the enemy with furious speed, who began to cast a spell. Her blow hit Mason, but he had already managed to take on the form of a giant. The girl looked at her opponent with admiration. Few managed to survive her attack. Then she also took the form of a giant and approached the bewildered guy. Another blow landed right in Mason's stomach, sending him flying far back. Luckily, he managed to land on his feet, Ellie hovering right above him, glaring at him. The warrior did not lose his composure and surrounded himself with a protective barrier. This should protect him from the girl's deadly blows. The opponent raised her fist and rushed to attack Mason, who put his hands forward. A moment later, they collided. The warrior of the Spirit Mystery sect managed to stop Ellie with his barrier. Behind the guy, there were two strips where the grass was torn out by the shockwave. Mason began to cast a powerful spell and clapped his hands. Immediately after this, a giant of the Earth Spirit appeared before him, ready to protect his creator at the cost of his life. The summoned creature informed the opponent that his magical abilities were several times greater than her skills. Ellie only became more cheerful. She really enjoyed fighting such an unyielding enemy. A few seconds later, the two giants rushed at each other. At this time, the disciples of the Spirit Mystery sect who were nearby saw a bunch of explosions thundering in the forest thicket. The main character laughed loudly while watching the games. Soon he calmed down and began to wipe away the tears that had appeared in his eyes. Looking at the pumped-up girl, he admitted that in the abode of pleasures there was a seductress for absolutely every taste. Vinogradinka predicted that their confrontation would not flow into anything more. Albert did not understand how a soulless machine could understand human feelings. Meanwhile, Ellie continued to pound her opponent, who had no choice but to use his last trump card. Immediately after this, the guy took the form of a horned demon armed with a huge hammer. With one movement of his hand, he launched the powerful weapon straight at his opponent. A moment later, the hammer was able to knock the girl out of the giant's body and she was defeated. A disciple of the Spirit Mystery sect, who came to the loud noise, reproached the warrior for being excessively cruel towards Ellie. Mason instantly left the giant's body and flew towards the girl, realizing that he had treated her too roughly. His opponent landed hard on the ground and began to caress her bruises. Unexpectedly, the warrior carefully extended his hand to the poor girl to help her up. She grabbed his hand and asked him to quickly put forward his condition, because she had lost. Soon Mason thrust his fist forward and invited Ellie to train together. The girl and the boy bumped their fists and exchanged friendly smiles. At this time, the main character was fishing in the inexhaustible lake and began to feel sleepy. Suddenly, his stomach swelled a little. The sensation was not the most pleasant. He became alarmed, because this could signal problems with the fetus. Grape hastened to scan her master. The robot explained that the guy had just overeaten, and he calmed down and decided to continue fishing. Suddenly, a huge turtle burst out of the depths of the lake. The hero was beside himself with amazement when he saw the animals, because they had left the sect several years ago. Albert hastened to put down his fishing rod and asked the turtle about her progress during the journey. Coming closer, he noticed that the animal had gained a little weight, which made him blush. Suddenly, Vinogradinka translated her speech. It turned out that she was pregnant. This surprised the magician. Upon learning that the child's father was a dragon, the main character began to dance with joy. The guy suggested that the turtle settle in a pond with a spiritual liquid that would have a beneficial effect on the development of the fetus. When they came to the artificial pond, they saw another turtle there. Albert lifted her into the air with magic, demanding that she give up her seat to a pregnant woman. As the mother entered the water and enjoyed the stream of spiritual liquid flowing down from above, her children hurried to join her. The main character stopped them. He didn't want the baby turtles to interfere with their mother carrying her offspring. Suddenly, the huge turtle lifted its head up and began to suck in spiritual energy from literally everywhere. The hero's students almost flew away from the beast's powerful breath, managing to grab their master's sleeve at the very last moment. Soon the turtle buried its muzzle in the water. It was worried that this amount of spiritual energy was not enough for it. Albert encouraged her. He was not going to give up halfway. A year later, the magician and his clone created several pearls that accumulate energy. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his copy by the hand. The created artifact began to emit a strange glow. Immediately, a huge golden lightning bolt appeared in the sky above the building. Albert and his clone were engulfed in lightning. This was the heaven's reaction to the creation of a divine item. Soon the magic pond was filled with spiritual energy, and the giant turtle thanked his friend. Suddenly, the hero noticed a glow inside her body. Emitted by future children, anything could come out from there. The guy was joined by his friend Ben, who is a warrior of the Council of Elders. He advised his comrade to give the animal a dragon blood purification pill to help her. The protagonist explained that he was currently having financial problems and therefore could not afford it. Ben immediately offered him a job. A few hours later, the pair reached the entrance to the City of Rituals. Only after passing through the central gate did Albert freeze with his mouth wide open. Right in front of him, a huge fiery phoenix was flying in the sky, and a stone hammer was sticking out of a lonely rock. Soon the magician and his companion met the old man who ran the Temple of Blacksmiths. The elderly man said that he had heard about the hero's talent from Ben. Albert's attention was drawn to the legendary void-taming hammer, standing in the middle of the room. The old man explained that they usually only accept students after entrance exams, but for the boy, he was willing to make an exception. After this, the elderly man patted the protagonist on the shoulder and handed him a special pass. He gave Albert a menacing look and offered to forge legendary items for them for a while. The magician immediately realized where this was going, so he lied about having to go home to get his things. A little later, the main character returned to his dungeon, where his disgruntled clone was, wanting to get to work as soon as possible. The boy hugged his copy and offered him to become a blacksmith in the City of Rituals. Soon they said goodbye. The clone was incredibly happy to finally get away from his master. 2 months later, the hero's copy was busy forging weapons and armor to order. A whole line of people wishing to order legendary items from the master had gathered outside the doors of his forge. Albert's clone finally finished forging and wanted to take a little vacation. He walked up to the door. As soon as he opened the gates, he was immediately overwhelmed by a pile of scrolls with orders, and the guy started crying. At this time, the Spirit Mystery Sect's mentor was fishing in his favorite spot as usual. He received a bunch of messages with orders. He decided to choose the most profitable ones. The magician noticed a very strange order, apparently. The customer was Nicholas. Meanwhile, this young man was staying at the Inn of the City of Rituals. His mentor offered the student to pay for the order with fake drawings of swords. Arthur interrupted the guy and explained that his drawings were perfect for forging. Using Nicholas's hand, the old man drew an ancient rune on the table. The mentor asked the student to just wait until his order was accepted. The guy had serious doubts about the success of his deception. For the next few hours, the swordsman sat in one place and barely moved. His teacher was burning with impatience. After some time, Nicholas admitted that their scam had failed because no one was taking on the order. Meanwhile, the representative of the City of Rituals talked to the main character in the Forge Temple and asked why the guy refused this tempting offer. He said that he was not interested in such an order, so he asked his interlocutor a similar question. He blew on his mug and explained that he himself had a sufficient number of the same ancient drawings. Albert stopped eating his cookies when he heard this. The interlocutor said that his father was one of the greatest blacksmiths. Soon, a representative of the City of Rituals showed the hero a bunch of valuable artifacts that he carried with him. With a smile on his face, he explained that before his ascent, the caring father bequeathed everything he had to his son. Albert theorized that his family used a specific rune combination to create legendary items. Only upon seeing the magic runes in the guy's hands did his interlocutor open his mouth in amazement. After this, the main character handed his new acquaintance a piece of energy from these runes. Looking at her, the guy remembered his father and shed a stingy tear. Then, a resident of the City of Rituals named Sean tightly embraced the mentor of the Thousand Path sect. And now they became sworn brothers. After that, he happily jumped out of the room, wanting to try out Albert's gift as soon as possible. Near the City of Rituals, Cole fought fiercely against the werewolves who attacked him. Nicholas, who was flying past, immediately noticed him. Arthur declared that there was nothing special about him. The boy dealt with all the enemies. The swordsman immediately realized that he had learned from the best. The old man ordered the student to immediately go to the city and try to reduce the price for the order, since the guy had serious money problems. A few seconds later, the swordsman descended towards Cole, contrary to his mentor's words. The boy greeted his unexpected guest and told him about his training in the way of sword formations. Suddenly, Nicholas handed him a magic bag containing his old blades. Cole could not accept such a generous gift, but the young man insisted on it, after which he left the promising swordsman. Left alone, the boy finally decided to open the bag he had received, his face expressing surprise and confusion. Inside, he found a rusty blade. Nicholas gave it everything he had, which made the boy cry. After this, Cole called his mentor and asked him to recommend a good blacksmith. At this time, the main character was enjoying fishing again. Vinogradinka informed him about a new order. Albert laughed when he learned of Jack's request to help his student with money from the Spirit Mystery Sect's vault. The mage studied the information about Cole. Judging by it, the boy had an impressive supply of spiritual stones. The hero set a condition for Jack that in exchange, the boy should extract ore from the planet's core for him, and the swordsman agreed. The boy instructed Vinogradinka to forge swords for Cole, and he himself returned to fishing. At this very time, Eva was standing at a certain waterfall and impatiently awaiting the return of her husband. Quite a lot of time had passed, so the girl began to get very nervous. Suddenly, something resembling a room burst out of the water curtain. Immediately after that, Chris slowly hobbled out of there. He had aged greatly. Soon his legs gave out, and the boy fell straight into the water. Luckily, Eve managed to catch him at the very last moment, and she looked at her beloved husband with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, the main character received an urgent message asking for help. He cast his fishing rod and almost instantly went to the right place. A few minutes later, Albert safely reached his friend's estate. Chris's wife, sobbing, begged for help. The guy lay unconscious in her arms. The magician came closer and noticed that his faithful comrade had aged greatly. The hero began to cast a spell and asked Vinogradinka to bring the necessary medicines. Eva was still crying. Suddenly, the unconscious guy started coughing, which seriously surprised his wife and friend. Opening his eyes and seeing the main character in front of him, Chris burst into tears, bitter tears rolling down his cheeks. Albert, with horror on his face, told his friend that he was on the verge of death and demanded to know what had happened. Chris wanted to start a conversation, but stopped because he didn't have the strength even for that. Eva looked at her lover with frightened eyes. She did not want to come to terms with his imminent death. Having gained strength, the aged warrior explained that he had accidentally wandered into a place where time flows much faster. He then placed into the hero's hand a mysterious artifact that he was able to find there. Fortunately, Vinogradinka managed to bring the medicine, and the magician, with tears in his eyes, began the ritual. Chris's body was surrounded by a magical aura. Albert called on his 2 dolls to help. Soon they managed to summon a magic clock that could control the passage of time. The hand of this clock indicated that the end of the warrior's life was already very close. Realizing that there was almost no time left to think, the protagonist threw his lucky coin into the air. The next moment, 2 magical ribbons stretched from the coin to the clock hand. They tied themselves around and started pulling the arrow back. Soon, Chris began to look younger and his vitality returned. Albert interrupted the ritual because continuing it could kill everyone nearby. After this, the rejuvenated guy came to his senses and tried to get up from the floor. Eva threw herself into the arms of her husband, whose hair was still gray. After this, the girl approached the magician and bowed generously, thanking him for saving Chris. He hastened to calm her down and asked her to thank the dolls who had tried so hard. The girl went to treat them with delicious bananas, after saying goodbye to her beloved and his savior. Suddenly, the main character grabbed his friend by the shoulder and demanded that he immediately tell the truth about what happened. The guy, looking down, explained that the problems had started a long time ago due to his excessive passion for women. Albert thought about it. This story aroused genuine interest in him. Chris refused to give details, so the magician grabbed his hand in order to delve into his memories. A golden glow appeared around the warrior's wrist, which was not typical for this technique. A few seconds later, the hero found himself in a very strange place. He walked a little further and moved aside a branch of sakura, behind which something unusual was happening. Looking inside, the guy saw Eva in front of him, washing clothes, with happy children running behind her. The girl behaved strangely. She blamed the guy for not allowing her to meet Chris. Albert looked at her in bewilderment. He did not give in to the threats. Suddenly, Eva wiped her hands and asked the protagonist if he wanted to become his replacement. The magician and the girl exchanged menacing and cold glances. The hero, unnoticed by his opponent, placed a magic piece of paper behind his back. Suddenly, they were interrupted by Chris returning, bringing with him treats for the children. The guy almost immediately noticed Albert standing to the side. Eva hugged her beloved's hand and explained that he was just a traveler who had dropped in to drink some water. Suddenly, she cast a chilling glance at the main character. The children ran out of the house and hurried to hug their beloved father. Chris took his daughter in his arms and asked his wife to treat the unexpected guest to some delicious tea. Eva happily agreed. Albert had a premonition of approaching trouble. During tea, the girl explained to the magician that this world was created thanks to the years that she took from the real Chris. She gave him a scary look. The guy needs to take his friend's place in order to save him. The main character pushed away the vile seductress. She was not at all his type. Then the girl took on the form of Lily and pressed herself against Albert. The guy grabbed her by the chin and said he would think about the offer. When he finished his tea, he walked away, thanking the host for their hospitality. A little later, the hero woke up and burst into loud laughter, remembering what had happened. This scared the real Chris, so he started shaking his friend to bring him to his senses. Albert hugged his friend and kissed him because he helped him find a solution to his problem. Before leaving, the magician ordered Vinogradinka to establish round-the-clock surveillance of Chris's house and leave several bodyguards there. The main character came up with the idea that he could age faster in order to make breakthroughs much earlier. A whole year later, the guy returned to his gray-haired friend. He caught him right in the middle of lunch, taking him by surprise. The magician cast a spell on him, and the warrior dropped the plate of noodles from his hands. Soon the hero returned to the fake Eve, who languished in anticipation for a long time. Suddenly, she took on Lily's appearance again and smiled grimly. The magician came closer and ordered the girl to immediately begin sucking out his life force. Eva sat on the guy's lap and looked into his contented face. Following this, she created a special seal on the protagonist's neck. A moment later, Albert felt an unprecedented joy. He grew old again. Suddenly, the girl stopped and closed her eyes, not wanting to look at her victim. The hero jumped up from his seat. Eva explained that she decided not to kill the magician so as not to upset the real Chris. The guy grabbed her and ordered her to continue immediately because he wanted to quickly break through to the next stage. The girl burst into tears and left the magician with 5 years to spend happily with his best friend. Eva broke free from Albert's arms and started to run. He tried to stop her. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chris had returned to his natural hair color, and he and his wife looked at the maddened magician. The warrior pressed himself against the protagonist's feet and began to thank him for his self-sacrifice. Suddenly, the hero slapped him. He will have to wait for a breakthrough for another 5 years. After this time, Kate tried her best to get to the spirit mystery sect. Soon, she met her brother, who was standing next to the chambers of his beloved mentor. Vinogradinka conveyed to the children an order from the teacher not to disturb him under any circumstances. A moment later, a bright column of light hit the roof of the building. The shockwave emanating from it almost knocked the twins to the ground. Suddenly, auras of wind, thunder, light, space, and time appeared in the sky. At this point, the protagonist tried to focus on his breakthrough. Suddenly, he felt an unpleasant burning sensation in his body. Spiritual energy surrounded his chest. A black paw burst out from the fruit he had been carrying for so long. A second later, the shell broke, and a cute and kind panda appeared before the magician. She flew up to the protagonist's aura and began to rub her cheek against it. A cloud that looked very much like a panda's head appeared in the sky above Albert's house. Kevin and Kate watched this unusual natural phenomenon in amazement. Soon, the rejuvenated mentor finally came out of his room, holding a cute animal in his arms. The children bowed to him. The girl looked at the cute creature and instantly fell in love with him. The teacher closed his eyes and, blushing with shame, said that this was his own child. At that very moment, thunder rumbled in the sky and lightning flashed, as if to confirm his words. Meanwhile, Kevin couldn't stop poking the stuffed panda, which she didn't particularly like. Suddenly, the animal went wild and attacked the boy. Albert and Kate were very scared. Looking at the aggression with which the panda attacked the boy, the hero came up with a use for the animal. The mage sighed. Remembering his duty to improve all the sex projects, Kate was able to drive the beast away from her brother. Thanks to fortune-telling, the guy learned about the imminent attack of werewolves on the sect of the Mystery of the Spirit, which he told the twins about. To avoid this, he decided to move the entire island, which scared Kevin a little. The protagonist ordered Vinogradinka to return all the students to the sect, and he allowed the children to invite their friends in order to wait out the storm. At this time, several human ships arrived at the passage to the werewolf world to give battle. On one of the ships were Ben and his older friend named Ryan. They were heatedly discussing the upcoming adventure. The guy warned about the impending monster trap that his friend had predicted. The elder immediately flared up and burned the scroll with the message from Albert, not trusting these fears. Ben immediately apologized to his superior and asked about the reinforcements that were arriving soon. Suddenly, Ryan looked at him with disapproving eyes and began to suspect him of being a spy for the werewolves. The guy cried out in surprise and, raising his hands, began to prove the opposite. Suddenly, the elder admitted that it was just a prank. Ben sat down nervously in his chair. Meanwhile, the main character attached special discs to the island while at the bottom of the inexhaustible lake. Time was running out. Instead of 36, he managed to install only 8. They had to move the island. Suddenly, the entire underwater surface began to emit a blue glow. Albert asked Vinogradinka about the possibility of transferring the protective system, but she answered negatively. He decided to toss a coin of fortune to try to find a way out of such a difficult situation. A bird flying past caught the magic coin in its beak, and apparently the guy was in for some lucky break. A little later, Jack and his personal disciples arrived at the Spirit Mystery Sect. The swordsman calmed the children and advised them to increase the number of training sessions. The hero invited the boys to go on an excursion with his wooden doll. A few minutes later, George was enjoying the beautiful views as he looked out over the side of the flying ship. The boys wanted to see the source of the waterfall of spiritual liquid. Vinogradinka began to turn the steering wheel in order to fulfill their request. A few moments later, the ship began to climb the magical waterfall at breakneck speed. A strange golden aura appeared before George and Cole's eyes. Soon, their ship entered a protective formation that resembled outer space in appearance. Soon they reached a hot spring, the water from which had a beneficial effect on cultivation. The boys immediately tore off their uniforms and jumped straight into the pond, forgetting to remove the storage rings, which was very dangerous. George and Cole finally relaxed, their bodies filled with spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the blonde boy's magic ring got wet and began to glow strangely. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion occurred over the hot spring. Cole grabbed his head with his hands and realized the full horror of what had happened. George laughed heartily at his friend's misfortune. The boy noticed that his friend's ring contained a bunch of valuable artifacts. Suddenly, the spring stone that fell into the hot spring began to purify the pool and glowed with a blue aura. The magical artifact suddenly soared into the sky, splashing water from the hot spring. The stone flew higher and higher, hitting right into the magical seal of the protective formation. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Mystery Sect, the hero noticed that it was no longer spiritual liquid that was flowing from the sky, but azure-colored water. He carefully examined the new liquid and realized that it was completely purified spiritual energy. After that, Albert snapped his fingers and teleported the two boys to himself. Undressed, George and Cole looked shamefacedly at the head of the sect. The main character asked them about the change in color of the spiritual liquid. The boys confessed to what they had done. With the help of magic balls, the guy dressed his little guests in uniforms. Instead of punishment, Albert gave Cole a bag of legendary class swords as compensation for the broken ring. The guy looked into the distance and realized that now he had enough spiritual energy to move the island along with the protective formation. At this time, Ben watched as Ryan engaged in a fight with a squad of werewolves. The senior in rank thrust his sharp sword forward. The monsters were getting closer with every second. The guy stopped the werewolf's clawed paw with his blade and looked at the monster trying to get behind him. Suddenly, Ben, who had come to the rescue, cut him down with one swing of his sword. At first, the guy was afraid to go near the werewolves, but the blade forged by Albert gave him confidence. The monsters froze in place, realizing that their enemy did not come alone. The monsters were very frightened, so they attempted to escape. Ryan suddenly appeared in front of them and began casting a powerful spell, raising his hands up. The werewolf, in the form of a girl with several tails, put her shield forward to protect herself from the deadly attack. A few moments later, the cave was illuminated by a bright glow, and the floor began to crack from the explosion. In one of the cities, a multi-tailed fox woke up. Her body in the form of a girl was mortally wounded. She saved herself by sacrificing one of her tails, and was filled with the desire to take revenge on her offender. Soon the werewolf noticed a large ship in the sky, the bottom of which was covered with magical runes. The monster looked at the ship with a predatory gaze. It was eager to destroy the sect to which it belonged. Meanwhile, George looked out over the side of the ship and admired the beautiful view, thinking that his mother would definitely envy him. Suddenly, the boy felt a strange movement behind him. Turning around, he saw in front of him a beautiful girl with animal ears and several tails. George immediately realized that the stranger was a threat to him, so he reached into his pocket for his phone to call his mentor for help. The fox approached the boy, causing him to freeze in fear. Albert chewed an apple and prepared for George's arrival with his mother. The werewolf bewitched the boy and his mother and hid in the cabin. Soon, the ship came very close to the seal that hid the sect of the mystery of the spirit from prying eyes. George said that he had brought his new wife with him, who was in fact a vile monster. A little later, the ship successfully passed the seal and headed towards the opened gates. The werewolf left the cabin and admitted the worthlessness of the sect's security system. The fox left the ship and decided that she could easily kill all the inhabitants of this sect. Immediately after this, it formed several tornadoes behind itself. Suddenly, the entire island rushed away, causing the girl to freeze in surprise. The werewolf watched the island fly away with obvious misunderstanding. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of her. Next to him was a huge golden giant. With one blow, this titan caused the monster to lose all its strength and fly back. The girl could not accept her defeat, so she threw back her tail again in order to save herself. The werewolf slipped through the spatial barrier and promised to take revenge on Albert. A little later, Ben and Ryan arrived at the place where the island of the Spirit Mystery Sect used to be, mentally thanking the magician for the warning. Meanwhile, the main character was enjoying his triumph while drinking a cup of coffee. Soon, George came to him, still not having recovered from the hypnosis of the vile fox. The next moment, the guy hit the boy on the head with a mug to help him come to his senses. The red-haired boy finally came to his senses and began checking his pockets for signs of theft. George admitted that the thief had only stolen his heart, causing Albert to spit the drink out of his mouth. The magician began to tell fortunes and found out that almost all hidden threats had disappeared from the boy's fate. The hero took off his dark glasses and advised George to continue training hard. The boy immediately ran away, not doubting for a second the instructions of such a talented warrior. Suddenly, an arrow stuck into the ground right in front of the main character, greatly frightening the guy. Alarmed, Albert felt an unfamiliar figure flying towards him from the sky. Luckily, the magician was able to dodge at the very last moment, and a stranger's fist hit the ground next to him. It was a robot that started threatening a guy lying on the ground with a spear. From the message that the stranger conveyed, it turned out that it was sent by the leadership of the Abode of Pleasures. Its students took almost all the seductresses with them. Albert called it a simple misunderstanding and asked that the spear be removed from his face immediately. Suddenly, the hero began to seduce the girl, because this was his only way to avoid death. A moment later, the stranger slapped the guy. She had no feelings because she was a soulless machine. The magician fell to the ground and grabbed his cheek, looking at the robot with resentment, trying to evoke pity from him. Then the girl showed the guy that in place of her heart, she had only a bunch of microcircuits. The main character did not despair and called Vinogradinka for help. The robot looked at Albert's assistant in surprise. Suddenly, the girl noticed a strange glint in the sky out of the corner of her eye. A few seconds later, a deadly beam from the werewolf crusher fell upon her. After this, the hero looked at the body of the robot, which had stopped showing signs of life. Suddenly, Vinogradinka asked permission to take her body after the repairs. A little later, the magician put a special protective cover on his assistant while he was repairing the stranger's body. Vinogradinka didn't like her new outfit at all. Soon, the main character turned to her and began to stretch out his hand. After this, the guy began to merge the girl's body and create Vinogradinka. As a result, he created a beautiful girl dressed in a maid's costume. Albert looked at her lovingly. He couldn't wait to hear the beautiful voice of his improved assistant. When the girl opened her mouth, speech flowed out of her mouth, very similar to the speech of a drunken boor. The guy grabbed his head and burst into bitter tears. He rushed to his computer to quickly change Vinogradinka's voice. Soon the girl greeted her master with a sweet and pleasant voice. The protagonist asked the maid to sit on a chair nearby to check her motor functions. Vinogradinka sat down on him and spread her legs like an impolite man. The magician turned away, ordered her to learn how to behave like a real girl from one of the sect's students, and drove her away. She walked towards the exit with a confident gait, thinking about a suitable candidate for the role of her teacher. A little later, Kate congratulated the sect's assistant on acquiring a new body, and she told her about her problem. The girl smiled slyly and happily agreed to help her friend. After this, Albert finally left his dungeon and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he bumped into Vinogradinka. She blushed with embarrassment. The beautiful maid looked down and said that she was ready to demonstrate her skills to her master. She then rudely threatened the guy and ordered him to behave more appropriately. The main character was killed by her behavior. He immediately understood who his assistant was addressing. Then the girl decided to take a couple of lessons from the masculine Ellie. The magician was horrified. Soon the hero grabbed Vinogradinka by the shoulder and led her to Kevin's house. He then pointed to Naomi, who was the student's wife, and ordered the girl to copy her behavior. The maid watched for a long time as the guy and Naomi cheerfully discussed various topics. She also watched their lunch, the couple feeding each other sweetly. Just before going to bed, Naomi began to feel like someone was watching them. That evening, Vinogradinka wrote down everything she saw in a special diary. Soon, she was already giving the main character a skillful massage, giving him true pleasure. The girl also fed the owner, and he was in seventh heaven. Suddenly, after a hearty dinner, Vinogradinka took off her outerwear, surprising the magician. She instantly ran towards the head of the spirit mystery sect. Then the girl fell down on the bed next to him like a log, and the frightened guy asked her to behave more appropriately. Vinogradinka quickly got dressed and apologized to her beloved owner for her thoughtless act. The next morning, the maid happily informed the magician that their island had finally reached its destination. Suddenly, the hero thought about something important and remembered it, which he forgot about again at that very second. At the same time, Lily flew to her husband and was very scared of his disappearance and the disappearance of the entire island. The next day, the girl was flying at breakneck speed over the surface of the lake on her bird. She looked around in fear because she had attracted the attention of a dangerous werewolf. A huge, aggressive eagle was chasing Lily, holding the corpse of a hare in its powerful paws. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared right in front of the fleeing girl. Meanwhile, the main character lay on Vinogradinka's lap and enjoyed the way she scratched his head. His pleasure was interrupted by an urgent message about the approach of an unknown object to the territory of the sect. Suddenly, something landed at breakneck speed right in the courtyard of the hero's house. It was a frightened Lily, sobbing in pain. The girl didn't know where exactly she had ended up, so she prepared to defend herself. Suddenly, a surprised Albert emerged from the building behind her. The guy rushed to her and hugged her tightly, after which he told her about what had happened to him recently. Lily sobbed as she recalled her desperate search for her husband. The girl suddenly fell silent when she saw an unfamiliar girl in the main character's room. Her attention was drawn to the girl's revealing pose and her strange outfit. The magician called Vinogradinka to him so that she could help his wife heal her wounds. Lily glared at her husband's assistant, mistaking her for his mistress. A moment later, the wounded girl grabbed the guy by the arm and threw him over herself onto the ground. Following this, Lily dealt her lover a powerful blow as punishment for what she believed to be betrayal. Soon, Albert's body had been hit by several dozen blows. She believed that he had moved the island to escape from his wife and his mistress. The hero hurried to tell her about the new body for Vinogradinka. Lily stopped. The robot cautiously greeted his master's beloved. After this, the hysterical girl continued to beat the magician, deciding that he was cheating on her with a soulless doll. Suddenly, the main character got out of his wife's clutches and pushed her towards Vinogradinka. They collided with each other. Albert's assistant picked Lily up and offered to treat the wounds right away. The girl pressed herself against the robot and felt peace. A little later, the hero visited his beloved and caring servant. Grape blew gently on Lily's sore knee to ease the pain. The maid also offered her 2 new outfits to replace the torn dress. Then she winked sweetly at the girl and said that she knew absolutely all the women's tricks. After a few seconds, Lily looked at the robot as if it were a caring mother. The next day, the hero tried to find the important scroll, but couldn't, so he called Vinogradinka. The assistant refused, arguing that she was busy shopping with Lily. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought about the strange friendship between his wife and the robot. The next day, Vinogradinka gave her mistress a new hairstyle, turning her into a real beauty. Suddenly, Lily grabbed the maid by the hand and promised to talk to her husband about taking her with him. At this time, Albert was enjoying the view of the waterfall. Being in his gazebo, he was distracted by his wife's voice. A second later, he was already lying on the floor, knocked down by his beloved. She came close to his face, causing him to be dumbfounded, and asked him to give her the grape. The guy suddenly came to his senses and responded with a firm refusal. The girl, not satisfied with this answer, threw a tantrum. After this, a saddened Lily asked her husband to create another such robot. Seeing tears on his beloved's face, the hero allowed her to use Vinogradinka whenever she wanted. Hearing this, the girl immediately threw herself into the tight embrace of her beloved husband. Albert and Lily kissed, and a red-haired girl watched from the side. A little later, Sarah returned home and began to meditate in her chambers. The memory of the kiss between the main character and his wife kept popping up in her mind. The girl's evil side offered her to get rid of Lily and take her place. Sarah's good side dissuaded her from this, because then the magician would never forgive the girl and they would not be able to be together. An evil spirit crept up behind her and declared that only she could console Albert if he lost his beloved. The nasty side of the red-haired girl put her hands on her neck, trying to win her over to her side. A moment later, Sarah went completely mad. Her gaze became empty and frightening. Now she decided to get rid of Lily. Meanwhile, Henry sensed the presence of a demonic aura near the spirit mystery sect. Arriving at Sarah's estate, he discovered a giant demonic spirit in the sky above her house. The hero's student assessed the situation and decided to use the aura sealing technique. A transparent sphere formed around the demonic spirit, preventing it from escaping. The evil entity began to resist, gradually destroying the protective field. Henry put his hand to his chin and admitted that he was not strong enough to contain his spirit. Within seconds, the demonic aura destroyed the magic sphere and burst out. The boy was not going to give up, so he swung his magic sword using the reincarnation technique. Soon the evil spirit disappeared, the darkness dissipated, and Sarah's estate was once again flooded with sunlight. Henry decided to find out what was going on, so he went into the girl's room. She sat on her small sofa, her hand on her chest, sobbing bitterly, her eyes shining strangely. The red-haired lady calmed down and demanded an explanation from the unexpected guest about what was happening. The guy explained that the girl was possessed by an evil spirit, so he built a magical field around her. Sarah got up from the sofa and advised him to leave quickly with his field. The boy threw up his hands and declared that it was impossible to do this. Suddenly, the girl became very aggressive and rudely ordered him to get away. The guy walked up to her, looked closely into her eyes, and expressed his concern about her condition. He leaned over and said that he had transported himself and her to a world without spiritual energy using the reincarnation technique. Hearing this, Sarah exploded like a bomb and raised her hand to slap Henry. The guy managed to grab her by the wrist. Then he approached her and told her that he would really like to know more about her inner demon. Soon the boy headed for the exit, having first suggested that the girl meet again in a couple of days. Henry put his hands behind his head and said that in this world the girl would need to eat like a normal person. Suddenly, Sarah's stomach growled and she grabbed it, feeling very hungry. After a few minutes, the girl looked around her room, but did not find any food. Looking out the window at the small shop, she admitted with disappointment that she now had to find her own food. A little later, Sarah went outside. Vendors were enticing customers with delicious food. This made her stomach rumble even more. Suddenly, her keen sense of smell caught a very pleasant aroma. Following him, she came across a friendly man who offered her some donuts. Having bitten off only a small piece of this delicacy, the girl felt an amazing taste. Her eyes lit up with delight and her mouth opened in surprise. The seller demanded that the hungry lady immediately pay 20 coins for this portion. The girl had been using spiritual stones all her life, so she didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Then Sarah tried to find her magic ring in order to pay with artifacts, but it was nowhere to be found. The man took her for a swindler. The red-haired lady did not lose her composure and stated that she was an honorary warrior of the Council of Elders, and therefore was ready to fulfill any wish of the seller. The angry man demanded that she immediately pay for the donut she had eaten, calling the girl crazy. Passers-by watched Sarah put on a real show with grins on their faces. Suddenly, her hysteria was interrupted by the stranger placing his hand on her shoulder. He was a very nice guy who paid for the girl and invited her to get to know him better. Sarah suddenly pushed him away, declaring that she had no intention of starting a relationship with a mere mortal who would die in 50 years. The persistent guy again put his hand on her shoulder and asked the beauty's name. The red-haired girl was not so simple, so she grabbed the stranger's hand and twisted it behind his back. The next moment, Sarah received a rather strong blow to the head. The guy's assistant hit her with a heavy club, she fell to the ground, and the scoundrels decided to sell her to a brothel. After some time, she was bought by a woman nicknamed Mommy Grace for only 10 gold coins. The red-haired girl lay tied up on the cold floor, being starved into working. Poor Sarah closed her eyes and cried bitterly, tears slowly streaming down her face. A few days later, Grace's mom received a rather strange visitor. It was Henry, bowing respectfully to such an important woman. The guy thought about what Sarah was doing now, not even imagining that she was in slavery to Grace. Two local girls discussed Henry's beauty, admiring his outstanding talents. Suddenly, the guy turned around, noticing in the hands of one of them a piece of fabric that looked like part of Sarah's clothes. The girls became embarrassed. A fleeting image of a red-haired lady appeared before his eyes. It seemed she was in trouble. A cold sweat ran down Henry's face, because he would have to explain her disappearance to the Council of Elders. That night, the girl finally managed to free herself from the ropes. But this did not solve the problem of the complete lack of food. She lay on the floor and remembered the old days. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a mysterious package that flew in from the window. In the strange package, Sarah found several cookies, and she finally had a chance to satisfy her hunger. The next moment, the door behind her swung open. The girl decided not to hesitate for a second. A few seconds later, the captive broke free and, holding the cookie in her teeth, rushed away from this damn place. Soon, the girl managed to get into the main hall of the brothel, where, at that time, there were a lot of visitors. Suddenly, Grace's enraged mother burst into the room, reported the disappearance of the captive, and ordered the main gate to be closed immediately. The poor girl was hiding around the corner. The enemy had the advantage in numbers. Sarah had no choice but to hide, so she entered the first room she came across. When she went inside, she closed the door behind her and saw a guy changing clothes. It was Henry, who decided that the girl worked here and asked her to leave, since he had not invited anyone to his place. Suddenly, the voices of the pursuers began to be heard near the door. Sarah tensed up. She then ran up to the guy, grabbed him by the shirt, and blamed him for all the troubles that had happened to her. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to Henry's beautiful, muscular body. He pushed the girl away from him and declared that he created this world by sacrificing his body, so he would not retreat halfway. And besides, it should be beneficial for him to help her. Hearing this, Sarah seemed to become possessed again, remembering that the main character never demanded anything from her. Immediately after this, the distraught red-haired lady confessed her love for Albert. When they are together, the demonic spirit will disappear. In response to her confession, Henry only laughed. He couldn't call this feeling love. He looked closely at the possessed girl and called it nothing more than a desire to possess the hero. Sarah threw a real tantrum. Her screams attracted the enemies looking for her. The angry girl threw a package of cookies at Henry in anger. After that, she seemed to completely go off the rails and began comparing herself to Lily. Soon the guy walked towards her, his face looking quite frightening. He grabbed Sarah by the chin and called her a stupid girl who was used to getting whatever she wanted without paying attention to the opinions of others. The next moment, a pair of guards burst into the room, immediately recognizing the girl as the escaped prisoner. Henry watched with cold blood as Sarah was grabbed by the guards. In his opinion, she needed to deal with her inner demons, and the brothel was the perfect place to do it. Suddenly, the escaped Sarah thought about his words. A small part of her admitted that he was right. A little later, the slave was taken to another room and roughly pushed inside. 3 other employees of the establishment were ordered to keep an eye on her. Sarah sat silently on the floor with her head down, the 2 girls mocking her. Suddenly, a worker named Margot took the poor captive by the hand and promised to help her get used to this place. A little later, she took her to her room and suggested that they sleep together on her bed for now. That night, Sarah couldn't sleep because she was not used to sleeping on such a hard bed. She admitted that today was not the best day, and besides, hunger was tormenting her. Margot overheard all this by chance. Suddenly, the girl moved closer and began to sing a lullaby so that Sarah would fall asleep faster. The red-haired girl clung to her new friend, the thought of escaping leaving her, because if she ran away, the mistress would cruelly punish Margot. Meanwhile, Henry was looking at the cookies he had to steal from the kitchen. Sarah was still hungry. The next day, the owner of the establishment lay on a chair and, waving a fan, commanded the workers to clean the room. The red-haired slave angrily clenched her fist. She didn't like serving this nasty woman at all. Suddenly, Margot whispered to her that for a job well done, girls are rewarded with food. Sarah's hunger was stronger than her self-esteem, so she began to wash away the dirt. A little later, the girls came to a zither lesson taught by Henry. Margot tried to play a beautiful melody, but she was very worried and blushed. The other two girls spoke rudely about the red-haired captive's performance. Then she hit the strings sharply, forcing the nasty bitches to cover their ears. The next moment, Sarah was so immersed in playing the zither that she mentally transported herself to a peaceful and calm place. Soon she finished playing. Margot was amazed by her friend's musical abilities. The red-haired girl looked angrily at her rivals and advised them to take up playing the zither instead of constantly gossiping. Then the teacher approached the two gossips and informed them that they could no longer attend his lessons because they had no ear for music at all. The girl became indignant and pointed at Margot because she was not good at playing the zither either. Henry looked at her carefully and explained that she could hit the notes, which meant she had every chance of becoming a successful musician. Hearing such a compliment, Margot pressed her hands to her chest and blushed with embarrassment. Sarah asked the guy to rate her game too, so that he could also get some nice words. Henry looked at her strangely, acknowledging her talent but also the presence of other flaws. The girl looked at him angrily. She was filled with discontent. Soon the boy hit Sarah's table with his fan. In his opinion, she did not put her soul into playing the zither. He leaned over to the girl and ordered her to stay after class, which made her very angry. Soon the couple was left alone. The red-haired lady approached the teacher's desk. The girl angrily hit the table and invited the guy to play the musical instrument himself to prove his professionalism. Within a few seconds, thanks to his music, he was able to transport himself and Sarah to a peaceful place. The red-haired girl watched Henry with bated breath. A moment later, she remembered her childhood zither lessons. Sarah was overcome by a magical melody, as if she were floating along a peaceful stream. After that, the guy finished playing and, crossing his arms, waited for the girl's reaction. The red-haired lady screamed, thinking that the guy had put her into some kind of trance. Soon, Henry moved the incense towards her to calm Sarah. The zither teacher walked away from the office, and the girl shouted nasty things after him. Suddenly, she noticed a plate of food standing on the guy's table. Sarah grabbed the tasty balls almost instantly and began to greedily eat them. Henry had been hiding around the corner all this time, and he noticed that the girl's inner demon had already retreated a little. When night fell, the red-haired lady asked Margot if she was asleep. After this, Sarah looked at the ceiling and asked her friend what love is. Suddenly, she covered herself and her friend with a blanket, declaring that she had found the man of her heart, whom she would show tomorrow. The next morning, Sarah and Margot looked out the window of the brothel at the street. The shy girl pointed out to her friend an inconspicuous noodle seller. The red-haired lady was amazed that Margot had chosen such a simpleton as her lover. Recently, this shy guy returned the girl's scarf that she dropped from the balcony, and at that moment, she fell in love with him. Suddenly, Sarah noticed a girl who approached the noodle seller, who, judging by the conversation, was his lover. At that moment, Megan's heart sank. She didn't know that this guy already had a loved one. The girl rushed away from the window. The red-haired lady grabbed her hand and tried to encourage her, saying that she was much more beautiful and earned more money. A sobbing Megan stopped and turned to her friend, declaring that looks and wealth cannot make a person fall in love with you. These words made Sarah think, her face expressing obvious bewilderment. Then her friend came up to her and, stroking her head, explained that true love makes you give everything to each other without expecting anything in return. That evening, Grace's mother ordered her workers to get ready to go on stage. Sarah picked up the zither and hurried to carry out her mistress's order, and on the way, she met Henry. As she passed by, the girl looked at him and whispered under her breath that he was right about her misconception of love. The guy looked after her and smiled. Her demonic mark was almost gone. A few days later, Grace, lying in his chambers, again ordered the girls to go on stage. In the evening, everyone visited and joyfully rejoiced looking at the stage. Meanwhile, Sarah didn't want to go there at all, and the guards dragged her along with them. Soon the hostess entered the room and with a smirk on her face said that the girl might not go on stage today. Looking at her dissatisfied face, she reported about one client who bought her for a very impressive sum. A few seconds later, the guards forcibly took her to the right room. Sarah noticed with horror in her eyes the similarity between the way the hostess ignored her opinion and the way she herself spat on the feelings of the main character. Having come to her senses, the girl saw the silhouette of the client behind a transparent curtain. After that, she headed straight towards him. quietly grabbing the teapot from the table. A moment later, Sarah pounced on the customer, swinging the heavy teapot to strike. Suddenly, she stopped, seeing in front of her none other than Henry. The girl swung the heavy object again. Then the guy showed her the deed. Soon he handed Sarah a document granting freedom. The girl hesitated a little. Henry hastened to take the teapot from her hands. Suddenly, the guy started rubbing Sarah's forehead vigorously, which scared her a lot. The girl grabbed her forehead. The mark no longer emitted a demonic aura. A moment later, Henry destroyed the magic sphere, and it was time to return home. When the couple returned to their world, the ground beneath Sarah's estate shook. This caused Albert to interrupt his sweet sleep. Grape reported a sharp surge of demonic aura near the estate of the warrior of the Council of Elders. The main character immediately jumped out of bed and, putting on his robe, headed to his friend's house. When he arrived, he found his wife and Kate there, who were very concerned about what was happening. They turned to the head of the Spirit Mystery sect and asked him to help Sarah quickly. Soon the magician surrounded himself and them with a protective barrier so that the stone fragments could not harm them. As he approached, the hero saw that the entire estate was surrounded by green spiritual energy emitted by Henry. Suddenly, a small hole appeared in this sphere, from which a small cloud immediately burst out. Albert summoned a couple of battle dolls to take control of the situation. After this, the puppets began to accumulate spiritual energy in their palms. Suddenly, the magician stopped. The strange purple cloud began to dissipate little by little. Soon it completely dissipated, revealing that it was hiding Henry and Sarah. The red-haired girl touched her forehead. The demonic mark had completely disappeared. Concerned, Albert asked her how she was feeling. Sarah's gaze fell on Lily, who was holding her lover's arm tightly. The girl, remembering everything that had recently happened to her, smiled sweetly and asked everyone to calm down, because nothing serious had happened. Kate, Lily, and Albert, holding his wife's hand, headed home. Sarah waved vigorously after them. Henry was pleased that he was able to rid the girl of the demonic aura. The guy bowed to the warrior of the Council of Elders and congratulated her on her victory over the evil entity. She looked at him and smiled sweetly. Now she needed to think of a reward for her savior. Henry, passing by, declared that he did this only to preserve the safety of his sect. The girl began to remind the guy about how he stole food for her. Henry hurried to go home, but the girl did not want to part with her hero. The next day, Kate came to her mentor with a request to let her go on a treasure hunt again. The magician pointed out that the girl had not yet found the artifacts he was talking about, but she insisted on her own. Then Albert tossed a magic coin and it landed on the lucky side. The guy agreed to let Kate go, and she almost kissed him for it. When she left, the protagonist thought about creating a source of good luck. His thoughts were interrupted by Vinogradinka, who announced the arrival of a certain lady named Josephine for the meeting. Soon the hero met a very important woman, dressed in an expensive outfit and wearing a fancy decoration on her head. Looking at her, a chill ran through Albert's body and sweat ran down his face. Suddenly, she asked if the head of the sect knew a guy named Levi. It was as if a thought had struck the magician. He remembered the one they were talking about, and he slammed his fist into his palm. It was the young man he found near the inexhaustible lake. The guy saved up a large sum and was able to buy out the world of the lesser Chiliacosm from which he came. Levi had a lady love, so as a parting gift, the main character gave them several combat dolls. The magician, realizing that the person standing in front of him was none other than that guy's beloved, asked her to tell him about their life. The woman began her story. They built the 9 Phoenix Pagoda, she became empress, and Levi took on the position of imperial tutor. Josephine cast her gaze at the head of the Spirit Mystery sect and invited him to visit their island. The main character, without thinking twice, agreed to go on a short trip. A few days later, the guy, accompanied by Lily and Vinogradinka, arrived on the island of 9 Phoenixes. The hero and his companions greeted the local empress whom he had recently met. The good-natured woman said that their community was structured like a regular sect, and she also asked guests to address her by name. Suddenly, Albert noticed that his karma suddenly started to increase. This could be the perfect source of luck. Josephine spoke about the community's past, where all the island's resources were previously drained by a few large families, leaving the common people to drown in poverty. Then the Empress showed the hero huge green fields, all of which they managed to achieve thanks to the dolls he gave them. Unexpectedly, Lily tugged her lover's sleeve. She whispered in the boy's ear that the locals had long outgrown these dolls. Suddenly, their walk was interrupted by 2 powerful explosions that thundered in the fields. The Miller family boy shot beams at the defenseless wooden puppet because people like her had brought his family's reputation down in the past. The doll bounced back and fell hard to the ground. The crazy guy's comrade recognized the puppet's immortality, and he decided to roast it to ashes. Josephine informed the guests that a powerful member had appeared in the Miller family, so they began to bother ordinary people a lot. The main character acknowledged his weakness. Since he cannot deal with the doll, Lily asked her husband to stand up for his creation. The magician asked the Empress for permission to deal with the pests, and she gave her consent. The boy ordered Vinogradinka to go to them, and she immediately hurried to fulfill the owner's request. Soon Albert and Josephine saw an explosion in front of them, and all they could hear were shrill screams. The protagonist joined her, and the maid harshly threw the enemy to the ground. Then she grabbed the nasty guy by the collar. He was shaking and screaming in fear. After this, the guy received a blow to the face from Vinogradinka's metal fist. The maid bowed to the master and reported that the task had been successfully completed. The maid turned to look at her fallen enemies. The nasty guy from the Miller family tried to escape. The robot released its hand at him. She grabbed the frightened guy by the neck and dragged him towards her. Soon Vinogradinka bowed to the Empress, holding the enemy by the scruff of the neck. Josephine began to take an interest in this perfect robot. The hero told the details of its creation. Unexpectedly, the Empress bowed before the magician, asking him to help make the island better. The guy asked her to explain her request in more detail. She offered to sponsor her empire with money, artifacts, and the like. Then Albert clenched his fist and asked how this would benefit him. Josephine raised her head and, staring at the mage, offered to make her community a vassal of the sect of the Mystery of the Spirit. Instead, the protagonist suggested that she simply send 20% of all income and karma points to the cult. The boy created a magical oath contract in his palm. Josephine found these terms good, so she immediately gave her consent and signed the contract. Immediately after this, Albert handed her a ring, inside of which were 10 dolls, various weapons, armor, ore, and much more. The woman was amazed by such generosity. Lily decided to keep up with her husband, so she pulled out a small bag from her pocket. She then presented Josephine with a small pendant that would highlight her imperial status. The woman thanked the guests with all her heart for such gifts, and tears appeared in her eyes. Soon the hero said goodbye to Josephine, promising to return in a few days. Upon arriving home, the magician presented Vinogradinka with a plan for developing the 9 Phoenix Pagoda. In addition to placing his forges and trading stalls, he decided to send an older version of his assistant to the island. The guy had already started to fantasize about how he does nothing, but luck itself comes to him. A few days later, Albert returned to the 9 Phoenix Pagoda and presented his robot to the Empress. The woman took it in her hands and began to cast a spell. After a few moments, she changed the robot's body, giving it the appearance of a small doll. The assistant began to circle around her mistress, and the Empress decided to call her Angel. After this, the doll froze in the air and surrounded itself with a strange aura, causing Josephine to open her mouth in amazement. A few seconds later, the assistant connected to the satellites that the hero had brought here to assess the situation on the island. Soon, she discovered a small pack of werewolves nearby and offered to deal with them. The woman agreed. The dolls successfully drove the evil monsters away from the island. Josephine watched all this, delighted with the new security system. The puppets also began to dismantle the defeated werewolves for useful materials. Albert acknowledged with a smile on his face that all that was left was to attract new people to the 9 Phoenix Pagoda and headed away. He was stopped by the Empress, who stated that Levi had recently gone to study the Lesser Chiliocosm, but had not yet returned. The magician called his actions very stupid, but nevertheless agreed to help in the search for the guy. Leaving the building, the hero immediately realized that Levi did this to impress his beloved. A few days later, Albert was already sailing the vast expanses of the endless sea in search of the missing boy. The monkey's body was not very suitable for exploring the depths of the water, so he took the form of a mermaid. Soon the main character sank underwater. This shell allowed him to breathe here. Soon the magician came across a sleeping dragon guarding the magic sphere. He took the form of a stone and fell right at the entrance to the world of the Lesser Chiliocosm. A moment later, the surface of the sphere was damaged, and a happy guy appeared from there. As soon as he left the confines of his world, he immediately came face to face with a huge predatory snake. The hungry monster instantly swallowed the unlucky fellow. The hero turned into a monkey again and demanded that the dragon get out of there immediately. In response, the monster let out a powerful roar that made Albert stagger. The magician raised his hands and offered the giant snake a fair fight. Suddenly, the protagonist used the technique of summoning ice daggers, trying to catch the aggressive creature off guard. The next moment, about a dozen sharp blades rushed towards the monster. They only broke into small pieces, barely colliding with the dragon's strong scales. He headed straight towards the guy. He didn't lose his head and used all the available clots of spirit, summoning a bunch of different creatures. One of the summoned snakes bit the monster right in the eye, and the other grabbed hold of his neck. It turned out that Albert was remotely controlling his copy. This opponent seemed too simple to him. Suddenly, the boy heard a heart-rending roar that made sweat run down his face. The water dragon was joined by two of his relatives, and the monkey began to run away from them. Suddenly, another young guy emerged from the small chiliocosm, surprised that he was underwater. The concerned Albert grabbed him with the help of his clone, and the monster's toothy mouth was approaching them. At the very last moment, the hero managed to dodge, thereby saving the life of a random guy. The copy of the mage stopped and, stretching out his hand forward, ordered Vinogradinka to launch the werewolf crusher. A moment later, two bright beams flew straight towards the water surface. Three aggressive dragons approached the main character. A few seconds later, two of their heads were pierced by a beam fired by the werewolf crusher. Albert set a whole flock of magic snakes on the remaining monster. The stranger introduced himself as Tyler and thanked the magician for saving him. He noted with irony that he was the only one who managed to escape from the small chiliocosm in this place. The guy remembered that a certain swordsman had warned them about an ambush at the exit from the world. The hero asked the name of that young student. Tyler said that it was a warrior named Levi. Albert said that he was his old friend, while the dolls were pulling out the carcasses of defeated dragons from the bottom of the sea. Soon the magician created a teleportation matrix leading to the island of 9 phoenixes. All those from the lesser chiliocosm would automatically move there. Tyler entered the portal and thanked the guy again for saving him. When he disappeared, the protagonist summoned a wooden doll. He then shoved her inside the lesser chiliocosm sphere so that she could find Levi inside. A little later, Albert told the Empress good news. Talented warriors would be arriving on the island, and her lover would soon appear with them. Josephine, holding the cup in her hands, was afraid that the people brought would be much stronger than the inhabitants of the pagoda. Then the hero snapped his fingers and summoned 2 dolls that could provide them with safety. Before leaving, he said that now the future of 9 Phoenix Island was only in the hands of the Empress. A few months later, the magician was feeding the turtle in his sect, and something disturbed him. It was Kate, who had finally returned home and brought everything the teacher had asked her for. Albert looked at her with distrust, because finding such valuable artifacts should have taken much longer. Soon, the girl showed her mentor the book of the omniscient sage, which helped her cope with such a difficult task. Having examined it, the main character immediately realized that this was just a means of communication with the world of the higher chiliocosm, and that a living person would answer all questions. Kate rushed to the magician, admitting that the miracle shop clerk had deceived her again. The hero grabbed her by the pigtail as usual and promised to sort out what happened. Then the boy opened the magic book and asked it about Nicholas's mentor. The man on the other side was already tired of answering stupid and meaningless questions. Suddenly he felt that someone was watching him, and goosebumps ran through his body. A moment later, the all-knowing sage was struck by lightning, killing the poor fellow. Meanwhile, at the City of Rituals Hotel, Arthur informed his student that an unknown person had tried to find out about him, but the defense mechanism had prevented him from doing so. The main character looked into the magic book and found nothing inside except empty pages. Kate was very unhappy that her mentor had damaged such a useful artifact. At this time, the old swordsman ordered Nicholas to obey him in order to make friends with the head of the Temple of Blacksmiths. The young man looked at the papers and admitted his powerlessness. The man had received a large inheritance, so it was almost impossible to surprise him. Arthur suggested that the student delve into the memories of one great blacksmith, extract useful information from them, write them down on jade tablets, and present them to the leader. Nicholas hesitated a little, but the old man had already put his finger to his forehead and began the process. When the swordsman came to the chambers of the head of the Temple of Blacksmiths, the guard reported that the owner had just gone into seclusion, so he would not be receiving visitors for a long time. The boy again reproached his mentor for creating an unreliable plan. Suddenly, Arthur announced that someone unknown was interfering in Nicholas's fate. At that very moment, the main character sneezed very hard. Lily, about to fly away again, hugged her husband tightly. She did not want to leave him. A few minutes later, Albert saw his beloved off and wished her a safe journey. The magician complained to his assistant that he was alone again, and a loving couple was sitting next to him. The guy noticed a large number of students in love. This was connected with his task to seduce the novices of the abode of pleasures. The hero raised his head and began to sob bitterly, because now he was the only one left alone in the sect. His cry was heard by Sarah. She threw him the ring and ordered him to immediately start repairing her ship. Soon, he finished repairing the ship and lay on the floor, exhausted. Grape reported strange vibrations coming from the dragon eggs, and the magician immediately jumped up. A few minutes later, he reached them and hugged them tightly. The maid announced that they were ready to hatch. Hearing this, the protagonist turned and cast a questioning glance at her. The assistant scanned the eggs and reported the good news. They were filled with the spirit of the dragon inside. This energy is capable of making the magician's dream of returning home come true. He froze, realizing this. Memories of his brother Hugh's death flashed before Albert's eyes again. The boy clenched his hand into a fist and turned to the grape standing near the dragon's egg. He asked her to find everything else that was needed, and he was also concerned about the chances of success of this adventure. A few days later, the maid went down to the dungeon and told the master that they were missing 4 more rare ingredients. The main character had to find them before the dragons hatched, so the assistant suggested that he use all the forces of the sect. The guy looked at the scroll with the plan to return home and fell into thought. Almost having turned it around, he suddenly froze. He soon placed the parchment on the table and admitted that this was his personal whim, so he should not drag anyone else into it. The hero headed towards the exit of the room and suggested that Vinogradinka go fishing. Suddenly, Kate snuck in there. She was very interested to see what her mentor had been working on for so long. The girl studied almost all the unusual objects that were here. Finally, she got to the scroll that the main character was unable to open. Opening it, Kate froze in place. What she saw left her speechless. The next day, the girl showed the document she had found to her close friends. She showed them a page that had pictures of dragon eggs and detailed instructions on how to get home. Kevin immediately realized that their mentor came from another world. Henry pointed out to his friends a portal that transported matter through space and time. Suddenly, Steve noticed the seal at the bottom of the scroll. Judging by it, the master rejected this plan. Jack gave a motivational speech and suggested that his classmates help the teacher to repay his kindness. Then all 6 of them raised their hands up. They were filled with the desire to help Albert. Kate ordered Steve and Jacob to go to the auction to get some iron ore. After that, she sent her brother and Jack to get ice liquor, which is obtained from the bodies of animals living on the island of permafrost. Henry pointed to himself, demanding that his friend give him the task. She told him about the purple dew bottle that was awarded for winning the celebratory swim. The girl suggested to her friend to take Sarah with him. He was not too happy about it. Kate turned to him and gave Henry a thumbs up, wishing him luck. Immediately after that, she rushed at breakneck speed to search for the wind clot. A few minutes later, the girl reached a pond with spiritual liquid and stopped. Kate grabbed her head because she had no idea where to look for the artifact she needed. Suddenly, she had the idea to turn to Grape, who was sitting near the dragon eggs. The girl pressed herself against the robot and asked her for the location of the wind clot. Kate shut the maid's mouth and ordered her to keep quiet about the student's plans to help the teacher implement his plan. The robot whispered to her about the location of the artifact and advised her to take a partner with her. Soon, the girl reached the abode of the wind spirit she needed, where her companion was already waiting for her. It turned out to be none other than Nicholas. He offered Kate to share the future spoils right now. She only asked to leave her a clot of wind, and the swordsman readily agreed. Arthur expressed his concern about the girl needing such a rare and almost useless artifact. The student did not pay attention to it. Soon, Nicholas and his partner headed straight into the depths of the abode of the wind spirit. Kate looked at him strangely and thought for a moment, grinning sarcastically. 3 days later, they were already fighting a huge bird of prey. The swordsman could not hold back the monster for long, so he asked the girl to help him. She took out her rifle and prepared to slay the monster. The feathered enemy broke free from Nicholas's shackles and headed straight for Kate. A few seconds later, a shot was fired and a bullet hole appeared in the bird's head. The carcass of the defeated monster immediately fell to the ground. The girl advised her partner to start taking the treasures, and she herself went after the wind clot, taking the magic jug in her hands. Nicholas began to examine the valuables lying on the ground. Arthur, who was behind him, laughed. As the swordsman stood up, his mentor placed his palm on his hand. The next moment, the old man managed to take possession of her. He used the boy's magic ring. The purple aura headed straight towards Kate, who was trying to summon a clot of wind. Noticing this, the girl turned around sharply and put up a protective barrier in front of herself. She looked darkly at Nicholas, deciding that greed had gone to his head. The swordsman tried to explain this misunderstanding, but Kate did not believe a single word he said. She pointed her finger at herself and said that only he himself could use his technique. Arthur began to reproach the student for being too kind, and the boy ordered him to shut up. The agreement between Kate and Nicholas was broken, so she decided to take his treasures for herself. The girl began to rummage through his loot and laugh. The guy's hand lay on the sheath, which contained a sharp blade. The swordsman then moved closer to the magical barrier that surrounded his partner. He looked at her again and removed his hand from the scabbard of his sword. Then Nicholas confessed to Kate that he didn't need a clot of wind at all. She called his actions brave, while the boy mentally cursed his mentor. The girl covered her face because a strong gust of wind was blowing on it and decided to return home. At this very time, Kevin and Jack had already chopped up a bunch of monsters, but still had not found the ice liquor. The blonde boy wiped the bloodstains from his face, and the swordsman asked him to stop complaining. Soon, the figure of a hostile creature appeared before the warriors. Jack cut his body in half with one swing of his blade, but did not find the desired substance inside. The swordsman wiped the blood that had gotten on his face with his palm. Kevin stated in an offended tone that it was his prey. Meanwhile, Henry had already arrived at the swim site and had taken the form of a mermaid. Next to him sat Sarah, who had long wanted to swim in the water with such a tail. Seeing the sad expression on her partner's face, she decided to play a joke on him. A moment later, the girl hit the water with her tail, splashing it all over Henry's face. Sarah apologized and lied that she did it by accident. The guy didn't answer. Soon he fixed his hair and suggested to his partner that she moderate her ardor and get ready for the swim. She looked at him with her shining eyes and said that she was ready. The next second, the girl dived into the water and splashed her friend again. After that, Sarah swam away, laughing maliciously and leaving Henry to float around. A few minutes later, the host of the competition came onto the stage, and all eyes were on her. She smiled sweetly and explained the rules of the swim to the participants. It turned out that they would have to swim with their tails tied to each other. Then, Henry and Sarah became tied to each other. They need to get to the finish line without breaking the thread. The presenter showed the audience a bottle of purple dew that the winner of the swim would receive. Soon, she announced the start of the competition, and all the participants immediately rushed forward. One of the pairs was in too much of a hurry to pass the first test, so they broke their thread, which got caught on a prickly seaweed. A worried Sarah stopped Henry and informed him that her fire spell didn't work very well in water, so she suggested finding a way around the first obstacle. Then the boy used his wind dagger technique and cut through the thorny thickets. He advised his partner to hurry up so as not to miss out on victory. A few minutes later, the pair came across the second challenge, which was a narrow gorge that could only fit one person. Sarah again suggested to her friend that they try to find a way around, but he stopped her. Suddenly, Henry grabbed the girl's waist and pressed her to himself. The guy was not going to give up. Soon, they managed to successfully overcome this obstacle and were already racing forward at full speed. Sarah cuddled close to her partner and looked at the bubbles floating around. Suddenly, the guy turned to her, and she, without even hearing the words, forgave him for such unceremoniousness. Henry turned to her, ordered her to let him go immediately and continue on her way herself. A few minutes later, they crossed the finish line, and the presenter congratulated the couple on their victory. Surprisingly, the red-haired girl's face expressed obvious displeasure. Meanwhile, the auctioneer sold one of the lots for 3 billion spirit stones. Steve and Jacob sat in the hall, nervously waiting for their turn as a wood iron ore. The pink-haired student sighed in disappointment, hoping that the money they had grabbed would be enough. A little later, the auctioneer presented the desired artifact to visitors, setting the starting price at 6 billion. The green-haired guy threw a real tantrum because they only had 8 billion. Then he pressed the red button in his box. Jacob tried to stop him. All those present turned in their direction, and the bidding officially began. Potential buyers began to gradually raise their proposed price. Jacob suddenly pressed the button and set the amount to 8 billion, causing his comrade to open his mouth in amazement. The visitors turned to look at them, glaring at the couple with piercing, displeased glances. Suddenly, a buyer from the third lodge offered 9 billion for the artifact, which attracted attention. Steve and Jacob were beside themselves with anger when they heard this. The pink-haired student suggested that his friend add the treasures that were stored in their magic rings to the spiritual stones. The auctioneer struck the gong twice, and if no one bids more, the iron ore will go to a stranger. Suddenly, Dylan burst into the building, offering 10 billion for the artifact. Everyone present looked closely at one of the most famous merchants on the continent. The auction organizer pointed out to the fat man that he could not set a price without having a personal identification number. Dylan then pointed to Steve and Jacob, declaring that he was participating with them. The buyer from the third box hurried away, having learned that such a rich man would be competing against him. Within seconds, the auctioneer struck the gong, and the wood iron ore was sold to the guys from the Spirit Mystery sect. Jacob finally breathed a sigh of relief. His comrade burst into tears of happiness. Dylan soon joined them and asked them to report such matters to him in the future. The pink-haired boy was a little confused when he realized that the chubby man knew about their plan to help the protagonist. The fat man said that the 10 billion he spent could not compare in value to the fulfillment of Albert's dream. Dylan offered to take the guys to the sect of the mystery of the spirit. They happily agreed and bowed to him. Meanwhile, Vinogradinka stood alone on the shore of the pond with spiritual liquid. Suddenly, the dragon eggs at the bottom of it began to vibrate and emit a golden glow. The hero's assistant immediately began to analyze them. Suddenly, the maid froze. Her gaze did not bode well. Her robotic eye expressed concern. The dragons should hatch any minute. Meanwhile, Kevin and Jack were still extracting the liquor. The swordsman lying on the cold ground said that they had only managed to find a few drops. A few seconds later, Kate's brother also fell to the ground, landing on his back on the snowy surface of the island. The guys decided to take a little rest, believing that they still had enough time. Suddenly, Kate called them and ordered them to hurry up and collect the necessary liquid. The girls studied the information provided by Vinogradinka. Judging by it, there were only 3 days left until hatching. Hearing this, Kevin rose from the ground and turned pale. He then kicked Jack in the ass and advised him to continue extracting liquor. The next day, there were piles of monster corpses lying around the boys, which could contain the necessary liquid. The fair-haired guy grabbed his head and screamed shrilly. They still hadn't managed to find the required amount of cerebrospinal fluid. Suddenly, the exhausted couple seemed to perk up when they saw something in front of them. A pack of angry animals was running straight towards them. Jack helped his friend up, giving him his hand. A few seconds later, Kevin erected a magical barrier in front of himself to protect himself from the projectiles fired by the enemy. The swordsman raised his blade to block the snowball flying towards him. Unfortunately, he missed, and the huge ball made him fall to the ground. Seeing this, Kevin immediately turned to his comrade, cold sweat running down his cheek. The giant beast took advantage of this and raised its paw to attack. The next moment, the blonde warrior's body was pierced by terrible pain. He lost his right arm. Blood was pouring from the wounded Jack's mouth as he reached for his blade lying nearby. A terrifying sight appeared before his eyes, Kevin trying to deal with the attacking enemies with only one hand. The swordsman pulled his weapon towards himself. Now he needed to get up and help his comrade. Suddenly, a huge flying ship appeared in the air, and help finally arrived for the guys. Exhausted and wounded, Jack looked at him and couldn't believe his eyes. A few seconds later, Kate, Steve, and Jacob were standing in front of him. Henry went down to the swordsman and helped him get up and take the blade in his hands. Immediately after that, he suggested that the guy sit still and enjoy the show, while in the background, the disciples of the Spirit Mystery Sect were dealing with the evil beasts. The next morning, Kevin held up a full bottle of cerebrospinal fluid, and everyone was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Grapepaw informed the owner about the imminent hatching of the dragons, and he decided to completely forget about the plan to return home. The maid informed the magician about his student's adventure. He was already aware of it, but did not consider their success possible. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of his room. Albert was very scared. Soon the guy with his head down reluctantly walked out onto the threshold, not knowing at all what awaited him there. He raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and froze in place. The next moment, 6 of his beloved students threw the magician to the ground and began to hug him tightly. They then showed him the recently acquired rare artifacts he was looking for. The main character asked the students if they knew about his plan. The children, with smiles on their faces, said that they already knew about the arrival of a guy here from another world. Kate loudly declared that it would only be a joy for her to fulfill her mentor's dream. Albert looked at his students. Bitter tears appeared in his eyes. He then hugged all 6 tightly, the only way the magician could express his love to them. The next day, Grape told the owner about the imminent hatching of the dragons, and he ordered her to send the dolls to the defensive lines. The hero turned to the twins and informed them that during his movement the sect's protective field would be disabled and would only be restored in an hour. The guy raised his index finger up and warned them about the possible threat that would threaten the island when it became visible to outside eyes. Kate and Kevin reassured their mentor by saying that they could easily handle any problems. The main character clutched his heart and burst into tears. The children seemed completely indifferent to his imminent departure. Then the fair-haired girl came up to him and hugged her beloved mentor tightly. She didn't want to let him go at all. The girl looked at the teacher, saying that his relatives must be very worried about him. Soon, all 6 of them came to see Albert off on his happy journey home. The hero looked at them with a fatherly gaze. He did not doubt for a second their ability to protect the sect of the mystery of the spirit. After these words, the guy entered the spatial portal and prepared to go home. Before leaving, the main character asked Vinogradinka to take care of his students. Finally, the teleportation process began, and artifacts that the children had obtained began to circle around the magician. A huge beam from the sky enveloped him and pulled him upward. One of the eggs at the bottom of the spiritual liquid pond suddenly began to crack. A few moments later, a purple dragon spirit burst out from there. Soon, this majestic creature began to circle around Albert. A few seconds later, the dragon bit its tail, creating a portal that transported through space and time. The hero approached him, but suddenly stopped and looked at his dear students. The children wished the mentor good luck. Steve could not hold back his tears. As the boy entered the portal, their silhouettes began to slowly dissipate. The protagonist covered his mouth to hold back a scream, and then began to sob bitterly. Kevin tried to calm his sister, who could not come to terms with the departure of the master. Businesslike. Henry told his friends that they still had a lot of work to do, so they could start doing it right away. Jack placed his hand on Jacob's shoulder and suggested that he go on patrol around the island. Suddenly, they noticed a strange spatial gap in the sky, emitting a red glow. After a few seconds, the rift became even larger, and a huge and eerie eye appeared from there. He glanced at the protagonist's students and declared that he smelled the scent of dragon eggs. Soon, about a dozen spiky appendages burst out of the rift. Kate decided to go to protect the students. Henry asked Vinogradinka what was going on here. Before she could answer, thorny stems began to emerge from the gap. They rushed after the animals, which tried to escape. Suddenly, these shoots turned into a giant snake, which managed to grab a whole bear with its mouth. The monster promised to grant the inhabitants of this world a quick death in exchange for the dragon eggs that he wanted to eat, after which he cold-bloodedly swallowed the carcass of the dead predator. The eggs kept the portal the hero entered functioning, so Jack went to protect them, calling his adopted brother with him. The next moment, Henry surrounded the swordsman with a protective aura. The boys tried to pierce the giant monster's body with their swords. Suddenly, the snake hissed, feeling unbearable pain. After that, he fell to the ground, creating a huge cloud of dust. Jack landed next to him. The vile creature rose again as if no blow had been dealt to it. Then the monster opened its terrible mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Having deafened the brothers with his roar, the snake again rushed towards the pond with spiritual wildness. Kate was already in ambush with her sniper rifle, waiting for the right moment to shoot. Through her scope, the girl discovered a wound on the body of a huge monster. Without a second's hesitation, she fired several shots from her weapon. Soon, 4 bullets rushed towards the snake with lightning speed. He was expecting such an ambush. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Kevin appeared, flying straight towards the giant monster. He kicked him, causing the bullets to miss, and his sister was furious. The twins began to argue heatedly about each other's safety. The evil snake finally paid attention to them and decided to feast on human flesh. A moment later, the vile creature's mouth rushed towards the brother and sister. Kevin tried to cover Kate with his body. Fortunately, the guy managed to put up a protective field in front of himself and his sister. The strong blow caused him to cough up blood. Seeing this, the girl began to fire her rifle chaotically towards the snake. The creature soon retreated, and the twins miraculously managed to escape its flesh-eating poison. After a few minutes, the huge creature began to spew fiery flames from its mouth, burning everything around it. The brother and sister watched this with horror, and Jack and Henry immediately rushed to them. The disciples of the Spirit Mystery sect tried to escape from the fire. The dead bodies of some of them were already lying on the ground. The giant snake mercilessly dealt with innocent people. Kate realized with horror that the cult could be completely destroyed if they did nothing. Then Jacob suggested that his comrades unite and attack all 6 at once. He punched himself in the chest and promised to defeat the monster at any cost. To begin with, the guy suggested driving the snake out of the sect's territory in order to reduce the number of victims among the students. In his opinion, Abbess Sarah, with her fiery element, is ideally suited to handle such a task. Jacob also imagined the monster rushing towards innocent people with its mouth wide open. Suddenly, a huge boulder flies at his head and pushes the creature aside. Kevin pulls this huge rock towards him and waits for the next step. Steve joins him and surrounds the boulder with a pile of feces. Then the guys take a heroic pose and throw a stone at the snake. A lump of waste flies into the monster's head. Immediately after this, he rushes in pursuit of Kevin and Steve. The guys must create portals near the creature and shoot at it, thereby catching it off guard. Next, Jack must accumulate spiritual energy in his sword and direct it at the enemy. This will allow him to pierce the snake's strong scales and create a vulnerable point. The swordsman strikes a victory pose and informs his brother that his part of the plan is complete. Henry adjusts his sleeve and announces that he is ready to use the blinding matrix. Soon a column of pink light falls on the monster. His eyes begin to hurt like crazy and he can't see anything at all. Meanwhile, Kate finds a vulnerable spot on the blinded enemy's body and prepares to fire a shot from a sniper rifle. Jack, Steve, and Jacob sit in the center of the magical seal and begin to accumulate their energy. A pillar of spiritual aura leaves them and rushes into the sky. Then he is completely handed over to the girl with the rifle. Kate takes careful aim and fires a very powerful shot into a vulnerable spot on the monster's body. The giant snake gets shot in the torso and begins to feel extreme pain. Immediately after this, his majestic body falls to the ground with a crash. The squad followed Jacob's plan and were able to defeat the evil creature, after which the three warriors began to embrace their leader. Kevin and Henry joined them a little later. Vinogradinka reported that the defense system would be restored in half an hour. Jack looked thoughtfully into the distance. The whole six were incredibly happy about their victory over such a strong opponent. Suddenly the sky was covered with black clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Henry noticed this and turned around sharply. He sensed the approach of a new danger. Suddenly, the guy saw a huge funnel in the sky above the mystery spirit sect and told his friends about it. The whole team looked in bewilderment at the devilry happening above their heads. Suddenly, a huge clawed paw appeared from this funnel. Immediately after this, a powerful tornado hit the sect, carrying the disciples into the sky. Jacob almost instantly used his technique and sent magical threads towards the poor guys. The children were surrounded by a magical net that prevented them from flying upward. The pink-haired boy couldn't withstand the power of the tornado alone, so his friends helped him hold the threads. Soon the children were brought back to dry land, this time without casualties. Suddenly, the giant funnel seemed to disappear. Kate looked up in bewilderment. The connection with Vinogradinka had been lost. A few seconds later, thunder rumbled again and a huge dragon appeared in the sky, coming for its offspring. The creature began to accumulate the lightning flashing around it in its mouth. Henry urged his comrades to prepare for defense, but Jacob, with fear on his face, admitted that they would not be able to resist a real dragon. Kate wasn't going to wait until she died, so she created a magical barrier. A moment later, the monster fired an electric beam straight at the six. At first, they managed to contain him with their combined efforts. But, unfortunately, the protective sphere could not withstand the pressure and collapsed. Suddenly, a wall appeared right in front of the flying monster, preventing it from entering the territory of the sect's temple. It was put there by none other than the main character who had just emerged from the portal. Kate, like everyone else, looked in amazement at the returning mentor. The guy folded his arms and explained that he could not abandon his beloved students in such a difficult situation. At this time, the dragon desperately tried to break through the magical barrier. Albert advised the twins to work on repelling the monster's attack. When the enemy encountered the protective field again, he received a powerful electric shock. The enraged black dragon began to create a ball of lightning in his mouth again. Within seconds, he split it in two and released it into the barrier. Kate hid behind the main character and suggested activating the island's defensive formation. The mage turned to her and confidently declared that he had come here to fight, not to hide. After that, he snapped his fingers and ordered Vinogradinka to bring a set of armor prepared especially for such an occasion. The maid arrived almost immediately, holding a small suitcase in her hands. Soon the main character was already dressed in armor that looked very unusual. The boy thrust his fist, engulfed in flames, forward and prepared to fight back against the black dragon. The monster was not afraid of him at all, so it began to create an electric ball in its mouth again. Unexpectedly for the monster, the hero dealt him a powerful blow with his mighty spear. Blood gushed from the enemy's belly. He could not believe that a human could harm him. Despite this, the black dragon's insides were not damaged, so it headed towards the mage again. Albert stood still and waited for the right moment to launch another attack. The protagonist set his spear on fire to make it even more effective against the enemy. Soon, the red-hot tip of the weapon rushed towards the angry monster. Moments later, the spear pierced the black dragon's flesh again. The creature's side was burning with pain, and the main character was hovering above. The monster opened its giant mouth and tried to swallow Albert. Luckily, he was able to cover it with his foot. The guy looked gloomily into the eyes of the flying creature. His end was near. The hero brought the spear closer to the black dragon's eye. Any sudden movement would blind him. The monster demanded that the children belonging to him be given back. Then the protagonist raised his finger up and asked how the creature could be their father if he abandoned his offspring. Albert harshly scolded the dragon for such an indifferent attitude towards his children. Suddenly, the monster pulled his head back. In his opinion, the turtle should be proud that she was able to bear his offspring. The magician pointed to the fallen serpent to the black dragon, threatening to make him next. Suddenly, the monster, not used to not getting what it wanted, opened its mouth and prepared to attack the guy. The hero was not at all confused. On the contrary, he invited the enemy to experience a new, not very pleasant sensation. Albert began to fly in different directions, demanding that the beast pay for the nanny's services. The black dragon roared menacingly and prepared to deal cruelly with the annoying protagonist. Suddenly, the spatial portal from which the magician returned began to slowly close. The boy looked down and saw worried students looking at him. Albert smiled sweetly and told the children that he would not leave them alone to face such a threat. The students looked sadly at the teacher. Some of them were crying. The protagonist thrust forward a magical spear and surrounded himself with flame. Soon he rushed straight at the black dragon. A few seconds later, the magician's magical fire and the monster's electric charge collided. The flying creature was unable to resist the enemy's magic. Fear flashed in its eyes. In a matter of moments, the hero's spear pierced the carcass of the vile creature. The huge monster then rushed away and a satisfied Albert looked after him. After that, the guy descended to the ground. His armor dissipated. The monster would not be able to return again because the protective formation was restored again. Kate immediately ran up to her mentor and asked him to hurry because the portal was still active. The magician stroked the girl's head and said that it was too late. The protagonist listened to the splashing of the dragonettes in the pond. The portal behind him began to dissipate. Kate apologized to the teacher for her weakness, because if it weren't for their helplessness, Albert could have already gone home. Despite this, the magician tugged her cheek and said that he was very proud of their dedication. Then he smiled sweetly. This sect became as much a family to him as the real one from another world. A second later, Kate threw herself into the hero's arms, and the students were overjoyed at the teacher's return. Suddenly, Jacob and Steve looked at each other strangely, thinking of something. Soon the children took Albert by the arms and legs and began to rock their winner. Immediately after that, they threw the main character into it, congratulating him on his return to the Spirit Mystery sect. The students smiled happily, and even tears of happiness appeared on Kevin's face. Suddenly, a huge turtle appeared from the pond with spiritual liquid, and small dragons were swimming next to it. A few minutes later, the main character was already playing with his new pets. Vinogradinka reported that the protective system was working stably. For the magician, the main task was to maintain the safety of the children. Suddenly, Albert turned around and noticed two strange bushes. They were camouflaged twins. The guy called them over and asked why they were following him around. Kate began shaking her mentor's hand, explaining that they wanted to spend as much time with him as possible. Then he suggested that they go on a cruise on the endless sea and gave them a thumbs up. The girl found an excuse and hurried to leave, but the hero managed to grab her by the edge of her robe. Albert hugged the twins and said that they would be able to travel on Abbess Sarah's ship. Soon they were already on her ship. The magician announced the beginning of the cruise. He also sent a few dolls ahead to find interesting places. Suddenly, Kevin noticed strange shark-like fins overboard that were quickly approaching them. Moments later, the toothy fish burst out of the water, its mouth wide open. The hero ordered the crew to prepare the guns. Vinogradinka watched their work in amazement. Soon a projectile was fired towards the enemy. Flying at breakneck speed, a magical sphere, glowing purple, formed in the shark's fanged mouth. A few seconds later, a blue beam flashed past the enraged predators. When the waves disappeared, the sharks remained in the air, their bodies surrounded by thick layers of ice. Sarah praised the magician, but he replied that she had not yet seen the cannon in action. One salvo from which costs 5 million. The girl turned to the hero and was not at all surprised because she was fabulously rich. Vinogradinka informed the owner about the deposits of valuable ore found by the dolls. Richard and the protagonist began to dream about how they would strengthen the ship with the found gold sand. At that very moment, the guys remembered with disappointment that the ship did not belong to them. Then the blacksmith turned to Albert and promised to help with the construction of his own ship, no matter what. He decided not to waste a second, so he instantly teleported Richard to his forge. He didn't even have time to agree. The owner of the ship attracted the attention of the magician and asked if he could transfer himself too. Hearing the positive answer, Abbess Sarah's face changed and a malicious grin formed on it. A few minutes later, Albert and his team found themselves on an ice floe drifting in the sea, and the red-haired girl swam away. A cold wind blew over him. The twins and Vinogradinka. At this time, Henry was sailing on his barge towards new adventures. Suddenly, a large ship sailed towards him. Sarah invited the guy to continue the journey together. He refused. His small boat tried to get away from the red-haired girl. The abbess's ship approached him again, and its mistress offered the boy her protection from the monsters that inhabited the endless sea. Meanwhile, the main character tried to call a portal to the sect. Kate encouraged him. Suddenly, Vinogradinka told the owner about the passage between two worlds, which the dolls discovered on the surface of the ice floe. Then, Albert took Kevin's sister by the hand and offered to examine him. Soon, the squad successfully reached a huge portal hovering above the ice floe. Kevin pointed out that he looked quite dangerous, and the magician decided to send the doll out to investigate. The protagonist suggested that the team go to the sect of the Mystery of the Spirit. The guy ordered several more puppets to start mining ore at the bottom of the endless sea. 3 days later, he was already studying the memories of the doll that had returned from the portal. From them, the guy found out that on the other side there was a barren land on which there was not a single demonic clan. Albert put his hand to his chin and decided to find a way to hold this passage. A little later, he brought Josephine to him and offered to hide him thanks to her luck. The main character pulled a small magic ball out of the Empress's forehead. He fell to the ground next to the portal, now the passage to the magician, and the woman had another base in the demon world. Immediately after this, Josephine went to her island. The guy said goodbye to her. That same evening, Albert was changing the demon world with the help of his clone, and Kate was sitting next to him, feeling very sleepy. Soon the hero's copy was joined by a doll, almost indistinguishable from his student. The girl hugged her mentor's hand and suggested that they take a short walk, since Vinogradinka could easily handle their duties. The protagonist agreed, but Kate immediately rushed forward. Meanwhile, the flying robots were busy studying the landscape of this unusual place. After studying the report, Albert decided to remove the spiritual battery as the energy consumption was too high. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a doll running from a huge red cloud. It was Kate, being chased by a whole swarm of ferocious insects. Suddenly, one of them shot poisonous saliva at the girl. She turned around and felt an unprecedented disgust, a slimy, disgusting liquid slowly running down her back. Kate instantly rushed past the mentor, who began to cast a spell. The guy stopped the student by grabbing her pigtail, and a giant insect repellent appeared next to him. Albert then pressed the button, spraying the product onto the huge beetles. Some of the insects fell dead. The survivors hurried to fly away. Kate looked with admiration at her mentor, who dealt with the enemies without blinking an eye. Then the girl showed the main character a glowing artifact, which is what the insects were trying to take away. The magician examined it and realized that it was nothing more than spiritual fire ore. The guy was incredibly happy. Kate said the deposit she discovered would last for 100 years. But unfortunately, the only problem was the anthills located near the ore. Albert planned to make shells for the ship from this resource, so he immediately rushed to the insects, taking his student with him. A few minutes later, the couple reached the anthills, which were huge holes in the ground. The hero, hiding behind the rock, used the vision synchronization technique. The mark reached the fire ant holding the ore in its paws. Suddenly, giant insects began to crawl into their lair. Inside, the hero saw the queen of the ants, to whom all the mined ore was brought. Albert crossed his arms, realizing that if he controlled the queen, then all the other individuals would be subordinate to him. He explained to his student the rules of life of ants. If the queen dies, then one of them turns into her. The magician took advantage of this and shot a beam of fire at the queen, causing her to burst into flames. Kate and her mentor stood frozen, watching as one of the ants became the new queen. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, the spider Stella, who had previously been under the queen's power, appeared. Next, she grabbed the side of the ant, who had just become the new ruler. The hero didn't want to become her dessert, so he grabbed Kate's hand and ran away. Unfortunately, they were noticed almost immediately by a giant spider. The vile creature immediately attacked the guy and his student. The connection with the robots was broken, and the real Albert screamed in anger. Meanwhile, Stella was mocking the protagonist's doll, insulting him along the way. Suddenly, one of her paws was grabbed by an unknown hand. It was a magician in the form of a monkey, and he instantly threw the spider aside. Suddenly, the guy offered her a compromise. Stella would eat fire ants, and he would mine the ore he needed. The hybrid of the girl and the insect agreed, but only in exchange for half of all the ore. An unhappy Albert crossed his arms and suggested giving her only 10%. Stella came closer, poked her paw into his forehead, and said that she would only agree to 40%.